have you not? Alrighty, you ready, friend? I am. I'll give you a chance to run around a bit before we wager. First, let's try some sprinting. Press the sprint button to spur your horse. I'm in. Oh yeah. Notice that burst of speed, get it to start. Ain't that a kick in the ass? Spurring too much can even kill your horse. Then he'll be real mad. All right, let's see you attempt some jumps. Rest your spurs for a spell, and the horse... Fine and dandy. Do it again. Okay, easy enough. Show me if you got the goods, kid. Any cuss worth his britches ought to be able to whip me in a horse race. Now let's see how good you really are. Let's race. Try shooting at him from horseback. Ready? Go! Me on this part, then I'm gonna have to kill my horse. Them pesky wolves are back to scatter. You can use spear or trample to scatter them. Kill all the wolves! Do that!
Much obliged, Tom. If I pass this way again, I'll be sure and throw some dirt on you.
Oh, and seeing as you're new to Dodge, I thought I'd better warn you about the locals. Dodge can be a pretty rough place, so if you're gonna start a fight, be prepared to finish it. Plan on getting out of town until it closes. And
Hey everybody, Derek from MacGaming here with a new video. Thanks for stopping by, and for those of you who are new, welcome to the channel. Now today I bring Silent Hill Downpour. We re-reviewed this game last Thursday on my live stream with build 13185, and the game was broken. If you guys remember, the sound was broken, it lagged way too much, it wasn't stable, it crashed, shades were a mess, and so on, right? So, you know, with every single update, I keep on testing the game. And when I came across build 13193, the game was fixed. Like all the issues that I had back in 13185 were fixed. But, you know, I kept on updating, just, you know, hoping to have a much more smooth experience with the game, you know. So I updated to 197, 198, and this morning finally 199. So I tested the game, and the game was broken again. Like it was just as like version 185. So I rolled back to 193 and I decided to start playing. You know, I played for about an hour, and the thing is that the game was really stable. Like it didn't crash. There are dips in performance, obviously. Like the game's far from being playable. However, you know, there's still like some glitching going on, but it's nothing compared to what we had back in version 185. So the thing is that this game is fixed on build 193, sorry, but it breaks again on 197, 198, and 199, which is kind of crazy, right? Because like I'm testing all the games here, expecting them to work. So from now on, I'm going to be not only mentioning the build version, but also taking into account that maybe some games, like, you know, with these new updates, they do get fixed, but others, such as this one, they break again. So all in all, I gotta say that the game, well, performance-wise, you know, it's running at 30 FPS, 720p resolution. Temperatures are a bit high, though. I think the game suffers of thermal throttling, and that's what sometimes just gives us those drops in performance. RAM is on par with what we're usually seeing these days, 3.4, 3.5, even up to 4 gigabytes of RAM. But the important thing here is that build 13193 fixed the game, and the recent build that was released, I think this morning, build 13199, broke the game again. So I'm gonna have to keep that in mind and keep on testing other games. Like tomorrow, we're going to see progress with other games that I tested last Thursday, which are actually improving, but not there yet. Like I wouldn't consider it, like there's still some issues with performance, but we're heading there, you know, like this is evolving and it's getting better and better and better. So please enjoy the rest of the video. Check my channel for more content. Leave feedback in the comment section, and thank you once again. Have a great one, guys.
That's far enough. Get your ass down on the ground now. Hands where I can see them. Do it.
Take it easy. I'm not going anywhere.
I said, on the ground now.
I was just looking for help.
And you just happened to lose your cuffs in the process? Save the bullshit.
This is stupid. I'll meet you back down at the bus, okay? You're gonna get yourself killed.
Shut up. Keep your goddamn hands where I can see them. Ah! Shit! Pull me up.
Hang on.
I'm slipping. Oh God.
Don't let go. Don't. Shit! Damn it. me I'd move faster. Damn it. I could break this lock with the right tool. Free tram ticket. So where the hell's the machine? Power's out. These game tokens look ancient. Looks like it opens from the other side. Wow. Look at that. An old 52. Oh, flathead V8. No doubt about it.
wicked old beast, ain't she?
What?
I said she's a wicked old beast. Me, I'm partial to something with a little less rust. But to each his own.
Look, I don't want any trouble. Just point the way out of town, and I'll keep right on going.
Now, who said anything about trouble? Just trying to be helpful, son. Name's Howard, by the way.
Murphy.
Heading to prison, are you, Murphy?
Just looking for a way out of town is all.
That's so. Afraid all the roads are out, every last one of them. Strangest thing.
What the?
Something wrong, son?
Did you see it? Up there in the window.
Hmm?
Never mind.
I suppose if you're really desperate, you could try the old sky tram. Course, it hasn't really been kept up since the accident.
I'll take my chances.
That's the spirit. Well, this mail ain't gonna deliver itself. Good luck, Murphy. Hope you find whatever it is you're looking for.
Hey, what's the name of this place? What's that? Cass? Oh, shit! Fire. Anyone hear me? Fire! Shit. If the water reaches that breaker box. This can't be happening.
Murphy, run! What is this place?
Hey everybody, Derek from MacGaming here. Today I bring a bunch of games that were tested with crossover, which is Windows emulation, on the M2 Mac. First up we have The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. As you guys can see, the game's running at a resolution of 1920 by 1080p. It's using around 40 to 50% of the CPU, but it's the GPU that's interesting. You guys can see it's totally maxed out at about 100%. It's also using, like, the whole system is using about 30 watts, which is totally maxing out the M2 chip, and that translates into a very warm system. You guys can see right now that it's running at around 90 degrees Celsius with the fans already at 39,000 RPM. They will eventually go all the way up to 7,200, which will keep the CPU anywhere between, well, the SoC anywhere between 80 to 90 degrees Celsius. Now, when looking at performance, we're seeing that it's not able to hold up a smooth 60 frames per second, really depending on what's going on screen. We were just fighting here a few enemies. The frame rate dropped all the way down to 40. Before, in his room, the frame rate was stable 60, but there wasn't really much going on. When you're really loading scenery or moving around, like for instance right now on the horse, fairly quickly, you guys will see that the frame rate's going to jump up and down. It'll hit lows of 20, and somewhere it will go all the way up to 60. Now, the game is using around 6.3, 6.4 gigabytes of RAM, and as you guys can see as well, there are certain stutters here, a few hiccups here and there, and that's probably due to the system not being able to perform as the game is demanding. Now, also, the resolution is 1080p. We could probably drop it to 720p. Maybe we would profit from that. I don't know. I really wanted to set the bar at 1080p, see how the M2 performs at that resolution. And as you guys can see, this is The Witcher 3.
God provided. and they...
Next up, we have Grand Theft Auto 5. Now, this game is the Steam version, the original Rockstar Launcher version, which is running right now through Heroic. And the thing is that I'm getting this really weird stuttering. I'm not sure why. I tried the DX VK updates. I tried it all. It took me a few hours to get this running. However, when there isn't stuttering, you guys can see that the frame rate does go all the way up to around 90 to 100 frames per second. Regarding performance, well, we're seeing here that the GPU once again is going all the way up to around 80 to 95%, which, you know, is also translating into a warm system. You guys can see here it's at around 80 degrees Celsius with the fan spinning at around 4,500 RPMs. Just as before, we can see that the system's almost using around 30 watts of power. And when looking at RAM, well, you guys can see that it's using almost 5.5 gigabytes of RAM. As you guys can see right now, we are getting a few stutters every here and then, and I really haven't been able to find out why this is happening. I know other people have tested this game with no issues. Even on the M1 MacBook Air, it didn't have these issues. I'm not sure if it has to do with crossover. I was using the latest version of crossover, the latest versions of the DXVK drivers for Vulkan, and you know, everything was supposed to run right, everything was supposed to be okay, but you know, this is what we're getting. This is what I'm seeing on the M2 Mac, and when you're playing the game, it runs just the same with that really horrible stuttering, and I really don't know how to get around it. So guys, this is a GTA 5. Another game I like to try is Grand Theft Auto 4. This was a very demanding game back in the day, and it still is nowadays, actually. As you guys can see, the game's running at a resolution of 1920 by 1080p, just like the previous games. And just as before, we're seeing here that the GPU is going up to around, 70-80%, which once again is translating into an extremely hot SoC. You guys can see that it's at around 92-93 degrees. This will eventually ramp up the fans to around 7200 RPMs. And in return, what do we get? Well, we're getting a game that's barely running at 30 frames per second. It gets somewhat worse once the whole system is heated up. It does throttle, and I believe that not even the fan can't keep it cool enough to, let's say, prevent or avoid thermal throttling. But just as I said earlier, if you drop the resolution maybe to 720p, you could profit from a more, let's say, fluid gameplay. At least in this case, as I said earlier, I want to set the bar at 1080p, see if we can get at least 1080p gaming. But I must also remind you that this is Windows emulation. All this is going through crossover or heroic, and of course there are multiple layers of a translation going on and emulation, so it's not native performance, and as expected, things aren't going to run nice and smooth. So Grand Theft Auto 4 here, once again with the Rockstar launcher, which is a little bit of a pain when setting up, but yeah, this is it, Grand Theft Auto 4 on the M2 MacBook Pro. Next, I bring up Frostpunk. Now, this was one of the last games I tested with the heroic launcher for crossover on the M1 MacBook Air. You guys can check that video out on my channel. And this game really pushed the M1 MacBook Air when I tried it. I tried it at 720p, everything at low. And, well, obviously, it would make the system throttle. It would go all the way up to 90 degrees. And in this case, since in theory we're profiting from active cooling, we're kind of seeing the same results. We're seeing that the system does heat up a lot. The fans do they do go up, and the system is almost using 30 watts of power. Now, what do we get in return? Well, in return we get anywhere between let's say 40 to 50 frames per second, and that is with the actual your city is empty. There's nothing built. Once you actually get like 4 or 5 hours into the game, and your whole civilization here, your whole city is, let's say, further developed than it is now, the frame rate should drop even more since there are more things to load on screen. Just as before, this is a GPU bound game, and as you guys can see, the GPU is maxed out at a 100%. So things will only go downhill from here once we actually advance in the game. Guys, this is Frostpunk on the M2 MacBook Pro. Here's another game I never get to run at a decent performance on the MacBooks. This is Call of Duty Black Ops. This game was released back on Xbox 360, PlayStation 3. And as you guys can see here, once again, well, it's running at 1080p, everything set at low, and it's a disaster in my opinion. Once we get out the door here and the combat starts, you'll see that the frame rates are going to drop like crazy. There's going to be tons of stuttering, and also temperatures are going to go up like crazy. Fans are just going to blast. Right now it's at like 90 some degrees, and in return we're getting a really poor frame rate. Right now it's running at 40-50 frames per second. But as you guys are going to see in a minute here, once we walk out of this bar in Cuba, it's just going to go crazy. The frame rate's going to drop a lot, and you're going to get lots of stuttering. So the game's like unplayable. But like just as I said earlier, this is Windows emulation, and you know, it uses many more resources than a native ARM game would. So, you know, this is expected, but it's always nice to see if, even given the same conditions, the systems perform better than previous. In this case, I would say that this is performing practically the same as the M1 MacBook Air did. Maybe it holds up a little better at this resolution, since, you know, we do have active cooling. And when I did all the testings for the MacBook Air, the resolution was set at 720p, since, you know, it was nearly impossible to get anything to run which wasn't native at 1080p. So guys, this is Call of Duty Black Ops on the M2 MacBook Pro.
Go, keep moving. Tango down. Behind us. This way, into the alley. Get to the car. Retiran! Reinforcements! Shit, too many of them. Bowman, cover our six. Contact down!
I will see you at the airstrip. Suerte, my friends.
Hit it, go! Get the fuck out of our way! ¡Necesitamos ayuda! Roadblock! See it. Floor it, Mason! Sigamos el juego! There's a compound. Carlos and his men should be hitting the airfield any minute. There's a signal. Now! Hook up. This is it. We ain't got time to waste.
Nice front. Keep it tight. Take him out.
Perfect. You're all focused on the airfield. Convoy ahead. Do not engage. Sit tight. Let him pass. You're out in the open! Medico! Tango's down! Got him!
Well, here we have another game that I usually test on Parallels. This time, I tried it with Steam through Crossover. This is Train Simulator. And, you know, right off the bat here, resolution is at 1600 by 900. And the game, you know, despite the fact of everything being set at low, which, you know, makes the game look like crap, it's actually playable. You know, we are getting anywhere between 25 to 35 frames per second. It doesn't seem to go below 25. And, you know, also it's using a lot of power, 20-25 watts. The temperatures go up like crazy. We're seeing 94, 95 degrees. So the fans are obviously going to ramp up. We're going to see that the system would lead to thermal throttling, but in this case it won't, since, you know, we have the active cooling. But all in all, in return, we're getting like really poor performance. I tested this game on the M1 MacBook Air on Parallels, and, you know, we had similar performance, and the resolution was set to 720p. So, you know, all in all, this is an improvement. However, you know, it's still not something I would consider enjoyable. You know, It's a simulator. Usually when you're playing a simulator, you like games to be fluid and nice graphics and everything looking, you know, you want all the bells and whistles. So, you know, despite the fact that the game is running, which is surprising, it's not doing so, at least in an enjoyable manner. So guys, this is Train Sim on Steam for the M2 MacBook Pro. So here we have Half-Life 2. I know this is an extremely old game from the beginning of the year 2000, but I really enjoyed it, and I like to test it since, you know, it's kind of like a benchmark for me, at least in my personal opinion. Usually back in the day when I were to purchase a new PC or any new PC part, the first thing I would do was to load Half-Life and just, you know, see how well it ran. So here we're seeing the game running at 1920 by 1080p. Everything is maxed out, and VSync is disabled. So in return, you know, what we're getting is an extremely warm system. You guys can see that the fans have already ramped up to around 5,000 RPMs. It's using tons of power, 27, 28 watts of power. The GPU's maxed out at almost a 100%. And, you know, one of the consequences of this is that when there's lots of stuff going on screen, lots of action, shooting, which we will see in a minute, the game stutters. It doesn't, it can't, let's say, hold up with the performance needed to have all of that going on. And all of this is probably avoidable just by locking the frame rate, just by enabling VSync to 60 frames per second, and the rest should be a piece of cake. Like, you know, right now it's dedicating so many resources just trying to achieve the highest frame rate, and if you cap it at 60, usually the remaining resources can be utilized to, let's say, do everything else that right now cannot do and is causing stuttering and the lag when there's lots of stuff going on screen. So guys, this is Half-Life 2 on the M2 MacBook Pro. As I mentioned earlier, one of the things I used to do once I purchased a new graphics card or added more RAM or even just upgraded my CPU was running this test. This test was a benchmark that they came out back in the day for Counter-Strike Source. However, Half-Life 2, Source, Counter-Strike Source, Day of Defeat Source, they all ran on the same engine. And, this was kind of like a benchmark back in the day for all types of systems. And, they kind of try to recreate lots of different scenarios that you would find throughout the game. And in this case, it's not doing that bad. Once again, 1920 by 1080p. Everything is maxed out. You guys can see we're getting the same performance that we did with the game, which is obvious since it's the same engine running. In the end, the frame rate, the average frame rate is at around 111 FPS. So yeah, same conclusion as before. Dropping it to 60 VSync enable shouldn't be a problem. Following up with the Source engine, we're testing out Counter-Strike Source. And as you guys can see here on screen, we're getting the exact same results as we did with the benchmark and Half-Life 2 itself, since, it's the same engine, same settings, and all in all, same results. And last, we have Age of Empires 2 HD Edition. This is the Steam version, running through crossover. Once again, here, all the games have been tested on crossover. And the thing is that this game is running at an approximate resolution of 1920 by 1080p. You really can't set the resolution in the game, but the results are kind of mixed. We're seeing that the game's not using that much CPU or GPU, and in return, we're getting a really weird frame rate. It's moving between 30 to 45 frames per second. It is using lots of power though, 15 watts for a game like this, but that's probably due to the emulation and translation going on in the background. Now, I tested this game before on Parallels with the M1 MacBook Air, and that did a much better job at running the game. So yeah, this is Age of Empires 2 on the M2 MacBook Pro. Guys, thank you for watching this video. I hope this has been helpful for all of you. Stay tuned for more content. After testing native games and games on crossover, I'm going to start with emulation. So guys, stay tuned as usual for more videos.
Today I'm bringing you a new video, which is actually, let's say, like the second part of the first video I did on Terraria 3 months ago. Now, when I published that video, when I actually made that video, I wasn't aware of how the game ran. I just tried it out for the first 10 to 15 minutes. And during these months, during this time, I've seen people post comments stating that they're not able to run their world, that they can't, let's say, replicate this performance. Now, what we saw in that video was what we're going to see here now in a second. It's just a brand new player in a brand new world where obviously nothing has been discovered, and hence there's nothing to be generated here, right? Like, of course the game's running at 60 FPS here. There's nothing to be shown here. Like, below us it's all black, and above us it's just the sky and a few trees, right? There's like basically nothing. So of course, once you start playing here, you see the temperatures hovering around 50 degrees. Everything looks nice. The CPU this, the memory that, and you actually think, hey, it's going to be a smooth experience. I'm going to be able to play this game. But no, that's not the thing. The thing is that I went on Google and I started looking for other worlds. And I came across this one, which is called Main World, that once you actually, well, props to the developer, once you actually get into the more densely populated area, you actually see that, hey, the M1 can't run this game. As you can see now, we're hitting, I don't know why, 80 something frames per second. But as soon as I hit that switch above us, here, come on, get on the platform. Bada bam, look at that, 16, 13, 12 FPS. You can't play the game. Like, the game just died. It's like, hey, what's going on here? 12 FPS. So this is what happened to many of the people that, I don't know, they just imagine, you buy your MacBook, brand new M1 MacBook, either the Air or the Pro, and you copy your saved file, that world that you've been working on for the past, I don't know, 5 months. You've put into it, I don't know, 500 hours of work, and you got everything nicely. Look at this. Look at the map. Look at that. There's like 6 floors. It's so populated. There's so many things here, like so many characters, so many elements, so many visual elements, so many things on screen that, yeah, you can tell that the M1 can't handle it. And it's not like the processor's like maxed out or it's like steaming hot at 100 degrees. No, it's just that in the graphics department, the M1 can't take all these visual elements on screen. It just can't do it. So that's why when I did this video 3 months ago, I started that brand new blank world where everything below me was black. Well, of course it ran 60 FPS. There was nothing to run there. But now that I've actually loaded someone else's world, and I'm able to see here that, hey, look at this, it's just lagging like crazy. Just like to point out the highlights of this video. To begin with, we do know that the game can run on the M1 MacBook Air. It will give you more than decent performance if you're starting your world. Second, if you're importing your world or you're trying to load your existing world from a different system which was more powerful, you're going to encounter problems. These problems can extend to a certain degree depending on how you developed your world. And third, we are, let's say, importing a world that was developed on a more powerful system. So actually, let's say while you're playing this game on the M1 Mac, you will start to actually feel that drop in performance as soon as you start like building and developing more of the areas. It's not going to be something sudden. Like here we went from 60 to 10 just because we loaded a world. Now, if we were to be playing this world during hours and hours and hours and hours, we would eventually feel and see that, hey, in this specific area, the FPS drop. Last but not least, I'd like to thank you for watching this video, for following me on this channel, and I hope to bring more content to the channel as soon as possible. Have a good one, guys. Hi guys, Derek for Dexter Gaming here with a new video. Thanks for stopping by, and for those of you who are new, welcome to the channel. Today I bring Train Simulator, developed by Dovetail Games for Microsoft Windows. Originally released in 2009 as Railworks, this game has evolved to become the reference when it comes to train simulation. The game is running on the ARM version of Windows 11 via Parallel 17, and is once again being translated from x86 to ARM code. Taking into account all these limitations, the game fares pretty well at 720p with all settings at low. The frame rate seems to be stable at around 40 to 50 frames per second, and thermals hovering around 70 degrees Celsius. There are some graphical glitches as we can see in the video, but it doesn't seem to affect gameplay or performance. Overall, the game is playable, although maybe not enjoyable. It is still very impressive to see a game like this run on a fanless 10-watt SoC. Enjoy the rest of the video. Please feel free to leave any thoughts or suggestions in the comment section, and check my playlists for other videos. Have a good one.
Resident Evil 4.
Excuse me.
¡Un forastero!
¡Te voy a hacer picadillo!
¡Os voy a romper a pedazos! ¡Detrás de ti, imbécil!
Hey everybody, Derek from MacGaming here with another video. Today I bring a user request for the channel, which is The Getaway for PlayStation 2 running on the Aether SX2 emulator on the M1 MacBook Air. Now, as you guys can see here on screen, resolution is set to 1080p, which translates at 1920 by 1344. When looking at system resources, well, we're seeing here, once again, the efficiency of the Aether SX2 emulator, since the CPU is hovering at around 20 to 25%, and, you know, it's only using around 600 megabytes of RAM. However, just as we saw yesterday with Scarface, we had to drop the resolution to 1080p, and at that resolution we're seeing that the temperature is already going up to around 70 to 75 degrees Celsius. I must say though that it doesn't go higher than this, so thermal throttling shouldn't be an issue when playing this game. I did test it for around 20 minutes, and I saw that, you know, during cutscenes the temperature would drop to the low 60s. So we do have some recovery there when looking at the temperatures. Now, all in all, guys, I've never played this game. I do have to say that at first I had a hard time driving. I believe steering is somewhat difficult. In addition to the fact that I didn't realize that we were playing here in the UK, so you have to drive on the left. I just kept crashing into cars since I'm used to driving on the right. But, you know, once I got past that, you know, everything went much better. All in all, guys, a great game for the PlayStation 2. Another really cool way to enjoy one of these PlayStation 2 classics. I did have to set the CRC fixed level to aggressive. Otherwise, there was this strange white fog going around. But, you know, once I did that, that fog disappeared and the game is looking nice and crisp. So guys, as usual, enjoy the rest of the video and stay tuned for more content. Thanks for watching.
You're in trouble now.
Unlucky, eh?
You are one lucky. He's mine! Charlie, here.
This is too much. Roadblocks. Shit, I better watch it. The filth got wind of that shooting back there.
Come on, what's the problem here?
From MP. Suspect armed. Mike Delta vicinity. Handle with extreme caution.
It's the Rosses.
Watch out, shit. sugar.
You idiot! Get off the fucking road! Hey, this is one way!
Urgent call. Vehicle driving dangerously. ARB are on their way. Hold on.
Hey, put... You so nuts. Do I look like a hero?
Hi guys, Derek for Dexter Gaming here with a new video. Thanks for stopping by, and for those of you who are new, welcome to the channel. Today we're revisiting Gran Turismo 4 for the PlayStation 2. Since the Metal API renderer was recently included for the PCSX2 emulator, and some of you have asked for performance in this regard, we will quickly assess how the game runs compared to my previous video. To begin, the game emulates slightly better, with higher frame rates than before, but it really boils down to which car and circuit is chosen. To demonstrate this, in the video you will see that different vehicles and scenarios are tested. If there's a lot to be rendered on screen, such as other players, buildings, and so on, the frame rate drops. When you're out in the clear, it runs much better. Rendering resolution is kept at the original 480p, since otherwise, these frame drops and stuttering make things worse. Regarding temperatures, it no longer heats up to the high 80s, as it did before with the software renderer. This is thanks to native rendering and a much more efficient use of resources. However, as you can see, the game is playable, but not very much enjoyable, since the stutters and sudden frame drops really make it a painful experience. Since this is the base model M1 MacBook Air, it only has 7 GPU cores. If the M1 Pro or Max is to be used, my bet is that performance would be vastly improved. Overall, this is an improvement compared to the software renderer. It seems as if emulation for the M1 Mac is on the right path. Future updates are expected, and hopefully we will soon see much better performance for this system. Enjoy the rest of the video. Please feel free to leave any thoughts or suggestions in the comment section, and check my playlists for other videos. Have a good one.
Hey everybody, Derek in the flesh here from MacGaming. Welcome to my first live stream. Today we're going to be testing a few games for the PlayStation 3 on the RPCS3 emulator that just don't seem to emulate, let's say, good enough to be an enjoyable experience, right? So we're going to give them a shot and let's get to it. To begin, here on the screen, we're going to launch the RPCS3 emulator. Let's get that running on the main screen here. Here we go. Yeah, I already got a bunch of games that I've been testing. As I said earlier, I've been trying so many games these days. Can't believe the amount of hours I've put into this. It's kind of crazy, actually. But I didn't know what to do. Like, I wasn't sure if I was supposed to make, let's say, like a specific video for each one of these games that don't emulate properly. I like to keep, let's say, on my channel, I want games that run smooth. I want to see games that people can actually play and enjoy on their Mac, especially the M1, right? So just to begin with here, well, I can't show you my, well, this is the M1 Mac. Like, everybody can tell, right? If you've been following my videos on the channel, you know this is the M1 Mac. So one of the first games I want to try is Silent Hill. Because yesterday I was pretty close to, you know, using it as a game to actually show you guys that it was playable. And it was playable to a certain extent, but there were some issues with the shaders and stuff. So let's get into it and let's have a look. Let's see if it runs. Okay, now the emulator is actually quite buggy. We'll all see that in a few seconds. Like, things usually just crash, or, you know, I find myself just like forcing quit the whole thing. Now, I'm not sure how sound is doing, how we're doing on the sound side, so things could be loud. Just in case anybody complains, I'd like to know, you know. So, as you can see here, the game starts pretty well. Like, I'm actually in the menu, where we can actually emulate the game, right? And I'm using here the PlayStation 4 controller. This is kind of loud for me. I'm not sure for you guys, so I'm gonna drop my volume a bit here. Okay, so we're in the main menu. I'm not sure you guys can see we're hitting 30 frames per second. Not bad, right? Like, everything looks like it's gonna be fine. So we're gonna hit new game here. But as you can see already on the screen, we already got some flickering here with the shaders, right? Like, that was the first hint I saw that, like, okay, this isn't gonna be a smooth experience. What else are we gonna see, right? So let's just tell the game we want to continue playing. I'm not sure what the resolution is set at, probably 720p, all the settings at default, the usuals, right? So loading times are fast, sound is good, but you'll see what happens. Like, I got a lot of random clicks. Now look at the textures here in the background. They suddenly loaded, right? And now look at the shaders on the player. Like, we got these circle style shaders, like, moving in and out. Like, the game looks pretty nice, right? It looks like it's smooth. It looks like everything's, you know, like, but there you go. Once again, we had some stuttering there, and definitely the shaders, there's something going on with the shaders. Same thing here. Like, we can see textures popping in, popping out. Not really sure what's going on, but at least at first glance, it seems like the game is running. Now look at the player's feet. Like, the shader isn't being properly rendered.
All right, Murphy, it's all set.
See it on the player.
Make it quick, huh? Follow me.
While we're walking along the corridor, we can see how the let's say his number on his back, it blurs in and out. So I'm not really sure what's going on here with the textures. Also here,
come on, Murphy, stop screwing around. I don't have all day.
That white light in the cell starts flickering, right? If we move back and forth. Oh, it's not a cell actually. It's just another hallway. But the thing is that it flickers, right? Like, anyway.
Come on, Murphy, keep up.
Moving along, we can see once again here on the bottom that, well, the shaders aren't rendering properly, and that's another one of the issues that I encountered with this game. Other than that, like, look at that, 30 FPS.
He's all yours now. Make it quick, Cupcake. Hey, almost forgot. I left you a little present on the bench.
Let's check out the RAM here.
Have fun.
The emulator is using about 3 gigabytes of RAM, so, like, all this is pretty normal. So let's just see, look at that, look at the player. The textures are just like flashing in and out. So we're getting a lot of glitches here. And then on the walls here, the lockers, Now the guy said we had something special around here to pick up, but now things slowly seem to get up hand. Like, to interact with doors, okay, press X. So we press X, we open the door. Look at that. Look at all that glitching with the shades on the floor, right? Like, it's just not running properly. And usually around here, when I was doing my testing yesterday, the game completely crashed on me. Like, I was unable to record any footage because the game just kept on crashing. Okay, so let's see. Let's just keep moving on. We'll play here for a little while. Now, this door's closed. Unlock. It's not working. I've never played this game. I am a fan of Silent Hill, and I do enjoy the story very much. But and I'm expecting a Silent Hill for this generation, right? Like, I guess we all are. I'm not really sure what to do here. I'm supposed to listen to the guy. I'm not sure if he's a janitor or something. Oh wait, there's something here. Okay, okay. So I guess. Okay, so the water is rendering nicely. The steam is rendering, but once again, we got that glitching on the floor. Look at all the glitching on screen here. It's crazy, right? I don't know what he's saying. Like, I'm not really paying attention. I should be, but I'm not. Like, let's just check this over here. There doesn't seem to be anything. But you guys get the point here with the game, right? Like, it's obvious that despite the fact that the game is rendering and we are getting a nice 30 FPS, at least stable. Oops, the mouse is in the way there, sorry. We got a lot of glitching here. Like I said earlier, the game did crash on me, but now it doesn't seem like it's crashing, and I'm going around in circles here. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do. I was supposed to pay attention to the janitor, as I said earlier, and I didn't, so, you know, maybe we should just call it a day with this game, right? I'm going to check the lockers here just in case. I'd like to move on to something else, but this is kind of weird. Not really sure. Okay, wait. Maybe I got to check something out around here. Maybe I got to jump. I don't know if anybody knows how this game works. Like, it would be really awesome to know. Can I jump here? No, yes, no. But hey, we get the idea, right? Like, the game renders, frame rate is nice, but all in all, we got all this glitching going on. So, you know what? We're just going to move on to the next game. So that was Silent Hill Downpour, which, you know, was rendering pretty nice. And now I'm going to show you a game I tried this morning, earlier today. It's Little Big Planet, right? And one would think that Little Big Planet would run, you know, like flawlessly, right? Well, no, it doesn't. First, you have to set specific settings. Second, you have to update it to the version 1.21 at least.
Little Big Planet,
and even when you complete all of those things, you get a game, as you can see right now, where part of the textures and the geometries aren't being rendered properly.
Now, to move around,
and as you can see now, we're going through the tutorial. We're going through the first. I'm sure you've played this game previously.
Push it a little for
look how
tippy toes,
the actual,
or push it all the way to run like you're sacking depends upon it. And don't forget your 3 J's.
You know, they're separated,
jump,
right? They're not
jump.
together, and you can see.
Give the action button a short, sharp press for a small hop, or hold it down for a huge, boundy leap.
Useful tool since some Swiss bloke welded a knife and a screwdriver together.
There's not much more to see here.
So let's have a semi-shift.
That's another game that Little Big
Use
Planet
the
is
left
another
stick
game
to go through the various icons on the Poppet main menu.
It emulates, but it doesn't render properly.
Press
right?
Action
and
to choose.
On top of that,
for now, choose
use, like,
Customize Character.
Look at the
This takes you to your Customize Character pages,
78%,
where you can have a rummage about to find a new style of sack material. Use the left stick to select something that says...
Let's move on to another game. Let's test another game. Now, Demon's Souls is a game that I thought I was going to be able to render. I'm not sure. I might have to adjust specific settings for this game. But I tried Demon's Souls, the first one, which is this one, and I tried Demon's Souls 2. And they have these issues where it seems like the game is out of focus, right? It's like where everything is supposed to be nice and crisp and sharp. Instead you're getting this like blurred out image, And like, even though the game is rendering and even seems playable, just due to the fact that everything's kind of like blurred out, it's just like, it's not worth a game to be played on, at least through the emulator, right? So let's see if we can actually get into the game. I might have to adjust. I might have to actually exit the game and adjust. There's a specific setting. Okay, I can't load a game because oh, here we go. We're doing the tutorial. So, onto the loading screen. Now you'll see what I'm talking about here. Let's see if I can. So look at this. Look at all the issues that we're having on screen. First, we're having some horizontal lines that are showing up on the screen. Second, look at the player. Just look at how it seems to be. Like some parts of his armor are being rendered in a more sharp, crisp manner, where others are just totally blurred out. Like, gameplay seems to be fine. It's running at 30 frames per second. We got CPU 60%. There's some sound stuttering, but usually that's because the CPU isn't powerful enough. However, it's just I don't really know how to play this game, so guys gotta excuse me. Look at that! Look at that! Look at all that stuttering. I wouldn't be surprised if the game crashes right now. Okay, the frame rate dropped. It's completely stuttering, like it just died on us. The game just died. There's nothing to do here. So, I'm gonna force quit the game. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make sure that that specific setting was activated, because, you know, all of these games, they have their own specific settings. Like, there's a general guidelines when it comes to settings, but many games, that you have to adjust things individually. So we're going to go here into the configuration, and we're just going to, oh yeah, it was activated. You see here, right, color buffers. Down here it says required for Demon Souls. So that's Demon Souls. Like, we're going to boot it up once more just to, you know, double check in case someone is joining in right now. But yeah, it's a pity, because this game, you know, it would be really nice. It would be awesome to play it on the M1 Mac. Like, we're talking about a fanless, really light and portable laptop that's already giving us all this power, you know. And there's tons of games. Like, there's tons of people on YouTube that are already doing tons of reviews for all the games. But on top of that, if you have the option to emulate, like, oh my God, like, your catalog, that you got a huge, immense amount of games to play if you include emulation. And as you've already seen on my YouTube channel, well, you can emulate games for PlayStation 2, the original PlayStation, the GameCube. GameCube has a lot of games, and there's a lot of fun games there. And the Dolphin emulator is, like, it's really nice. You get much higher resolutions. And let's skip this here. Let's move on once again. Start button. We're gonna load. Oh yeah, it's telling us that we can't go into the online mode, obviously. We don't want that. Sorry, the mouse is in the way again. Moving on. Okay, so once again, we're getting the same issues. It's such a pity. Like, this is what really bothers me. A game that's actually, like, rendering nicely, there's no way to play it. I'm really bad at this game. You guys really gotta excuse me. I can't even hit this guy. Like, that's how bad I am. Okay. Now this is where the game crashed just a few moments ago. Let's move on. Okay. It's not crashing. Reading a message. I'm not gonna read it just in case. All in all, you guys can already see the game is unplayable. I wouldn't consider this more messages. Just moving around. And the game, it's like, it's not smooth, right? Like, okay, there, it just died. It just crashed once again. I don't know why. Like, it's just emulation in its early stages, right? So that's Demon Souls on PS3 for the RPCS3 emulator on the M1 MacBook Air. Like, there's not much that can be done there. Now, I read somewhere that someone wanted to see how Skate 3 ran. Now, I've come to see some, like, the same problems with EA games that are being emulated on the PS3 for this specific emulator. Well, there's no other emulator, of course. Anyway, on the M1 Mac, like, there seems to be tons of sound stuttering. And we'll see right away, like, the game renders fine, but it's just the sound, I guess the CPU or whatever, it can't keep up with the performance that's needed. So I tried adjusting for hours. Like, I adjusted tons of things. I really couldn't get the game to work. And you'll see, like, look at this. Okay, we're in game right now. Some things are stuttering. There's a few glitches here and there. It's running at 31 FPS. I think it's a game that's meant to be played at 60. Like, I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like it's lagging at 30. Like, it went up to 40 something. But if you guys can hear that, the sound, it's just cracking and stuttering, and there's really not much more to it. Like, as I said yesterday in my video on Alpha Protocol, there are some games that render nicely. Like, this is one of them, 30, 40 FPS. Like, okay, it's playable. It's running on the M1 Mac, yeah. Well, look at this. Look at this. Look at the CPU. Now, the sound stuttering is clearly that the CPU can't keep up with this. The CPU right now is at 97, 98%. Like, it's totally maxed out. The M1 is struggling to keep up with the emulation. Like, I've done tons of things on my Mac, and I've never seen it running at like 98 to 99%. Like, the emulator is using about 560%. And when it comes to RAM, we're at 3.33 gigabytes. So, you know, it's a pity because this game, I've seen other YouTube users actually emulate this game on Mac, and it is playable for them, but obviously they're using the more powerful M1 Pro and M1 Max, which obviously have more cores, more GPU cores, and more RAM. And that's exactly what this game lacks right now on this emulator. However, like, as we all know, we are in the early stages, so, you know, it's already pretty cool that the game is running, but the sound just can't keep up. And on top of that, like, the frame rate, it's not real smooth, but, well, I'm not sure if this game has shades, but you can see that the shade is rendering on his skateboard, but not on the ground. So, like, as I said earlier, like, here, the light post does have a shade, the trees do have shades, but the player doesn't. So there's lots of stuff here that's going on, and all in all, like, the CPU just can't keep up. Look at that 98% there. It's really maxed out. There's not much you can do. So that's Skate 3 for the PlayStation 3. And let's move on to another game. Cross Edge. Now, this is a game that I tried yesterday. Really cool game. And at first I thought it was running A-okay, no problem. Okay, we're having an issue here with the emulator. I have to adjust some settings, so we're going to force quit. But anyways, as I was saying earlier, it seems like a really cool game. And at first I thought it was running. Like, I don't know how these games are supposed to run. It's the first time I'm trying them. I never had the PlayStation 3. I'm more of an Xbox guy. Like, here's my Xbox controller. But this game, let's see, I gotta force quit this. Okay. Let's see, let's get this running again. Now we gotta adjust a few settings. Let's just make sure here. I'm gonna try this recompiler. And okay, that's that. No, that's good. We'll get rid of this. We'll get rid of that. And that. Okay, let's give it a shot now. Okay, now it's running. Like, I know all the settings by heart. Yesterday, I spent over 15 hours trying tons of things. For real. So, I wasn't sure how to, like, show everybody how all these games ran on the M1 Mac. Like, obviously, it is a powerful SoC, but it has its limits, obviously. And it has no active coding. So, as I said, you know, you jump into the game, it's running at 60 FPS, processor, everything seems fine. And let's hit Continue? Okay, no save. So we gotta start over. No problem. We'll start over. Look at that, everything. It's like, this is promising, right? Like, wow, it's gonna run. But,
there are a myriad of thoughts in the world.
Okay, let's get past the intro, blah, blah, blah. Never played this game. It seems pretty cool. Now, here's where you can start seeing the... I'm not sure but you'll see in a minute here. Okay, there you go. You can see that the two characters in the background there are kind of blurred out.
Where am I?
I thought that was part of the game, so I actually went on YouTube.
Miko!
For some other videos, people actually gameplays of this game. And
hey, are you
like,
okay?
No, it's not supposed to be.
Miko!
It's supposed to be nice and sharp. But the funny thing is that, you know, these characters that are showing up on
Can you stand?
They are sharp and everything's running fine.
Yeah,
and
I
50,
think
60
so.
FPS and the CPU isn't doing that bad, you know. And, well, temperatures are at 90 degrees Celsius, which is pretty rough for the system, you know. It is found. But no, it's a pity because this is one of those games that I thought that was actually going to run fine, and I was going to be able to actually, you know,
where's Troy?
Record footage, you know, edit a video and upload it.
We
to
were
my
headed
channel.
home when...
But like the whole thing about the background
What's
being
wrong?
blurred
Why are
out,
you yelling?
it's just it's you know, battles here, you know, things going fine.
What the hell?
But
what are these monsters?
What?
You know what? I'll tell you.
Miko.
Anyhow.
What?
There's much more to say here. I don't even like the hood, it's nice and sharp.
I don't even have to think about it.
The actual gameplay, that background there, which is now actually the full screen, the characters are blurry, and that is just, you know, it's... No, I don't want to do it. If you look at that, you can see that the information that's it's just the actual game is blurred out, and this is kind of like what we saw early on in Soul. It's like, and I had no way of fixing this. I tried hundreds of different types of adjustments. I went on for, but this is a game that runs properly. You'll see here in a second that this is a game that runs with no problem. Go on to the RPCS3 forums on their site, and they'll say it's compatible 100%. But it's compatible 100% for PC. We do have that translation from Vulcan to Metal anyways. Okay, so let's move on to another game that I tested this morning. Beowulf. Now I might have to go back and adjust a few settings, maybe not, depending on... Okay, so this game's by Ubisoft. Starts pretty nice. Seems promising. All games seem promising. Dolby Digital, PhysX. Okay, so far so good. You know, one would say, yay, you know, we made it. Another game. It's running. No. Yesterday was crazy. I don't know how many times I went through this. Okay, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Let's get through. Come on. Okay. Now it's loading. Like, you know, one would think that, hey, you know, it's running. Okay. Woo. Frame rate's at 60 FPS right now. CPU 53%. Loading. Now, I did also see that from time to time you do have to quit the emulator because it starts hogging up lots of RAMs. To dump all that, you just, you know, exit and start over again. Okay, so we already saw some.
Okay, with that, we get the picture. First one to reach the banner wins. Go ahead and get my head start with that.
Already we're having
Never
some
makes a
issues
difference
with
anyway.
loading.
Ready, steady, go! This time, victory's
Now the sound's back. Come on, move it. Now it's black. There's more. Now it's all black again. I'm not sure if it's a matter of shades here or if it's a matter of textures. The sound is cracking.
Who's the hero now, Beowulf?
There you go. You can see that there's problems with the audio as well. Okay, now just let me move.
That's the boy, Beowulf.
Okay, look.
Show them who's
like,
in charge.
Look at the floor. Look at all the glitching on the floor. Yeah. So this is one of those games that, you know, it does seem playable, but there's just too much glitch.
How does it feel?
And the sound.
Beowulf?
Crazy. What am I supposed to do? I'm not really sure. Okay, yeah, I'm supposed to climb to swing. Okay, no. Well, you know, I'm no good at these type of games, and you guys can probably tell. Anyways, you know, it served my purpose. I've shown you what's going on. There's problems with the shades, textures, glitching, and the sound. Like, there isn't much more to be said here. We'll quit this game. We'll move on to another one. So we've already tried Silent Hill, Skate 3, Little Big Planet, Demon Souls, Cross Edge, and Beowulf, or Beowulf. Now we're going to try Fight Night Champion. Now, as I said earlier, what's going on with EA games? Well, I've seen, I also tried another, what was the other game I tried earlier? NHL. We'll try that game we'll try that game after this one, and you'll see that it also has the same problems. Now, in this case, I think it's a matter of CPU. I just think the M1 isn't powerful enough to render this game on the emulator. Like, you'll see. So in a moment now, you'll see how the CPU just goes all the way up to like 99, 100%. And then, you know, you'll hit the thermal throttling, and it's just a disaster, right? Like, it's still building the cache. Is it? Sometimes it stalls here, and you have to like reboot the emulator. Sometimes you just have to wait. I tried to have all the cache, like everything already in cache before starting this video, so we wouldn't have to wait here, because it does take some time. Luckily, the M1 Mac has a very fast SSD, very fast RAM, and it's asking me for
EA Sports.
So you guys can already tell here, just with the EA Sports logo, it sounds cracking up. Yeah, like it's not working. And I can fix that. Like, I've been able to adjust a few settings to actually get those videos to render properly, where there would be like no cracking sound and stuff. But it doesn't matter. Like, once you actually get into the game, you can actually tell that the M1 lacks the performance needed to actually run the game. And you'll see that in a few moments now. Tyson, Tony, Boardwalk Hall. Let's get to it. Okay, so you'll see right away, once it starts loading the actual arena, it's going to lag like crazy. And I don't think it's because of the emulation. I think it's just because, you know, at this current stage where we are right now, you know, optimization and all that stuff, it just can't push it forward. Look at that. Look at the CPU. Like, I'm not sure you guys can see it on screen. It's hitting 100%. It's at 100%. Look at that. It's just crazy. Like, the RPCS3 process is taking up almost 600% CPU time. I've never seen my M1 Mac maxed out like this. And, you know, I've done tons of things. We do video editing, transferring files, playing games at 4K resolution while streaming, all that stuff. And I've never seen the M1 Mac suffer so much. Like, the M1 Mac on the MacBook Air, sorry, I do have to specify, because this is the fanless version, right? So, look at that, 99%, 100%. The CPU right now is at 91 degrees and climbing, and that's the die average. Like, if you go look closer to the SoC dies, we'll see that they're at 93 and climbing. The efficiency cores are at 90%, and the performance cores are at 95%, and so on. Like, this game, like, I've never seen anything put so much pressure on my M1. Now, the game does seem to render decently, at least. I'd say look at the character models, they look fine. The textures look okay. There could be some glitching with the shades, but like the game's obviously unplayable. Like it's rendering at what, 14 frames per second, and anytime now it's gonna drop like crazy because we're gonna hit thermal throttling. Obviously, like I wouldn't be surprised if my stream on YouTube is affected. I'm gonna check it out. Let's see. No, it seems to be running fine. But anyways, still, like, look at that. 12 frames per second, 13 frames per second, CPU at 99%. Like, the game looks nice if you're looking at it. So, if you were to have the M1 Pro with the extra cores, or the M1 Max, with, like, double or triple the amount of cores that this one has, like, and the fans, like, with active cooling and all that, like, sure, like, I'm sure that laptop would render this game no problem. I just saw some glitching there on Mike Tyson. Look at him. You can see how his neck is, there's some spacing between his neck. Look at that. Yeah, and his face as well. But obviously, like, I can imagine that the CPU is just cracking up. Like, the GPU and CPU are cracking up. I'm going to quit the game because it's going to kill my computer prematurely. So that was Fight Night Champion, as we saw. It's just too much. It's too much for the M1 Mac. There's like not much we can do about it there. I would need a more powerful system, at least the M1 Pro or the M1 Max, to be able to render these games properly. Now, all of the games that I'm rendering here today are games that, on the RPCS3 website, on their wiki, the information that they give is that these games are fully compatible. As I said earlier, these games have been tested on much more powerful systems with dedicated graphics. Now, the purpose of this video and the videos that I'm uploading, the content that I'm uploading to my channel, its purpose is to show which games are playable and enjoyable on the M1 Mac. Like if you're on the go, if you're at home, if you're at a hotel and you just want to take your controller with you and your MacBook Air, and just be able to play a game. Now, I did say that I wanted to try NHL, so I'm gonna have to load that here from my SSD. Let's see if it works. Oh no, come on. It has to compile. If it has to compile, we're gonna be here for a short while. Oh well, we're going to have to wait. Yeah, we're just going to have to wait. There's nothing we can do. However, I can show you how all these games do render properly. So we go to the RPCS3, we go to compatibility, for example, and as I said earlier, let's see here. We tried Skate 3. So we go here to their website, we type in Skate 3, and we can see that Skate 3 is completely playable. You can even click into their wiki and they'll tell you. Oh wait, there actually are some adjustments that I haven't taken into account. We're going to wait for this to compile, and we'll actually, you know what, we're going to go back to this game because I'm not sure I actually adjusted these settings on the emulator, so I'd like to try that again. However, as we saw like moments ago, the game, I think it's just too much for the processor. Then we also tested out Silent Hill Downpour. So we go here and we type in Silent Hill. And voila, we have Silent Hill Downpour, same story. And I did adjust this resolution scale threshold, but it didn't make a difference. Like we still had that glitching that we saw at the beginning of this video, right? So I really didn't want this to happen, but it's happening. So we're just gonna have to wait here for a while. What else can I show you guys? Demon Souls, we saw Cross Edge, Silent Hill, Skate 3. NHL is what we're going to test now. Midnight Club, that didn't even run. Like if you go here and you you search for it, Midnight Club, you can see that the game is an in-game. That means like you can actually load the game, but the game will crash. If you walk into the wiki, you'll find out that, yeah, well, obviously there are some settings, but I couldn't get past the loading screen. Like it would just crash on me. So no good there. Nothing to do with that one. This is really annoying me. 51 out of 226. Let's just hope it speeds up a little more. Really sorry, guys, that I have you waiting here for this. But, yeah, that's that. Now, also moving on to, what's it called? Cross Edge, for example. Cross Edge, right? So we go to Cross Edge, check it out here. Look at that. They don't even have a wiki. That's how well, that's how, you know, that's how good the game runs. Yeah. People, you know, like some graphical issues, blah, blah, blah. But you can actually see that it's playable. Like people say, hey, this is playable. But then again, people are testing these games on really powerful systems. Like we're talking about PS3 emulation. Obviously, it's going to be powerful systems, right? What else we got here? Euro version playable. I'm not even sure the version I have. How's this going? 68 out of 226. Okay, it's going way too slow. There's really not much more I can do about it. Let's see how the configuration is going. Recompiler. Yeah, you know what? We're going to hold. I didn't want to have to wait. But I can show you a small preview on a video that I'm working on now. It's for, it's on Tekken Tag Tournament, right? I did a video a few days ago. Let's look for it on my channel here. Let's go to YouTube. Okay. So you guys can see here, I did a video on Tekken Tag. Not that one. Here we go, Tekken Tag Tournament. And yeah, this is Tekken Tag Tournament on the PlayStation 3. Looks pretty cool, right? Like, looks nice. Well, there was this specific user, D4DOA. He actually pointed me in the right direction. He showed me how to get the game running on the PlayStation 2 emulator, which is right here, the PCSX2, with specific hacks to force the game into progressive mode. Because I didn't know that all the games were hard-coded in the interlaced mode. So all games are running natively at 480i, which is interlaced. And that's why when we actually emulate these games, like, let's see, let's actually emulate the game. While the other thing, like, this is how powerful the M1 Mac is, right? Like, look at this. Like, we're streaming, we're emulating, we're compiling, we're doing all this in real time, live on YouTube. And, you know, the M1 can push all of this and more. So that's why I was surprised when I was showing you guys earlier that game, the, what's it called? Night Fighter, blah, 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 blah. Fight Night, sorry. When I saw Fight Night, which was pushing the M1 all the way up to, what you call it, 100%, I was like, okay, like, this is unheard of. Like, this is crazy. So let's go to PS2. Nothing there. Okay, no problem. So let's go here. PS2. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Oh, actually, you know what? We've got some new games here I haven't tested. Let's try this one. Kingdom Hearts. Let's give this a shot. Yeah, so this is kind of crazy, eh? Like, right now, we're emulating Kingdom Hearts for the PlayStation 2. Wow. This thing is compiling, streaming to YouTube, live, all of this combined on the M1 Mac. Now, come on, that's crazy, isn't it? I think it's amazing. Now, I'm not really sure how this game... Okay, so I need to pair my controller because it's not detecting my controller for the PS4 controller. So let's just pair this for a second here. Let's give it a shot. Okay, a few seconds Hearts here. Bear with me. Okay. Since I didn't have a contingency plan, well, we're just gonna try Kingdom Hearts. So let's get that controller connected. This is a generic Bluetooth controller I purchased for the Yo, hey, Azan Khan, how's it going? Which game? Which game goes 100%? This Kingdom Hearts. If you're still there, let me know. I had a glance at the chat right now. Okay, so as I said earlier, Kingdom Hearts, PlayStation 2. Nothing much, bro. We're testing a few games here for the PlayStation 3 emulator on the M1 Mac. And so far, we've tested games like Skate 3. We've tested Silent Hill Downpour. We also tested Little Big Planet, Fight Night, Demon Souls, Cross Edge, and Beat. And yeah, exactly. Mostly all games that are playable. Obviously, I wanted to test games that do run on PlayStation 3, but as I said earlier, they run on much more powerful systems, you know, such as Intel's with dedicated graphics and all that. Right? So right now we're in the middle of compiling NHL 11, which is almost done, and since it takes a while, I decided to boot up some Kingdom Hearts on the PlayStation 2 just to see if this is actually playable. So we're gonna do that right now. I think it's pretty awesome. Like, look at this. Like I said earlier, we're compiling the PlayStation 3 game on the emulator. We're gonna run this one on the PS2. I'm streaming live, talking to you, talking to whoever's here in the chat, you know, and it's just amazing the power of the M1 now. I like before owning this one, I bought the 2019 MacBook Pro with the i5, 8th generation, blah blah blah, all that stuff. And the thing is that it was like I felt scammed once the M1 came out. I really felt scammed. Just performance-wise and battery-wise, and 2019 it still had that what's it called, the butterfly keyboard, I think it was, and I was already having issues with it, so I traded it in for the MacBook Air.
I've been having these weird thoughts lately.
Maybe this, maybe not. Well, yeah, like you have the Ryzen 3 3100.
Like, is any of this for real?
What's your graphics card? Like, do you also own a Mac or? We don't want no copyright issues. Am I getting copyright infringement? Oh wait, it's still sounding. No. There we go. And it's not allowing me to skip the game, so we're just gonna wait here. Bear with me for a second. Yeah, I'm probably going to get copyright infringement. Why isn't it? Is it my controller? Or is the game just like that? I've never played Kingdom Hearts, so... This was a PlayStation exclusive game back in the day when I had the 360, so... Now it's on the Xbox. I even think it's on Pass, but anyway. I don't really care. I just wanted to oh, come on. Gotta wait. It's a matter of patience here. No, there's nothing I can do. Okay. Anyways, the The NHL is almost compiled, so any moment now we'll be able to get into this game. And back to the to what we were talking about, back to how these games don't render properly on the M1, therefore we can't like really enjoy them. Okay, Kingdom Hearts, come on. Pause. Okay, so the controller is working fine, so we just had to go through the whole intro video. Anyway, enough. Back to NHL. Enough. That was enough. Like, we'll get back to the PlayStation 2 emulator some other time. So now I'm just gonna give you guys audio back on the computer. And now while it's building the SPU cache, we're gonna quickly check here on their site that the game does work. As you can see here, NHL. We're moving in. Here we go. NHL 11 playable. It doesn't even have a wiki. Some people complain this and whatnot, but hey, the game runs. So now that it's almost compiled, everything's ready, we're going to jump into the game and we're going to start seeing what this is about. Now, yesterday I had to try so many configurations, so many, different types of settings to get the actual game.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Now you can start hearing that there's a bit of cracking. The sound is starting to stutter. And once we're actually in the game, it's much worse. You'll see in a second now. Press the start button. So here we go. Start. Okay. Make sure you guys can see this. Wow, it's almost been an hour here. Cool. Okay. It's my first live video on YouTube, so excuse me if...
Welcome to EA Sports NHL 11. We want to get you on the ice right away, but first we need to get some info from you.
Okay, so up until here, it seems like, it's running, but you can already hear, you can already tell there's some stuttering. Okay, I'm going to get copyright infringement once again.
All right, let's see how you shoot the puck.
Now look at
We're
this.
going to start with
The
the
game is
snapshot.
rendering at
To
60
take a
FPS.
snapshot,
The player?
move the right stick up. Give it a go.
Everything's nice and smooth. It's
Now
just the
let's
sound
take a
that's stuttering.
slap shot.
And I read
Perform
on,
a slap shot, move the right stick back, then forward. Once you have
I read on
completed the
forums that
slap
this is
shot,
due to
you
the
are
CPU
ready
not
to
being
move on to
powerful
the
enough.
next drill.
Back and forth. Back and forth. So let's just keep on moving until we get to the game.
You can shoot.
When it drops to 30
Let's
FPS,
see
it
how
seems
you
like the
aim
game's
the
going
puck.
to run, right? And I tried that yesterday.
Use the left stick to aim while you shoot.
I tried, like
Hit
limiting the
all
frame rate
4
to
targets in the
30
net to
FPS.
finish the
I tried
drill.
so many things. Literally, I spent like over 15 hours trying tons of things, and like nothing worked. But yeah, well, the games work. You can really see that the game's running here. The game's running at 60 FPS. The CPU, if you want to drop to 30, everything drops.
Let's
CPU
see
drops.
how good you are at dropping the gloves.
Okay, dropping the gloves.
To start a
See, the
fight,
sound is
tap
totally
or
broken.
press the triangle button.
Oh. Okay, it seems to be dying.
Move the left stick right or left to dodge punches. To
But
throw a
the
punch,
game seems like,
the
it's...
right stick forward in the direction of your opponent's head in relation to the screen. To get more power in your punch, move the right stick back and hold it. Then move it forward to the punch.
We get the point here. I'm supposed to be trapped.
Block the punch. Press and hold the L2 button. Move the left stick down to tug on an opponent's jersey.
Okay. Which jersey? It's a pity because the game, it runs pretty nice. But the sound is totally broken. So not enough So that's NHL for you. Like the sound is totally broken. There's not much to do here. The game does render fine. You guys can see that we're hitting 60 FPS. Now the CPU is almost maxed out. It's running at 88%. It's pretty stressful for the M1. Temperatures are at, look at that. Look at those cores there. It's pretty maxed out. And RAM is at 5 gigabytes. 5 gigabytes. Now the system has 8 gigabytes of RAM. So we're gonna actually see how much page file is being used right now. Because those are one of the things that you gotta bear in mind on the M1 Mac. It doesn't have that much RAM, so it uses part of the SSD as page file. 1 gigabyte of page file. And that's, it's constantly writing and reading from the SSD, which does have its share of wear and tear on the SSD. Just gotta keep that in mind. So it's using it's totally crazy. 5 gigabytes of RAM, maxing out the CPU. That's enough, I think we've had enough of this game for now. And the last game I want to try with you guys today is, I'm not sure if it's Just Cause. Okay, let's go. Please be compiled. No, it's not compiled. It doesn't matter. We'll do the same thing we did earlier. We'll get that, we will, what you call it? Oh, well, this will be fast, probably. I was going to start up the PS2 emulator, but it might not be necessary. So, just to recap here a little bit with everybody, just in case anybody's joining in right now. We've tried the following games on the M1 Mac, and they do not run. Well, they run, they emulate, but you can't play the game. We tried Skate 3. We tried Silent Hill Downpour. We just tried NHL 11. Midnight Club doesn't even run. We'll try that later on. You'll see it just crashes. It won't get past the loading screen. Little Big Planet, it runs and emulates, but the frame rate is just too poor, and there's problems with the shades and all that. Fight Night Champion, the game, it runs, it renders properly, but the sound is broken and it demands too much on behalf of the CPU, so it's lacking power. Demon Souls, we got the same problem. We got graphical issues here. We got texture issues, some weird glitching stuff. The game just crashes on us, so there's nothing to do here. Cross Edge seems like a very promising game, but not much to do here either. Remember, the background was kind of blurred out, so it wasn't worth it. Beowulf, the same thing. The game runs, but we got glitches and issues with textures, with shading. None of that worked. So all of these games that are being tested here, the thing is that it's not enjoyable. So there's no point in actually, just uploading individual videos of these games. And in due time, I want to set up a web page where we're actually start specifying which games of the PS3 do run on the M1 Mac. And since this is the entry-level M1 Mac with this 8-core CPU, 7-core GPU, well, our performance is limited, right? Like, there's so much you can do, and it's not much more. So now it's compiling the PPU modules, and you know what? I'm not sure if we should wait, or maybe we should try to boot up the PS2 emulator. Let's see. Let's boot up the PS2 emulator. This time we're not going to run Kingdom Hearts, just while we're waiting here, right? Just to keep you guys a little busy. So I wanted to try Killzone. I'm not sure if Killzone works, but let's give it a shot. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Like, I tried running Killzone on the PS3 and it didn't work. Like, just like as that user said earlier, we're trying games that have been confirmed to run on the PC. But since this whole emulation for PlayStation 3 on the M1 Mac, it's all new. Well, we just got to try. Trial and error, right? So here we go. We're booting up Killzone for the PlayStation 2. Let's see how it renders. Let's get the controller. Okay. Oh, damn. I keep hitting the wrong button. That's the bad thing about having generic controllers. developed by Gorilla. Okay. I'm gonna drink some water. I've been talking for an hour now. Killzone on the PlayStation 2. Yeah, might as well eat some carrots here. Okay, so. Extras game. Campaign. Okay. Select. Look at that. It's lagging already. So, I might be doing something wrong here with the emulation. Anybody see this or anybody see this later on?
This comms are getting worse.
Anyone else receiving? Pointed out I have to do some hacking whatnot adjustments.
Shit!
I would really appreciate it.
What do we do, sir?
Because as you're going to see now, it's going to lag like crazy. Now this is compiling in the background, and it's not. I don't think it's due to resources. Like I don't think the game, I don't think Killzone is lagging now because we're lacking resources. I don't think it's because of that. I just think that I might be doing something wrong because this is on the metal.
Open fire!
Just look. I'm not even sure. Let's get into adjustments here. Let's see what's going on. Let's get to graphical settings. I'm not sure if there's anybody here in the chat that can. No, there's nobody here right now. So let's see. Native resolution. I think it's all at low. Like there ain't much more. There's nothing else to do here. Texture filtering. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay, whatever. Let's see. Does it improve? Emulate this properly on the M1 Mac, and hopefully someone will come across this video and tell me what I'm doing wrong, and will help me, and will tell me, yo, you know, you're missing out on this, you're missing out on that. Maybe this interlacing. Let's go. So, my point of view, this is PlayStation 2. Unless someone's around here.
More of them in the distance.
This game lags too much. Just lags like crazy. Okay, so while Just Cause 2 emulates, compiles, sorry. We're just quickly going to go over what we did, just in case someone's joining us now. And that is all these games that we've been trying out so far today. Where's the, here it is. We tried Skate 3, which had some issues, even though we want to try them. I want to try them out again before I end the stream. Where is it? I think it's here. We go. We got specific CPU configuration here and specific GPU configuration. I think I haven't tested this out, so right after Just Cause, we'll jump into this. Actually, you know what? Let's just go see if Just Cause has any specific adjustments here. Just Cause. No, it doesn't seem to have any specific adjustments. So this game runs as is. The game is too loud. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. I'm going to drop the volume. Thank you very much. It's good to know that the game is running too loud. Let's see how it works. Thank you, SwiZC. So let's just get this to finish compiling as soon as possible. And like I said earlier, we're doing a quick recap here on what we've been doing. Let's get back to the menu here. Okay, so like I said earlier, Silent Hill Downpour. We got issues with graphics, issues with shading. NHL. The sound is totally broken. There's a lot of cracking noise. The game renders fine, 50, 60 FPS, but the sound is totally broken, completely broken. Midnight Club Los Angeles, it doesn't run. Like, it won't get past the loading screen. Little Big Planet, the same thing. It renders too slow. We're getting about 10 to 15 FPS on the M1 Mac Book Air. And there's issues with the shades and all that stuff. Just Cause, we're going to check it out in a few moments now. Fight Night Champion, this was a pretty tough game on the computer. It pushed the CPU all the way up to 100%. The game does seem to render fine, but I think the M1 MacBook Air is just lacking resources. Demon Souls, the same thing. We're having issues here with textures. We're having issues here with focus. The image isn't sharp. It's kind of like out of focus. Some horizontal lines, shades are mixed up, and the game crashes. Crossedge, there's an issue as well here. The game loads, runs fine, 60 FPS, but once again, when you're actually seeing the real game in the background, the players are blurred out, and there's no way to fix it. However, the game does run well, but it's a pity. Beowulf, the same thing. We got issues with textures on the ground. We got issues with shades. The sound is broken. There's a lot of cracking. And we've seen that. I think that's what we've seen for now. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games. And we're just waiting here for Just Cause 2 to run, which yesterday I had some issues to get it to run. Like at first I would get into the game, and when you're still, you would be able to see the image. But if you moved, it would all go black. So I had to play with the adjustments until I was able to actually get the game to run. Now, once I did get the game to run, the thing is that there were problems with the shading. Like sometimes the image, like the whole screen would go black. And I think also the frame rate wasn't good enough to play. So we're just waiting here for this to finish compiling. I'm going to start closing a few things here. Just got to start, freeing up some resources for the system. The PlayStation 2 emulator. Like, I did want to try out a few more games, but we tried Kingdom Hearts earlier. Gran Turismo 3 is a disaster. Gran Turismo 4 runs slightly better. I tried the NTSC version. I tried the PAL version. I tried forcing progressive mode, and well, not much to do. Project Zomboid, I got this is on hold. Like, this is a game on Steam. A potato can run this, but it's cool. I think it's a fun game. It's slightly relevant this day and age. So yeah, we just gotta wait here, and we'll just give it a second while it's loading. I'm gonna eat some carrots. Gonna eat some carrots with you guys. Guys, be careful now with COVID. I'm not sure where you guys live, but here in Europe, the Omicron variant is spreading like crazy all over the place. Like, they say that in a few weeks' time, 50% of the population is going to be is actually going to get Omicron. So I hope you're all vaccinated. I hope everybody gets their shots. Stay safe, guys. Use masks. Gotta stay healthy. Just in case we get infected with Omicron, COVID-19. Anyway, this will probably be the last game. We might do a quick recap just in case anybody jumps in now and wants to see what's been going on here on the channel, what we've been doing, what we've been testing. I tried to have all the games already compiled and all that, but I missed out on 2. So this is basically what I was doing all day yesterday, and the only game that like ran decently was Alpha Protocol. Okay, here we go. Here we go, guys. Just Cause 2 for the PlayStation 3. Sound is broken already. You guys can tell that the sound is broken already. Here we go. The sound is slowly broken. It's stuttering. Frame rate 60 FPS. Yeah, like at first it seems promising. Like, oh, it's gonna be fun. You'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, now this performance is worse than what I saw yesterday. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quit the game and I'm going to do a few more adjustments. Okay, back to the emulator. Just cause configuration. And okay, we're going to use this recompiler. Let's just check here. GPU, of course, fast. Got to reset that. Okay, let's check this out. See, that's the thing, you know, it's kind of like trial and error here. You're adjusting. There's like some people, they give you hints, they give you adjustments for the PC, but I found that those adjustments don't work on the Mac. So it's kind of a trial and error. Okay, so now it seems to load slightly faster. We'll see if it's good. Look at that. Now it's gone. Like, the graphics are gone. The rendering is gone. There's nothing to see here. It's a disaster. So we gotta quit the game. And we gotta go back to the different recompiler. Now we're gonna change this, and we're gonna push forward. See what happens. As I said earlier, this is all trial and error. Like, I already did all this work yesterday, and today just wanted to share it with you guys. But I didn't want to upload any videos because I thought it would be unnecessary to show everybody games that don't run on the M1 Mac, right? Okay, so it just crashed, and you guys can see the OSD isn't updating. It just crashed on us, so we're gonna have to force quit, and we'll try over again. So like yesterday was this all day long. It was crazy, totally crazy. But you know, this is it, right? This is why we're doing it, just so that, you know, people like you who own the M1 MacBook Air, you guys already get the information. You guys know what to do. So, okay, so it crashed. So what we know here is that we cannot use. Let's quit again. So I gotta adjust the packet size here. So we gotta go back here to safe Mega. We're gonna click 1 here, and we're gonna see what happens. Trial and error. As I said earlier, this is all trial and error. It does take a few seconds here, since it was previously compiled, but it just takes a few seconds. It's not that much time. Yesterday it did take tons of time, but anyway, that was yesterday. So yeah, this game, in my opinion, isn't playable. So that's why yesterday I came up with Alpha Protocol, which was the only game that I saw that. I'm not even sure what I'm going to be able to upload. I do have a few games that do run on the emulator, but they're not like really cool games. They're not PlayStation 3 exclusives. There's some games that you can play. You have other ways of playing them on the M1 Mac. Like you don't have to use PS3 emulation to play that specific title. Like you got Fallout 3, you got the BioShock collection, but you don't need to use a PlayStation 3 emulator to play BioShock, right? You got Steam for that, and there's already a video on my channel showing how that runs, which runs pretty nice, 1080p, all maxed out, 60 FPS. So. Okay, it's loading now. Sound is broken, but it's loading. Start button. It's cracking. There's some stuttering. You guys can already see it on screen. Okay. Okay, so now this is like the best version of the game. This is as good as I could get it to render. It's running at 20 FPS right now. Let's see, how do I do this? Let me pull that. It falls down. It explodes. Now, the sound is completely broken. You guys can already tell that the sound is completely broken. When it comes to rendering, well, I don't think like it's that bad. There, you see that when the screen went black? That's what I was telling you guys earlier yesterday. That this thing, like, it's kind of rough for the. it's just not emulating properly. And the CPU right now is at 91%. See the screen went black again. So we're having major issues here actually emulating the game. Weapon stash here. 15, 20 FPS. I'm sure that this game would run much better on the M1 Pro or the M1 Max. Obviously, I think what's happening here is that we're lacking resources, and well, this is what we get. Like, look at that. It's totally unplayable. Like, the sound is completely broken, and it doesn't really matter what we do with the adjustments. It's just, and it's a pity because the game does render, well, 20 FPS isn't good enough, but the game is running. Now, this isn't a failure, right? Like, we should still see this as something really amazing. Like, we have so many games running here on the PlayStation 3. Like, in my opinion, on my 2019 MacBook Pro back in the day with the i5 and the 8 gigabytes of RAM and all that, I would have never come as near as to this when it comes to emulation or gaming or power. Like, I don't want to see an Intel processor ever again when it comes to this. Okay, so I got a weapon part here. So yeah, like, the game, well, it's running, you know, 20 FPS, 28. Look, now it all went up to 28 because I killed the enemies. But the sound is still broken. The sound isn't working. So this is just Cause 2 on the PlayStation 3. And what we're going to do now is just the final adjustments on Skate. So we're going to go back to the web page. And we said we want to, let's see. So we go here, we check out their configuration and preferred SPU threads 1 to 3. It says, may help to fix choppy audio. That's one of the things we were suffering. So 1 to 3, we'll click on 2. So this needs to be on, this needs to be disabled, advanced configuration, VBlank rate, where is that? Here, so I gotta do a specific here, create custom configuration. So we'll unclick that, advanced, this VBlank rate, sorry, that's VBlank frequency. That's odd. Okay, unlimited here. VBlank rate. Well, rate and frequency is the same thing, so at least in my book. So let's just bump it up to 120. Okay. And let's just make sure the rest is fine. GPU. Some people recommend to use the ASMGIT, but for now, I've seen that specific games, they work better on an LLVM. It takes longer to compile, but it runs better. And okay, so let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens here. Boot with custom configuration. Building the SPU cache. Users with CPUs with less than 6 cores may experience audio or physics issues. That's what we were experiencing. This happens when the audio or physics thread are being starved. To fix it, you can try changing the preferred SPU thread to 1, 2, or 3. Test it out and see what's best. The game has high FPS, but is running in slow motion. The physics thread is being starved. Try a different value. Yeah, this is exactly what was happening to us earlier. So you know what? There actually might be a way to fix this. And if we do fix it, I'll upload a video. So come on, let's give it a shot here. Now, as you can see, the frame rate went all the way up to 100 FPS. Now it's at 81, now it's at 20, but that's good. That's good, that's good. Let's check it out. Even though I have seen that EA games don't run as well as other games. So let's see if this lags or not anymore. I think I can already hear sound lagging. Let's check it out. Like, it would be nice for the game to run. That way I'd be able to upload it. But I'm afraid it's not going to work. I'm afraid it's a matter of... Okay, well, to be honest here. Okay, Okay, the sound seems like it's slightly fixed, but the game is clearly lagging. Earlier, when I tested this game, the game wasn't lagging, but the sound was good. So, what we're going to do is we're going to quit, and we are going to change this to 3. I'm going to try again. We're going to try again. Let's see if we can actually get the game. So this was yesterday for me, like all day long, just trying to see which games would emulate. Like these games have already been tested on PC, and it's like 100% confirmed that they do run on PC if you have a high-end PC. But the thing is that which games run on M1 Mac, right? And more specifically, the entry-level M1 MacBook Air, which is fanless. So all in all, you know, I still think it's amazing that a 10-watt SoC can emulate the PlayStation 3, which I have somewhere around the house. I got that red light, or the yellow light of death. Yeah, I think the ROD was on the 360. God of War, no. I tried God of War, but not on the M1 Mac. Like, I tried God of War for the PlayStation 2. We'll try that right away after this game, and you'll see that it just lags too much. And when I tried it on the PlayStation 3, the God of War HD collection, it just has graphical issues, like shader problems and stuff like that. But here, we'll just try this for a minute, and we'll see if I'll run God of War for you. Because God of War on the PlayStation 2 and the PlayStation 3, it's the same version. They just like improve the graphics. But the thing is that on the PlayStation 2 emulation, you can force progressive mode, so you can like render it all the way up to 1080p, 2K, 4K, whatever, and it looks almost just as good. So let's see here. Okay, now it's running at 26 FPS. Come on, move it, buddy. But it's lagging like crazy. Okay, so this isn't working either. We'll give it a shot. One more. Okay, we'll go to this recompiler and we'll hit 1. We'll see what happens. So yeah, that's what happened with God of War. I was totally unable. I'd love to get it, because the thing is that if we're able to get the PS3 exclusives to run on the emulator, on the M1 Mac, that's what's cool, right? Being able to play the exclusive. The rest of the games, there's other ways to play them. You can either use crossover, you can use parallels. Some run natively, some run through Steam, GOG, whatever, right? So the thing is that I'm trying to focus on exclusives, but sometimes the exclusive games are also the hardest to run, like The Last of Us, impossible. God of War, I'm not sure the M1 MacBook Air is able to run it. Maybe a more powerful, like the M1 Pro, M1 Mac would be able to, at least not this one. Okay, this sounds better. Okay, the sound isn't broken, but it's running at 30 FPS. So all in all, I gotta say that this one isn't working. So, Mayank Mera, he asked for God of War. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to emulate God of War on the PlayStation 2, so I can illustrate what happens here. So here we go. Let's get God of War here up and loaded. God of War here. God of War, the first one. So one would imagine that the first one would run. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing here. And the results were weird. Exactly. That's what happens. Yeah, we're going to see that right now, right away. Like, you know, as I was saying earlier, one would imagine that this game would run no problem, right? It's PlayStation 2. But yeah, it doesn't run at all. Okay, here on the menu screen, if we were on the PlayStation 3 version, what would happen is that Kratos, I think, I never played God of War, so excuse me. I think it's Kratos. The thing is that he would have lots of parallel and horizontal lines across his body, and that's, I think, I'm not sure if it's texturing or shading.
The gods of Olympus have
The thing is that we got to get through the initial intro video. But basically, the HD collection and this game are the same. It's just that they use improved textures. It's like, yeah, we're in a generation where all they keep on doing is just coming out with games which are the HD version.
And Kratos cast himself from the highest mountain in all.
Okay, I'm gonna drop the volume. I think the volume's too high.
After 10 years of suffering.
There we go.
10 years of endless nightmares.
Yeah, totally.
It would finally come to an end. Death would be his escape from
Okay.
madness.
So right after this, we're gonna see, like, right now it seems promising, right? It's emulating at 60 FPS, and I haven't been able to force progressive mode because, you know, they say you can force progressive mode with patches for these games, but I haven't been able to do that. Look at that. It's already lagging. Like, you can already hear the stuttering. There you go. Now the frame rate's starting to drop. 50 FPS, 30 FPS. Like, one wouldn't expect performance to be like this on a PlayStation 2 game. Especially when other games run so well, right? Oh, there's one more game. Well, I won't be able to show you today. I'll show it another day for the PlayStation 3. But I'll do that another day. Yeah, and look at the shading here. Look at the shading. You can see that on the ship, wherever Kratos is standing, there's like this white out, the washed out colors, and wherever he's not standing, there's like this horizontal line there on the ground. So yeah, basically we can say that, and the PlayStation 3 version isn't any better. Like, I would still have to try forcing progressive mode, but yeah, this is running at 480p. Like, I wouldn't even bother with texture filtering and whatnot. Like, this is just what we got, and this is unplayable. Like, you can't play this game at 40 FPS. So basically, this is Dante's Inferno. I would have, like, I don't have the game. I'll write these games down for the next time. Next time I do a live video, we'll just make sure that game is fully compatible, because you can already check it out here, Dante's Inferno. Yeah, it's compatible. So I'll try it out, and I'm just going to do a quick recap just for all of you that are here just before ending this live stream. We're going to go through the games that we already tried. As I said earlier, Skate 3, we tried this game, and we just recently saw the results. The sound is, or either the sound is broken or the frame rate is broken, and I still haven't been able to adjust it. Maybe if I get lucky, if I spend more time with it, I'll be able to get it to work, but I think it's a matter of resources. Silent Hill Downpour renders nice, but there's lots of problem with texturing, shading, and all in all, somewhere in the game it crashes. NHL 11, same thing. The sound is broken. The game renders nice. You are hitting 50, 60 FPS, but just the sound is broken, and I haven't been able to fix it. Midnight Club, it doesn't run. Like, it crashes. Little Big Planet, it renders too slow, and there's problems with the textures and the graphics and shades as well. Just Cause, we just saw this earlier. The same thing happens here. We got problems with shading. We got problems with frame rate. We got problems with texture. Sometimes the screen goes black. It doesn't work. Fight Night Champion, this was crazy. This is the one that pushed the M1 all the way to 100%. I think you would need the M1 Pro or the M1 Max to get this game to run. Something more powerful. Demon Souls, same thing. Messed up game. It's messing up with the graphics, with the shades. Things are out of focus, blurred, and it crashed anyways. Cross Edge, the same thing. The game renders nice. The game renders fine. 60 FPS, no problem. But I even tried running this game at 4K with filter texturing, 60 mix, everything, all maxed out. But the actual game, where, you know, you got the little characters and all, it's all blurred out. There's no focus, there's no sharpness, unplayable. And the last game that we tried today, Beowulf, the same thing. We got problems with textures, we got problems with shades and with shading. All in all, it's just not playable. So that's that, you know. These are the 8-9 games that we've been trying out today for the PlayStation 3. Dante's Inferno, I'll definitely try that. I will be uploading a video today for the PlayStation 3, another game that I've seen that works, and on the MacBook Air, obviously. Just got to keep in mind that this is the base model M1 MacBook Air with 8 gigabytes RAM. And to wrap it up, I'd like to say that this was my first live stream here on YouTube. I'm looking forward to doing more streams, because obviously these are games that have to be tested, but don't work. So there's no point in actually developing content for games that, you know, aren't working. I try to deliver content so that users can see what does work, not what doesn't. So we'll try to keep these live streams so that you guys can see what doesn't work. And Dante's Inferno, we'll try that. I'll try it later today, actually, and if it works, I'll upload it, and if not, well, we'll just move on to a next game. And I would also like to continue trying PlayStation 2 games, because just as this user, Mayank Mera, pointed out, games such as God of War aren't rendering properly on the PlayStation 2, so if anybody's like an expert on emulating PlayStation 2 games, well, just let me know, since they are using the Metal API. So in theory, performance is supposed to be much better, but as the user said, the results are kind of weird. So that's all for today. Thank you for joining us. So far, 35 have been around, 2 simultaneous users, and not much to say. Hope this thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoyed. I hope this was useful, and stay tuned for more content, especially today, which I will be uploading a video. Thanks once again, guys, and have a great afternoon.
Press the square button to smash stuff and collect magical mojo. The more you collect, the more powerful you become. Come on, Crash. Jump with the X button, then press the X button again while in the air to do an air jump.
Did you see any bandicoots? No, I don't see any bandicoots. Need help? Oh, and my nose. Grab a glass. Find me! I smell those. Stop the nose. Mayday, June Day, April 11th. Aborting. Harding. I see it's bouncy and continuous. Injury.
Press the X button when crash. Press the X button when landing on a mushroom to go really, really high.
Charging to the front! Hey, he's bouncy and wonderful! I seek a conclusion to our battle! Send help! The punchy hitting! Stuck and move!
You've collected a mojo multiplier, Crash. For a brief time, you get bonus mojo whenever you collect some.
Blustering brick loads.
So we are not testing this game again. We will be testing American Nightmare. Oh my. Okay. Let's try Alan Wake. What about sound? Is there sound? Yeah, there is some sound here. Okay, let's go for it. Okay, Alan Wake is still messed up. Frame rate is slightly better. I thought. It's not actually running that much better. Yeah, it is running. Okay, that's enough. Obviously, this needs more resources. Emulation is not doing that well. There's not really much we can do here. And the last game we will be trying today is just Tropico. This game wasn't working either. So let's give it a shot. Let's give it a last shot. Yup. So guys, this will be the last game we will be testing today. You know, I think it's only you and I here, Deadpal. I think people they finally just left, you know. But let's give it a last shot here. And we shall call it a day. Let's see. Okay. Here we go, Tropico 5. Now, I think I was able to get this game running on Parallels, I think it was. But frame rate was extremely low. Okay, so far I got the Calypso launcher. Good. Good. Oh no, the green screen again. Yep, same thing.
How do we fix this? How did this had to do with the DirectX version, right? Yeah. Oh, okay, it's back. Okay, let's just get this out of the way. Okay, so it's not working. Basically, what's going on here is that when the game is running, when the actual DirectX has to render the game, it just goes green. And I remember we had this issue when we tried this game on Discord. So that would be that. And you know what? We're just gonna... Is this installed? Okay, let's give it a shot. This is already installed, so we're gonna give it a shot. Let's see if it runs. This one isn't even loading. Yeah, we tried this before. I remember we tried this on the Discord? No, well, actually, I tried it on my own. Nope. Nope, it's not running. So what can we conclude from this? Well, in first place, oh yeah, we got Metro too, but I will give Metro a shot. But anyways, while we give Metro a shot, we're just going to wrap up here because, okay, so what we've seen is that updating the... Okay, Metro isn't even running at all. It's dead too. Okay. Oh, and it actually had busted. Look at this. What are the details here? Okay, so exactly. That's the only thing that worked here. So we will have to set up 2 bottles, just as you mentioned before. One's gonna have the standard DirectX 3D, the ones we usually use for most part of the games, and the other one, the updated version of the DXDV or DXDK. We're gonna have to use it for other games. So now we have 2 ways of testing games here for GOG and Epic. Now, the bad thing is that I don't own that many games, so I don't know. We're just gonna have to test the games I have here, and on GOG, well, we can try The Witcher later on, 13, Stalker, and that's about it, because the rest of the games, they should run on potatoes, you know. There isn't that much here to try. So, today, you know, all in all, we were able to
update the PlayStation 2 emulator. Well, download the latest build, which was released yesterday, which is a good thing. And we tried a few games which didn't run, all that bad. It wasn't that bad altogether. We still had issues with Silent Hill Shattered Memories, and we also had issues with Gran Turismo 4. The other 3 or 4 games that we tested were running fine, but they were pretty old games. Yakuza 2 had that ghosting issue, but all in all, it was running pretty well, and temperatures didn't go that high. Like, we were able to hit 1080p 2K, and it was still doing pretty good. Now, the ghosting issue is a known issue, so that's not that bad. And we tested Metro, which actually was not that bad either. Metro is quite surprising. The bad part of it is that you aren't able to limit the frame rate. You can't apply a cap. So the thing is that the system is constantly pushing to get the max frame rate, and that just, it blows the resources away. And Control, well, it crashes, and it actually crashed the whole system like 3 times. And what else did we try? Oh yeah, Hitman. Hitman wasn't working at all, so we updated DirectX 3D, and it worked. It's a good thing I did the update here. As you guys can see on the screen, I have the original files that I will have to copy back and then create another model. But you guys can always join us on Discord on how to do that. I highly recommend joining Discord for this. Joining our Discord. As I said at the beginning of the video, we're always open to helping. And there's actually, we're starting to gather quite a bit of resources. Like, there's lots of stuff there if you want to get started with emulation, if you want to get started with wine and whatnot. So yeah, all in all, guys, I'm sorry that the stream crashed like 3 times today. It's not only the stream, like the whole system crashed. And that's about it. So we're going to call it a day, guys. Thank you for joining. Hopefully I'll see you next week with more PlayStation 2 games and more crossover games, actually. It's quite amazing to see how more modern games like Frostpunk, Metro, this War of Mine, Hitman, Hitman was doing pretty good. We're, moving towards more demanding games. It's still pretty impressive to see PlayStation 2 emulation. We haven't gone through PlayStation 3 emulation, but we will eventually once, there is a substantial upgrade to that emulator. So far, all the whole bunch of games I haven't improved a bit. And that's about it. So I know it's only D-Pal and I here. There's nobody else, but thank you for joining us. I'll see you on Discord. And have a great one, guys. So good night. Have a great one.
Hey guys, Derek for Dexter Gaming here with a new video. Thanks for stopping by, and for those of you who are new, welcome to the channel. Today I bring another classic, Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords. Developed by Obsidian Entertainment and published by LucasArts, this game saw the light back in December 2004. It was originally released for Microsoft Windows and Xbox. Today, it's broadly available for other platforms such as Linux, macOS, modern consoles, and the mobile ports for Android and iOS. This specific version is running on Steam. Given how old the game is, the resolution sits at 1280 by 1024, maintaining the old 4:3 format. However, the game is still very enjoyable, and as we can see in the video, the frame rate hovers at around 120 FPS. Temperatures do rise though, and since there is no way to cap the frame rate at 60 FPS, I haven't been able to drop the thermals, which seem to max out at around 90 degrees Celsius. Much more can't be said of this wonderful game, which is highly recommended to anyone who loves RPG and Star Wars. Enjoy the rest of the video, please feel free to leave any thoughts or suggestions in the comment section, and check my playlists for other videos. Have a good one.
You
careful. There is much energy in the room beyond, yet it stems from nothing that lives. Can you not see? Are you? You hear? It is the force. Do not come. But you have...
Nice outfit. What, you miners change regulation uniform? Atten. Oh, you mean you didn't come here on purpose? This slice of Paragas. Yeah, you know, the blew a hole. That's why. Do I oh, you this Parag? Yeah. You mean, you see, but the what? Then they don't not the like I the well I look, hey, from my look, this you. Great. Now to business. Let's get to the command console. Alright, here we are. The asteroid, the hail warn thing is pure, but this system... No. I doubt it. We could try. Be my gift.
Oh man. I hope my luck changes before the party.
What the hell? Somebody in there?
Who are you? What's your name?
Henry. And you?
Wait a minute.
Hey everybody, Derek from MacGaming here with another video. Well, this isn't much of a video actually. It's more of me just, revisiting an all-time classic, which is the original Half-Life. In this case, the PlayStation 2 version running on the Ether SX2 emulator. Now, this game is from 1998. Back in the day, I played it on a Pentium 3 with a CPU that was running at 800 megahertz. and it had like 64 megabytes of RAM. Like, I would barely be able to enjoy this game at like 24 frames per second at a resolution of 800 by 600. And in this case, you know, we're emulating the game at a resolution of 4096 by 3584 at a nice and rock solid 60 frames per second. However, that is no surprise, given the fact that this game is 24 years old, and even a potato can run this now. The thing is that I never tried the console editions of this game because, you know, Half-Life is one of those games that's meant to be played with a mouse and a keyboard. But, you know, I came across Half-Life for PlayStation 2, and I'm like, okay, I'm just going to give it a shot. And, you know, some things are different, like the health station that we're going to see here in the washroom. In the original version, it didn't have this, like, robotical syringe that's, like, injecting health into you. It was more of a static, just a static station where you would just approach it and hit the action button, and, you know, your health would just refill. Other than that, I've also seen that some NPCs have different skins. Their faces are different. Even, you know, Barney, the famous security guard here at Black Mesa, his face is different too. You know, I kind of miss the old Barney. But, you know, I guess they had to include some different things, you know, like change a few things here and there so that the PlayStation 2 version, you know, probably it was, I don't know, they just decided to add in new textures or new skins or whatever. The thing is that if, you know, this game's really old, if you haven't played it, there are many alternatives, actually. There's this fan-made remake with the Source engine. It's called Black Mesa Source, and I think it's a full remake of this game. It's on Steam. You can, I think you have to purchase it. Back in the day, there was a demo, but I think you have to purchase it now. And that's a great way of revisiting Half-Life if you haven't played it. Half-Life 2 is also another great game. But as I said before, I'm not really into playing, you know, Half-Life games on consoles, since I think it's much more comfortable to play them with a keyboard and a mouse. Now, Half-Life itself was a revolution in the video game industry. Like, this game led us to many other games that people, you know, play a lot today, like Counter-Strike Global Offensive. That started as a mod for Half-Life. Half-Life, Day of Defeat, Team Fortress Classics, Van Co-op, you know, all these games were mods of this game. And I'm talking about the days where Steam didn't even exist. We used to hold LAN parties where we would just all get together and play, you know, like Half-Life Deathmatch, Counter-Strike, the really, really old versions of these games together on at local LAN parties, which was tons of fun. So, you know, this game is part of my childhood. 1998, I was 10 years old back then, and, you know, I grew up with Half-Life, then Counter-Strike, then, you know, Half-Life 2 came out, Source Engine came out, and, you know, like, everything evolved. Like, everybody's playing now Counter-Strike Source, Counter-Strike, what's the other one called? Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and, you know, they all had their origin here in the original Half-Life. So, yeah, we owe a lot to this game, and we owe a lot to Gordon Freeman as a, you know, main character, although he doesn't say a single word throughout the whole game. But yeah, so Half-Life, guys, one of the greatest games out there, you know, when it comes to first-person shooters. You know, the whole story, everything was very, very, very awesome back in the day. So I just decided to make this video for fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you had a fun time down memory lane. And guys, thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more content.
Fine. I don't know how you can say that, although I will admit that the possibility of a resonance cascade scenario is extremely
Gordon doesn't need to hear all this. He's a highly trained professional. We've assured the administrator that nothing will go wrong.
Ah, yes, you're right. Gordon, we have complete confidence in you.
Well, go ahead. Let's let him in now.
Access denied.
Testing. Everything seems to be in order. All right.
right, Gordon. Your suit should keep you comfortable through all this. The specimen will be delivered to you in a few moments. If you would be so good as to climb up and start the rotors, we can bring the anti-mass spectrometer to 80% and hold it there until the carrier arrives. We'll take it from here.
Power to stage 1 emitters in 3, 2, 1. I'm seeing predictable phase arrays. Stage 2 emitters activating now.
Gordon, we cannot predict how long the system can operate at this level, nor how long the reading will take. Please, work as quickly as you can.
Overhead capacitors to 105%. It's probably not a problem. Probably, but I'm showing a small discrepancy. Well, no, it's well within acceptable limits again. Sustaining sequence.
I've just been informed that the sample is ready, Gordon. It should be coming up to you any moment. Look to the delivery system for your specimen.
Look here! Gordon, get away from the shutting down. No, attempt to shut down. It's not. It's not shutting down. It's not.
Hi guys, Derek from MacGaming here with a new video. Thanks for stopping by, and for those of you who are new, welcome to the channel. After a lot of testing, I finally came across a game that rendered decently. Today I bring Alpha Protocol, a role-playing action game developed by Obsidian and released in 2010 for the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Microsoft Windows. In this case, it's running as usual on the RPCS3 emulator. Regarding performance, as you can see on screen, it usually runs at around 30 frames per second, except for areas that involve heavy gunfights, which cause drops to the mid-15s and occasional sound stuttering, but nothing that doesn't go away once the scene has been cleared. In other words, if there are many enemies or the gunfight is intense, it will drop. Otherwise, it's fine. When it comes to resources, the CPU is around 50 to 60%, with temperatures hovering at almost 90 degrees Celsius. RAM use is also to be highlighted here, with over 3.5 gigabytes in use. Today I tested many games. I'll make a video on that later. But the conclusion is that the base model M1 in the MacBook Air is hitting its limits with the actual state of emulation for the PlayStation 3. Much more optimization will be needed for games to run smoother. Some rendered fine with sound issues, and other the exact opposite. Shaders was also an issue across the board. However, as I said earlier, I'll make a video on this. Please enjoy the rest of the video. Feel free to leave any thoughts or feedback in the comment section, and check my playlist for more content. Have a good one.
Almost gave me the slip. Now we got you.
Any sign of our new arrival?
No sign of him yet.
Careful, Mike. Truck coming in. And guards at the exit. Try to stay out of sight if you can.
Hey everybody, Derek from MacGaming. Once again, I'm here. Welcome back. First of all, I want to thank everybody who's been subscribing to the channel. I want to thank everybody on the Discord server that's been keeping that alive. It means a lot to me. It means the world. I recently got a new job, and I've been struggling a little bit. Schedules are kind of crazy, but hey, I'm back, and I'm really looking forward to just continue where I left off, and especially with new things coming up with the M2, but that I'll discuss in another video. So what we're looking at today is Silent Hill Homecoming. Now, those of you who've been here for a while already know that this is one of those games that I usually tested on every single live event, because I'm a fan of Silent Hill games. We've been testing them for PS2, PS3, the remakes, the collections, we've been testing it all. And this was one of those games that we weren't able to actually play because the sound was broken. And, I would update the build like every single day, and no matter what update came out, the sound was just broken. But now I loaded the game, and I was really happy to see that the game was actually, the sound was working. It was fixed. No more cracking, no more like stuttering with the music and the sound and the sound effects and all that. However, the existing issues regarding, let's say, these, there's some glitching going on, reflections, textures showing up and disappearing. Even we still have that issue with the flashlight. You guys can see sometimes the player's flashlight will reflect upon objects in the room, in the area you are, but in this case, it's the same. It's very dark. There are still lighting issues, and at least in my opinion, the fact that the sound was fixed and the sound effects were fixed it's already a significant improvement. So yeah, that's what this is all about. Evaluating how the emulator is evolving, which is now official. Now you can download it off the RPCS3 website. No longer need to download the builds. But yeah, I like to see how everything evolves through time. Now, also, I want to add that I've added a new metric to the video. You guys can see in the bottom right screen of the video. It's the ambient temperature. Now, why am I doing this? Well, this was actually a suggestion from one of my users, let's say a few months ago. He wanted to know, like, yeah, okay, you're showing the temperature for the M1 Mac. You're showing the CPU, the RAM, the frame rate, but okay, you're getting this specific temperature, but what about your room temperature? And I'm like, yeah, you're right, so I should start looking at that. And I do have to say that when I started all the videos we did, the live events, all that was in the winter, and it was much cooler than it is now. So as you guys can see right now, the game is running, well, the M1 SoC is running at 76 degrees, and the ambient temperature is just about 28 degrees, which is pretty warm. But where I live, it does get very, very warm in the summer. So this will also help us see if there is an impact on performance, especially thermal throttling with the M1 chip, which we all know on the M1 MacBook Air has no active cooling. We will be able to see if, the warmer summers will have, as I said earlier, have a significant impact on performance if we are to see drops in frame rate, or even if the system throttles faster than it would if the room were to be at, let's say, 18 degrees Celsius, or that 10 to 12 degrees difference that could occur between the summer and the winter. So from now on I will be adding that information on the videos, which I find to be somewhat interesting, because not everybody lives in the same part of the world. Not everybody has air conditioning, and this being the fanless M1 MacBook Air, well, it's always interesting to see how it's going to behave given different conditions. It's not the same summer, winter, autumn, spring, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, if you live in Egypt or if you live in Finland, right? So guys, I'm really happy to be back. I'm also looking forward to making a quick video on the M2 MacBook Air, which is coming out shortly. That's going to be lots of fun. We're going to see if there's a significant let's say boost in performance regarding the base model M1 MacBook Air, but all of that we'll see soon in more videos that I'm to upload. So guys, as usual, thank you once again for staying with me while I've been off the grid, and please enjoy the rest of the video.
Hi guys, Derek from MacGaming here with a new video. Thanks for stopping by, and for those of you who are new, welcome to the channel. After a lot of testing, I finally came across a game that rendered decently. Today I bring Alpha Protocol, a role-playing action game developed by Obsidian and released in 2010 for the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Microsoft Windows. In this case, it's running as usual on the RPCS3 emulator. Regarding performance, as you can see on screen, it usually runs at around 30 frames per second, except for areas that involve heavy gunfights, which cause drops to the mid-15s and occasional sound stuttering, but nothing that doesn't go away once the scene has been cleared. In other words, if there are many enemies or the gunfight is intense, it will drop. Otherwise, it's fine. When it comes to resources, the CPU is around 50 to 60%, with temperatures hovering at almost 90 degrees Celsius. RAM use is also to be highlighted here, with over 3.5 gigabytes in use. Today I tested many games. I'll make a video on that later. But the conclusion is that the base model M1 in the MacBook Air is hitting its limits with the actual state of emulation for the PlayStation 3. Much more optimization will be needed for games to run smoother. Some rendered fine with sound issues, and other the exact opposite. Shaders was also an issue across the board. However, as I said earlier, I'll make a video on this. Please enjoy the rest of the video. Feel free to leave any thoughts or feedback in the comment section, and check my playlist for more content. Have a good one.
Almost gave me the slip. Now we got you.
sign of our new arrival?
No sign of him yet.
Careful, Mike. Truck coming in. And guards at the exit. Try to stay out of sight if you can. Mike, get out of there.
Hi guys, Derek for Dexter Gaming here with a new video. Thanks for stopping by, and for those of you who are new, welcome to the channel. Today I bring Metro Exodus, the third installment in the Metro saga. Developed by 4A Games, Metro Exodus was released in 2019 for Microsoft Windows, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One. Recently this year, the game was released for Linux and Mac OS. Enhanced versions are available as well for the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series S and X. What can I say? A AAA game running on a fanless 10-watt SoC? Just amazing. In the graphics department, the resolution is set at 900p with all settings at low. Despite recording the screen while playing, the game still manages to run at over 30 FPS, which when not recording, fluctuates between 45 and 50 FPS. The caveat here is the same as usual. No fan equals a hot CPU. The game pushes the M1 to its limits in the MacBook Air, and that is clearly shown with temperatures at around 93 degrees Celsius. Despite all of this, the game is playable and enjoyable if you have no other platform. Just remember, you will be submitting your CPU to high temperatures for long periods of time, with the possibility of damaging it. All in all, the Metro saga is really cool, and I really recommend its story. Enjoy the rest of the video. Please feel free to leave any thoughts or suggestions in the comment section, and check my playlists for other videos. Have a good one.
¿Quién se lo merece más que nosotros? Un apartamento, con cocina y una ducha. Vayamos de uno en uno. No es esta vez. Tu turno. Bien, creo que estamos fuera de peligro. ¿Oyes eso? ¡Vamos, arriba! ¡Te tengo!
Esto sí que es una ventisca. No veo nada. Tampoco oigo. Usemos la radio. Oh, ¿pero qué? Artyom, ¿estás viendo esto? No son imaginaciones mías, ¿no? ¡Un tren! ¡Un maldito tren en la superficie! ¿De dónde?
Hi guys, Derek from MacGaming here with a new video. Thanks for stopping by, and for those of you who are new, welcome to the channel. Today I bring Tekken Tag Tournament for the PlayStation 2 as requested by one of our viewers. I want to point out that I will also be uploading Tekken Tag Tournament HD for the PlayStation 3 shortly after this one. To begin, the game generally runs fine at a resolution of 720p or 1080p. However, it depends more on the level in which we are playing. After some testing, I found out that closed areas run without issues at 50 FPS, in contrast to more open areas, especially the one where it snows, where frame rates drop to the mid-40s. As a reminder, this is the PAL version, which ran at 50 FPS back in the day. Lowering the resolution made no difference at all. In addition to frame rate, CPU performance, and temperature, I added RAM usage. In this case, the emulator seems to use about 1.5 GB throughout the test, with temperatures hovering around 70 degrees Celsius and the CPU usage in the mid-30s. Overall, I would say that the game runs great, except for the above mentioned frame issues. Enjoy the rest of the video. Please feel free to leave any thoughts or suggestions in the comment section, and check my playlists for other videos. Have a good one.
You win. Round 2, fight. Round 1, fight. You are wrong. Round 1. Fight. You lose. Round 2. Fight. You lose. Continue. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. You shall lose. Leader Williams. Round 1. Fight. Jun Kazama. Round 1. Fight. Round one, fight. Round two, fight. Round one, fight. You lose. Round two, fight. You lose. Continue. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
As the midnight moon rises on black wings, so we make our sacrifice. And await.
Maybe they're out. I just don't get it. What happened? Did they just run out of the house?
No, no! Friendly! Friendly! Who are you? Who sent you?
Nobody. There was an accident down on the road and... Shh. What's going on?
Oh, no. They're coming.
Who is? What the hell was that?
You have a gun?
What?
Please tell me you have a gun.
No, why would I?
It's all I can spare. Take it! Take it! Tell me what's out there.
Hey, are you listening?
Hey!
Shit! Dead body? Wait, there's more. Jesus Christ. What the hell is wrong with this place? Shit! What the fuck was that? No. Stay back. What the hell? Damn it. Is it over?
Hello. If there are any survivors out there, come to Louisa's house near the fields.
Survivors? Damn it. Okay. There's no end to them. What are you doing here?
Stay back.
Please, don't hurt us.
Whoa. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just glad to see normal people at last. Have you seen any other survivors?
No. They're all in Louise's house. And she's not answering and the gate is locked.
Quiet girl. He's an outsider.
Oh.
No. One of the monsters cut him. He's lost a lot of blood. We have to get into the...
Must be a way inside. Stay here. Be quiet. And don't move until I get those gates open. come on, it's clear.
Hurry! Hurry!
Took your damn time.
Oh, you're welcome.
He's not used to relying on other people. I'm sorry. We'll be safe in here, won't we?
Safer here than out there, that's for sure. Hey, do you know anything about what's going on around here?
It doesn't make any sense. Mother Miranda has always protected us.
Nobody's answer.
Father? We have to get inside.
Hello? Anybody home?
Maybe a familiar voice. Louisa! Open up! It's me, Elena!
Stop shouting. You'll draw the monsters.
Julian, calm down.
Who's this?
A friend!
Stay back.
Father! For God's sake, Julian, let us in.
No, they'll smell the blood. You'll endanger us all.
My father will die out here.
But that's not my problem.
What's going on?
These people want to let a dying man into our home.
Come now, these people are our friends. Go on.
Hey everybody, Derek from MacGaming here with another video. Today I bring 50-cent Bulletproof for PlayStation 2 running on the Aether SX2 emulator. As you guys can see here, it's emulating at a resolution of 2560 by 1788 and running at a nice rock solid 60 frames per second. When looking at system resources, we can see that it's not using much CPU, anywhere between 15 to 20%, and it's barely using any RAM, anything between 6 to 700 megabytes of RAM. Also, when looking at temperatures, we see that the game is hovering between 60 to 70 degrees, given that the ambient temperature is at around 32 degrees Celsius. Now, as you guys can see here on the left side of the screen, I've added two new metrics. First, we have core use, being the top 4 cores, the efficiency cores, and the bottom 4, the performance cores. If you all remember, the M1 has 8 CPU cores, which were divided into 4 efficiency cores and 4 performance cores. Now below that we have the GPU use, which in the M1, in the base model M1 MacBook Air, had 7 GPU cores. Now, analyzing both, we can see that obviously it's not using much CPU, since all these games, they really depend on the GPU cores. Looking at the GPU use, we can see that it's hovering between 60 to 70%, which actually explains why we can't hit higher resolutions, because obviously it's the bottleneck to the system. Now, all of this is, we're doing all of this to get ready for the M2 chip. Because since the base model M1 MacBook Air only had 7 GPU cores, and the new M2 MacBook Pro and the new M2 MacBook Air, which you can configure up to 10 cores, will come, let's say, both with 10 GPU cores, we're seeing approximately at least 40% more cores compared to this M1 MacBook Air. So we will see if in the near future, once we get our hands on the M2, if those, let's say, 3 extra cores will help us, let's say, achieve higher resolutions, extra filtering with graphics, and not only in emulation, but also with other games. Since the bottleneck here seems to be the GPU, and that's actually what we're interested in, since all we do is game testing. Now, once again, guys, thank you for watching the video. Thank you for joining. I hope you enjoy these metrics as much as I do. They help us understand, let's say, a little more what's going on behind the scenes. Before, I only had a percentage. Now we have actually the 8 cores. We can see what's going on, and the GPU use, which also explains a lot of what's going on when we're emulating games or playing any other type of games. And as I said before, hopefully once the M2 comes out, we will see if we actually profit from the extra cores and from the extra performance that the new M2 is going to offer us. So guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Stay tuned for more content. Stay tuned for the M2, which should be arriving in about 10 days. And as soon as we get our hands on it, we'll start testing like crazy. Thanks for watching, guys.
Ladies, niggas out. Call the shots, this motherfucker. hands up. I'm right here, nigga. What's up there?
Yeah, we got these motherfuckers. Don't fuck with me.
Got a positive on the target.
Break this shit, bitch. You want drama, you fucking pussy?
Got a positive on the target.
Make these niggas disappear. Shit, I'm getting out of here. 50 up. Hey, yo, 50 man, guy hit up. Shit, I'm getting out of here. 50, back me up.
A long way around. Whatever it takes to stay out of sight. Your gun is a last resort. It could just as easily kill you as save you. The indicator in the upper right serves as a compass and shows sound sources. Pay attention to your surroundings. Keep your eye on what's left of your life gauge on the left of the screen. To the right of that, you'll see your sight gauge. Exhausting it will inhibit your actions. Your life gauge will recover with time. The sight gauge too. You'll recover faster crouching than standing up. Lying flat works even better. The percentage in the upper right is your camo index. The lower the number, the more easily you'll be spotted. Conspicuous movements and loud noises will compromise your camo index. Your fatigues will act as camouflage. Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base. Looks like you're inside the compound. Security is tight. Stay sharp.
What was that? We're under attack!
Understood.
Hey everybody, Derek from MacGaming here with a new video. Today I bring another game for the RPCS3 emulator, in this case, BlazBlue Calamity Trigger. Now this is a 2D fighting game released in 2008 for the PSP, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Microsoft Windows. Now this game ran right off the bat, emulating at a resolution of 720p and a nice and smooth 60 FPS. Regarding resources, well, you guys can already see. The CPU doesn't seem to go above 30-35%, temperatures hover below 80 degrees Celsius, and RAM is as usual at around 2.8 to 3 gigabytes. Overall, well, the game isn't that much as you guys can see, so in return one wouldn't expect it to demand as much resources. However, the game runs fine, it's perfectly playable, and as usual guys, enjoy the rest of the video. Please feel free to leave any thoughts or feedback in the comment section, and check my playlists for more content. Have a good one.
This is for that tuna! Not yet! I can be! Type 1 ring! Bell! Voodoo! Thorn! Ants! Type 1 ring! Bell! Voodoo! Thorn! Ants! You're in finish! I admire your resolve.
Noel, win! Rebel, 2, action!
I won't lose! Type 1 ride! Bell! Voodoo!
Counter!
Type 1 bell! Voodoo! Thorn! Ants! Type 1 bell! Voodoo! Thorn! Ants! Hey! Hi! Type 1 ring!
Counter!
Hey! Counter! Type 1 ring! Bell! Voodoo! Thorn! Type 1 ride! Bell! Voodoo! Thorn! Ants! I won't lose! Type 1 ring! Alright! Not yet! Type 1 ring! Bell! Voodoo! Can you dodge?
Finish! Noel, win! The wheel of fate is turning. Rebel, 1, action!
Counter. Pure straight. I can still fight. Type 1 rebound. Type 1 rebound. Turn. Activate. Please don't resist. Get ready. Please don't resist. Type 1 rebound. Hands off the panda. Type 1 right. Type 1 rebound. Counter. You'll need more than Type 1 rebound. Darn. Gaishi. Return. Still fight. Not yet. Well, activate. Type 1 rebound. Take this. Type 1 right. Darn. Are you ready? Haku. Right. I can still fight. Type 1 rebound. Yeah. Type 1 right. Won't lose. Take this. Not yet. Hey. Take. Huh? Type 1 rebound. Finish. Still want to fight?
Rebel 2. Action!
Well, hey! Activate! Type 1 rebound! You'll need return! Hey! Type 1 rebound! Gaishi! I can still fight! You'll need Type 1 rebound! Darn! Return! Type 1 rebound! Activate! Darn! Can you dodge? Type 1 rebound! Darn! Hey! Type 1 rebound! Right! Darn! Tay! Type 1 rebound! Darn! Right! Yeah! Type 1 rebound! Hey! Darn! Yeah! Return! Not yet! Type 1! Are you ready? A great wheel! Hey! I can still Type 1 rebound! Darn! Type 1 rebound! You'll darn! Return! Hey! No! Ow! Activate! Type 1 rebound! Finish! Darn! I messed up! Type 1 charge! I won, but it just doesn't feel like it.
Noel, win!
If you can't obey
I
the law...
come when I hear this.
The wheel of fate is turning. Rebel 1. Action!
Type 1 rebound!
Counter.
Please don't resist!
This is your nothing! Polarizing fit! Not quite! Oh, no. I'm back for more! Yeah!
Not yet!
Yeah!
I won't lose! Not yet!
That's what the Shishigami Ninja! Hidden art! Volcanic Fury!
Finish!
Pathetic!
Noel, loose! Rebel 2. Action!
Going all out!
At least I won't be bored! You're mine! Feel nothing! Feel nothing!
Please don't resist!
At least I won't be
Please don't resist!
At least I won't be bored!
Please don't resist!
This is an Ukemi!
Type 1 rebound!
I'm back for more!
How
can this be?
Not yet! Please Please don't resist! Revolver!
At least I won't be bored! Yeah! I'm back for more! Heavenly rain! Feel nothing! Feel nothing! I'm back! Bang! Ultimate! Fiery storm! Yeah! That's not good! Yeah! Feel nothing! Oh, not quite!
Type 1 rebound! Type 1 right!
Polarizing fist!
Not yet!
That's what
Type 1
ultimate!
Type 1
Speed!
I admire your resolve.
Noel, win! Rebel 3. Action!
Going all out!
Opening! At least I won't be bored! How can this be? Yeah! What the?
Not
That's
yet.
where you were!
Type 1
Yeah! That was a close one. That was a close one. This is the frame, Roundabone! That's where you were.
Revolver blast! Not
I
quite.
see. Yeah! What the? Mine! Heaven! I'm back for more! This is unkill. That was a close one. Pistol!
Not yet.
This is unkill.
Type 1 refill. Not yet.
That's where you are. Oh my! Not what the? Not
Type 1
good.
refill. Hoodoo. Thorn. Type 1 refill. Hoodoo. Thorn. Type 1 finish. I'm sorry.
I cannot lose until I have fulfilled my duties.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. We lost another relay. Just listen, head for the comm center upstairs. I'll wait here.
God, he's dead? He's dead.
you get the final backup turbos going?
Everything is wired evenly.
So you've been gone a while? You're out in Rockport, huh? Man, a lot has changed since you took off. There are tons of crews in this town. Everywhere, man. Crazy.
Dispatch, possible code 6 just flew by me. I'm moving out to see if I can ID him.
Look out, cops!
I need a hand with this vehicle. 1044.
10-4. Watch this! I got your back. I'll lose the heat. Stay on the pedal.
Patrol members be advised. Officers are attempting to stop a vehicle involved in a high-speed chase. Units are to clear out low priority calls. Stand by for further orders. Suspect in a red Mazda.
We have a unit down. Repeat, we have a unit down.
Roger, dispatch. 2 stop. I'm giving you coordinates to a safe house. Meet me there.
Units can go mobile. Suspect lost. Switching off TAC channel, return to channel 3.
Hey everybody, Derek from MacGaming here with a new video. Thanks for stopping by, and for those of you who are new, welcome to the channel. Today I bring God of War HD Collection for the PlayStation 3. Now, this is one of those games that 4 or 5 days ago wasn't working properly. It wasn't emulating properly. We had problems with the frame rate, which was a mess. The player rendering was a mess. Shaders were a mess. But just morning, one of my subscribers was like, yo, did you check out God of War? Everything's fixed. I'm like, no, I haven't had a chance to check it out. So I checked it out and I'm like, wow, look at this. I started up the game like 60 FPS right off the bat. There are some dips here and there in God of War 1, but that's not the point. The point is that this game 5 days ago was a mess, and today it's fixed. Like, that's how fast emulation for the PlayStation 3 on the Mac is going. Like, just imagine where we're going to be 4 or 5 days from now. Like, many of those games that I tested last week on my live stream, maybe they're running today. And some of the games that I'm already prepping for next Thursday's live stream, maybe by Thursday they'll already be running, right? So it's kind of crazy. And regarding God of War 2, well, yeah, performance takes a bigger hit here. And I think that's because the M1 in the MacBook Air it's almost hitting its limit. Like, we're going to need more optimization here. The emulation is using about 4.5 gigabytes of RAM. Temperatures rise all the way up to 90 degrees Celsius. There's thermal throttling all over the place, and that's something we can't really do anything about it because, you know, the MacBook Air, it's passively cooled. Like, there's not much more. But maybe with further optimization, like, performance will be better in the future. The game is running at 720p, as you can see on screen. God of War 1 runs nice and smooth. God of War 2 needs improvement, but still, these games are running. I insist on this. Last week it wasn't, and today it is. So just imagine where we're heading with emulation for the PS3 on the M1 Mac. It's just brutal, guys. Thank you very much for joining me. Stay tuned for this Thursday's live stream. Enjoy the rest of the video and check my playlists for more content. Have a good one. Hey everybody, Derek from MacGaming here. Welcome to the channel. Today we're looking at The Sims 4 on the M1 MacBook Air. If you want to get this game up and running on your system, please check this video by Andrew. He does a great job at setting up these really quick tutorials, which will help you to get this game running on your Mac in no time. Now we're going to be taking a closer look here at performance. I've been testing the game for around 40 minutes now, and at first I did have my graphics set at 1080p and everything at high. However, after around 40 minutes I saw that the system started to throttle, so I decided to drop some options. So you guys can see here, resolution as said before, 1080p with VSync and the Retina display options enabled. Everything's set at medium except for these sims, and view distance, which are set at high. Edge smoothing is off, and so are the uncompressed sim textures, post-processing effects, and laptop mode options. Now, once we got that out of the way, we can take a look at how the game is actually performing. Right now, you guys can see that we're getting around 50 to 60 frames per second at nighttime with only one sim in the house. And speaking of which, a pretty small one to say here. We only have one bedroom, one bathroom, and, you know, like kitchen, dining, and living room all together. The action that would cause performance to drop the most would be, you know, zooming in and zooming out. We can see that sometimes it does feel a little choppy. It's the transition from the zoomed out position to the zoomed in area isn't as smooth as maybe one would want it to be. Despite the fact of having VSync enabled, frame rate still jumps up and down from I don't know, 40 to 70 frames per second. Now let's get into build mode here so we can see how this performs. The frame rate goes all the way up 60, 70, 80, 90 frames per second, and this is probably due to, you know, just everything surrounding the house just coming to a pause. All that's been paused, so we do profit from that in this regard. Now going back to live mode, you guys can see that that transition between live mode and build mode is choppy. It's not smooth. That's probably due to what I just mentioned earlier. Let's see if we can get our sim to do something. I don't know, go out for a jog maybe. And we're just gonna follow our sim around the neighborhood. Oh well, she's gonna go jog around the river, canal, whatever you want to call it. All in all, guys, like, I believe that this balance between performance and visual fidelity is just about right for the M1 MacBook Air. Now it seems that our sim has gotten tired of jogging, wants to go to the washroom. Go ahead. But yeah, looking at performance, you guys can see that the M1 GPU, the 7-core GPU inside the M1 MacBook Air, is running at around 80%, which is just fine. It's obviously the bottleneck here. CPU is at 40 to 45%. You know, you guys can see the performance and the efficiency cores doing their jobs as needed. And, you know, just looking at RAM, you guys can see that the system is only using 2 gigabytes of RAM. But yeah, so is this game playable on the base model M1 MacBook Air, the 2020 M1 MacBook Air? Yes, it totally is. No problems at all. And you will be able to adjust the graphics if you want. This is 1080p as said earlier, but you could raise the resolution if you want to, lower the graphics, or the other way around. If you want better textures, just you can drop the resolution. But yeah, guys, so this is The Sims 4 on the M1 MacBook Air. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you found it useful, hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't for more videos coming up. Thanks.
Hey everybody, Derek from MacGaming here with another video. Today I bring Mario Kart for the Wii. Now this is running on the Dolphin emulator, and as you guys can see on screen, performance is outstanding. Now the game is running at a resolution of 1080p, and since this is the PAL version, we are seeing around 50 frames per second. I didn't have a chance to try the NTSC version, but anyway, as you guys can see, the frame rate seems to be somewhat locked at 50 FPS. Now the game experience is nice and smooth. I don't seem to be getting any stuttering, any lag, or any issues whatsoever. Now regarding resources, well, as you guys can see also, the Dolphin emulator is using about 1 gigabyte of RAM, CPU hovers around 30 to 40%, and temperatures, well, at least in my short testing,
didn't go over 75, 76 degrees. So all in all, you guys should be good. Now, as usual, you can always drop the resolution to 720p just in case that temperature goes way high, and you know, just to avoid thermal throttling and whatnot. But yeah, all in all, guys, this seems like the Mario Kart is playable on the Wii. I haven't tested online gameplay or playing with other controllers, like local co-op and whatnot. But yeah, at first glance, the game is good and it's running. So guys, as usual, please enjoy the video. Feel free to leave any thoughts or feedback in the comment section, and have a great one.
Hi guys, this is Derek for Dexter Gaming. Thanks for stopping by, and for those of you who are new, welcome to the channel. Today I bring Control, a game released by Remedy back in 2019 for the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, and Windows PC. The game is running at a resolution of 1280 by 720p with all the settings set as low. As we can see here on screen, the game's performance isn't that bad considering that Parallels is virtualizing Windows 11 ARM and simultaneously translating the x86 code to run on the ARM version of Windows. Being this the base model of the MacBook Air with no active cooling, we can also see that the system manages to run the game. However, due to the lack of a fan, the M1 quickly hits 90 degrees Celsius, which makes it throttle. As a result, we can see that the game stutters and drops frames every now and then. In addition, I must stress that the same system is recording everything, which adds a toll to resources in addition to the game. That said, I find it very impressive that the basic M1 chip is capable of running this game through so many layers. If I were to have the M1 Max, the game would probably run without an issue. We wouldn't profit of all the fancy bells and whistles of ray tracing and so on, but it would be more than playable. To conclude, I would like to stress how amazed I am that a fanless, 2-pound laptop can manage to run the game. Maybe not in a playable manner, but running it nonetheless. Please enjoy the rest of the video, leave any thoughts in the comment section, and check my channel for other videos. Thanks.
The same gun. Okay, now I have a gun. dead man. Things have quieted down outside. Is it safe to go? You can't let this happen. You can't let this happen. You can't let this happen.
Get the fuck away!
The hotline. Secure line of communication. Got it. Reached the hotline.
The hotline, says the dead man. Hissing sound that tried to invade me earlier. The hiss, burrowing into everything in this place. Is the hiss your enemy? Alright, it's our enemy. That babble's contagious. It burrows in like an infuriating melody that makes you hum it over and over.
Hey everybody, Derek from MacGaming here with part 2 of Resident Evil 8 on the M1 MacBook Air. First of all, what we're seeing here on screen, the settings that were used while recording footage of this game on the M1 MacBook Air. And as a quick reminder, I do want to mention that this is the entry-level M1 MacBook Air. This is the weakest M1 out there right now, with only 7 GPU cores and 8 gigabytes of RAM. And in addition to this, it is passively cooled. That means that there are no fans. It's basically the aluminum chassis which is responsible for the cooling of the system. Now, in my previous videos, some of you asked me, why was I showing footage at 30 and at 60 frames per second? Well, the reason behind that is because I consider that this game isn't going to run, your experience isn't going to be as good at 60 FPS, whereas at 30, I consider that it's actually more enjoyable. Why? Well, you know, this video speaks for itself. As you guys can see, once the player gets past the fence, the frame rate drops to 43. We're going to see lots of frame pacing issues, stuttering, hiccups, and you know, all in all, the game's going to feel choppy. You're not going to get that smooth experience. You know, in my opinion, I'd rather have a smooth experience at 30 FPS instead of, you know, a choppy, you know, trying to reach 60 FPS. Now, that said, it is amazing to see how Resident Evil 8, you know, a AAA game is running on a fanless computer. This is a great example of how the Metal 3 API can perform, how, you know, Macs are ready for gaming if developers want to. And, you know, all in all, it comes to show that you can game on a Mac, especially on the entry-level M1 MacBook Air. You will be able to play Resident Evil 8 on your Mac, even if it's just at 30 FPS, which isn't that bad considering that, you know, back in the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One days, we were used to playing at 1080p 30 FPS. More so on the Xbox One, which resolution was usually, you know, dropped to around 900p. So, as you guys can see, the game isn't doing bad at all. Like, I wouldn't play it with that 60 FPS frame limit. It just struggles to reach. You guys can see also how temperatures are just going through the roof. We're seeing here 93, 94, 95 degrees, and that's just way too much for the M1 MacBook Air. It's just going to start spreading heat all over the system. The rest of the components will be definitely affected by it, especially the battery, which will, you know, probably shorten its life. So all in all, guys, this is Resident Evil 8 on the M1 MacBook Air. I am profoundly amazed at just you know, just the fact of we're able to play. You just need to pair a controller, get it ready, and play the game. But, you know, just keeping those caveats in mind, 1080p 60 FPS won't be an option here. And, you know, all in all, settings are set to medium low. We only have 8 gigabytes of RAM. You guys can see that the game is RAM hungry. So that's why I want to test the game on the M1 Mac Mini with 16 gigabytes of RAM. I want to see how first that 8th core, see how that helps, you know, boost performance, if it does at all. You know, also the extra RAM, see how the game profits from those extra 8 gigabytes. It probably will profit quite a bit since right now it's using 7.14 gigabytes of RAM, and that's shared with the system. So, you know, there's lots of bottlenecks here. But all in all, guys, it's just amazing to see how, you know, that Metal API performs and, you know, where we're heading to with gaming on the Apple Silicon systems. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. I will post more videos. Actually, I'm thinking about uploading a video with this game at 30 FPS so we can see how, you know, system resources are doing, and especially that temperature. Like, I highly recommend not playing this game, at least, you know, with that temperature. It will affect your system overall. So guys, if you enjoyed this video, please hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't. There's lots of stuff going on in the Mac world, especially in the gaming department, so stay tuned for more videos. Thanks.
Mother Miranda's gonna love you. Quit your whining. We're almost there.
The man is of no real use to anyone else, and my daughters do so love entertaining fools. Furthermore, I can assure you, if you entrust the mortal to House in the dusk, my daughters and I shall deliver them
Way ugly! I want to see! He's away!
Brother, shut the fuck up!
What? Where?
You mean you'll screw around with him in private, and where's the fun in that? Give him to me, and I'll put on a show that everybody can enjoy.
Ugh, so... gauche. What do we...
Jesus Christ!
That's
right. Run for your life. Very nice, Ethan. You're still alive? Impressive. Shit. Shit! My word. You truly are as strong as they say. Oh, you didn't think I'd let you get away, did you? Gotta keep Donna and Moreau entertained. So now it's time for the beautiful, blood-soaked grand...
Oh man. Hope my luck changes before the party.
What's your name?
Henry. And you?
Wait a minute.
Hey everybody, Derek from MacGaming here. Today I bring a bunch of games that I just tested on the M2 MacBook Pro. First of all, here we have Hitman. This game is running at a resolution of 1920 by 1080p, as you just saw the graphic settings. And as you can see, the frame rate is locked at 60 frames per second since I have VSync activated. And you know, when looking at system resources, well, we're seeing here that the CPU is hovering around 50%. Not bad. It's actually the performance cores which are doing most of the job, but it's the GPU we're interested in. You guys can see that it's totally maxed out, hovering around 90 to 100%. And obviously this translates into an extremely hot machine. You guys can see that the temperature is hovering anywhere between 90 and 95 degrees Celsius, and it's the active cooling in this case which is helping us to prevent thermal throttling. You guys can see that the fans are starting to rev up, 3,500, 3,600 RPMs. By the end of the test, they'll be at around 4,000, 4,100 RPMs. And, you know, that's just keeping the system cool enough to prevent thermal throttling. However, temperatures do not drop from 80 degrees. So, in general, the machine is extremely warm, but the game's playable and it's working at a nice and fluid 60 frames per second. Next up, we have Borderlands 3. This game is set at a resolution of 1920 by 1080p, and as you guys can see here on screen, just as before, it's barely using any CPU power, around 20%. But once again, it's the GPU that's totally maxed out at 100%. And just as before, this translates into an extremely warm M2 chip, which right now is hovering at around 80 degrees Celsius, but the fans are revving up. You guys can see that they're spinning at 5,100 RPMs. They're making a lot of noise, and in general, the machine is extremely warm. Regarding RAM, well, it's using 5 to 6 gigabytes, and the frame rate, well, you know, I thought we would get a stable 60 FPS, but we don't. Especially up ahead here in the middle of a shootout, you guys can see that the frame rate drops to around 45. There are some hiccups here and there, but there is still some headspace. Like resolution could be dropped to 720p, some other graphical settings could be dropped as well, but the game's looking very nice, and you know, it is playable. However, the system does get very warm.
Press one for you! Remember to live life lightly!
Use this help! I need you alive to save me!
Reloading!
But you're gonna be my new chamber bot! I'm gonna boom in your head!
Next, we have Ark Survival Evolved. This game's resolution is set slightly lower than the previous two at 1600 by 900. Once again, the GPU is doing most of the work here. You guys can see it's hovering at around 85%. Once again, that translates into a warm machine. We're seeing 80 degrees Celsius with the fan spinning at around 4,000 RPM, so you're definitely going to hear them. Regarding RAM, well, it's using 8 gigabytes of RAM, and, you know, in general, the game looks pretty bad. You guys can see here on screen, textures are mushy, there's popping all over the place. I had to deactivate all the shades. You guys can see nothing has a shadow. But, you know, I guess we would be able to play a little bit with the settings, maybe limit the frame rate to 30 FPS, drop the resolution to 720p, and the system would probably profit from those adjustments. But all in all, the game is running, which is surprising, and you know, in the end, we are getting anywhere between 40 to 70 frames per second. So yeah, this game is it's running, but it's not, you know, I wouldn't consider this enjoyable. Next up, we have Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Now, I do have to point out that this game is running on OpenGL, so it's being translated through Rosetta 2, and the resolution is set at 1920 by 1080p. Graphics are around, medium settings, and just as before, the GPU is maxed out, 99, 100%, which once again translates into a warm system. We can see that the temperature is slowly rising, 76, 77, 78 degrees. The fans will rev up after that, and that's what's going to actually prevent thermal throttling, so it will be able to maintain the performance. Frame rate is anywhere between 60 to 100 frames per second, which isn't that much. But just as before, if we were to limit the frame rate so the system wouldn't have to, let's say, push the performance further to achieve higher frame rates, we would probably get a much smoother experience. So all in all, guys, this is Counter-Strike Global Offensive on the M2 MacBook Pro.
Okay. Top shot.
Well, here we have Fortnite, the only version that's available for the Mac OS environment on the Epic Store launcher. Now, if you guys all remember, Epic and Apple are in court. They're battling for some issues over the app stores. But at least I get to test the game, at least in its one of its old versions. You guys can see here the game is set at 1920 by 1080p at medium settings. And all in all, we are getting a nice and stable 60 frames per second, which isn't that bad. And even looking at RAM, it's using around 4 gigabytes, which isn't bad either. Once again, it's the GPU doing most of the job here, but hey, in return, we're getting nice and stable, smooth 60 frames per second. Temperature-wise, well, you guys can see that despite the fact that it's at around 75 degrees, the fans are slowly going up. Right now, at this given moment, they're spinning at around 27 to 2800 RPMs, and that will eventually go higher as the system heats up. So in order to prevent thermal throttling, those fans just start making noise like crazy. So I decided to give the M2 a hard time with Minecraft. I set the game at an extremely high resolution with the chunk render distance at 32, which is max, and the rest of the graphical settings at max as well. As you guys can see here, the temperature skyrocketed so bad that the fans weren't able to keep up with the heat that the whole system was generating, and eventually the whole system started throttling like crazy. You guys can see right now it's starting to lag. The hiccups are getting worse by the second, and in the end Java crashed and the game was rendered playless. So I guess that the M2 just didn't make it here. Now, to be fair, I decided to drop the render distance to 15, same resolution as before, and in return, actually, the results I got were actually interesting. At this resolution, the game is very playable. We're seeing here 60 to 90 frames per second, and temperatures which previously just skyrocketed now are hovering around 80 degrees. And the fans are barely running at 1200 RPM. So this is actually very interesting because, we can easily lower resolution to 2K, still, maybe add Optifine or a few other adjustments and probably get a much better performance of the game. Now, just for fun, I decided to see what happens if I drop the render distance to 8 and the rest of the graphical settings to low. And you know what? Same resolution. I'm getting anywhere between 100 to 130 frames per second, which is still very, very impressive. No throttling at all. It seems that the M2 is handling this pretty well. The GPU is maxed out though, but we're just gonna have to wait and see how the M2 MacBook Air handles these games without thermal, without the active cooling. So guys, as usual, thank you for watching this video and stay tuned for more M2 content. Hey everybody, Derek from MacGaming here with another video. Today I'm very happy to bring Max Payne 2. This is one of my old-time classics. Here we're looking at the PlayStation 2 version of this game, and just right off the bat here you guys can see that the resolution is set at 3072 by 2688. When looking at system resources, it's ridiculous the little power that the system is using to emulate this game. Like CPU hovers around 15 to 16%. Taking into account that it's also screen recording and doing all of these background tasks while emulating the game. RAM is just ridiculous as well. It's using 700 megabytes most of the time, which is nothing for these systems. And temperature-wise, well, guys, given the fact that the ambient temperature is 3 degrees and the system in general is running at 55, 56 degrees, well, we can completely see here that even Chrome, like Google Chrome would use more resources than what the system is using to emulate this game. So right there we can see just not how efficient the Aether SX2 emulator is, but also when things are done properly, the M1 chip is outstanding. It's amazing. And I know this is an old game, like even a calculator, an old potato can run this, right? But still, I'm not looking at that. I'm just seeing that hey, we're emulating this. It's a complete joke for the system. And, even if we were to see like battery life in this game, probably we'd get tons of time to play this. There's just only one thing that bugged me. Loading screens and loading times. I didn't really remember how many loading screens this game had. Like when you're moving in a single area, when you're moving from one area to another, there's load screens. All the cutscenes have load screens, and it's not just about the let's say the amount of load screens that there are, but it's also the time you're there loading the game. Like I found them to be quite long for for the system, right? Given the fact that we are playing the game off an SSD, and all in all, it's a really old game. So I thought loading screens would be almost like close to inexistent, but no, I've had to cut them out of the video. I don't know. I found them to be too long, and also there is like some slight lag right before hitting that loading screen. But I think that was also that was there in the original game. So taking all of this into account, I must say that I'm very amazed at how efficient the Aether SX2 emulator is. I'm starting to believe that we will be able to play every single PlayStation 2 game, the whole library, because oh my god, this emulator is out of this world. It's amazing to see that we're able to play all these classics. I believe I also did the first Max Payne game. I think I did it for the iPad. I own the iPad version, which is native ARM, and that ran perfectly fine as well, obviously native ARM. But anyway, this goes to show like how well and how efficient the M1 can be. Like I understand that this is an old game, but still, all in all, we can see here like such little power needed to run a game to emulate a PlayStation 2 game, for me, is just amazing. So guys, as usual, enjoy the rest of the video. Thanks for joining in here on me. If you've reached this part of the video, thank you for listening to all this information that I just vomited. But anyways, guys, thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of the video and stay tuned for more content.
My backup had arrived, but the cleaners were slipping away, making a run for it.
Man, out there! Go!
Hey everybody, Derek from MacGaming here with another video. Actually today I'm testing 4 games in one. During this video we will be seeing Silent Hill Origins, Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, and Silent Hill 4 for the PlayStation 2 on the Aether SX2 emulator. Please check the chapters if you want to skip to any specific game. But to start here, we're seeing on screen Silent Hill Origins. All of these 4 games, are at a resolution of 2048 by 1792. And I tried pushing the resolution to 4K, but the system would throttle once it reached somewhere beyond 80 degrees Celsius. So I lowered the resolution to 1440p, which translate to this, 2048 by 1792. And as you guys can see here, frame rate is nice and stable at 30 frames per second. The emulator is using barely 700 megabytes of RAM, and given that the ambient temperature is 28, almost 29 degrees, we can see that the system is hovering at around 67 degrees. Now, moving on here to Silent Hill 2, the game looks really good overall. Once again, resolution is set the same at 2048 by 1792. We can see even more that the system is barely using any resources. CPU is at around 20%. RAM is once again 670 megabytes. And the temperature dropped a little more. That makes sense since the first one, Silent Hill Origins, is a game from 2007. This game is much older, I believe 2002, 2001. And once again, we can see the temperatures, hovering in the low 60s. CPU, the whole M1 chip isn't using just about 20%, so not bad. And just as I said, the game is running very well. Moving on here to Silent Hill 3, released back in 2003. Once again, we're seeing here that the system isn't using that many resources, 23%. RAM did go up a little to around 900 megabytes. It's let's say, a more modern game compared to Silent Hill 2. So that would make sense if it's using a little more when it comes to memory. Also, temperature seems to be fine, hovering at around 60 degrees. I've been testing these games for some time now, so no thermal throttling is to be seen here. 60 degrees, 900 megabytes of RAM, and a nice and fluid 30 frames per second. The game is looking very nice overall. This emulator is doing a much better job at emulating the games. I also have these, I tested these before for the PCSX2 emulator, and they fared very well, but not as good as we're seeing here on screen with Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, and Silent Hill Origins. Last but not least, one of my favorites, Silent Hill 4 The Room, released in 2004, once again for the PlayStation 2. This game, same resolution, 2048 by 1792, and it's basically the same as the previous 3 games. CPU running at around 18-20%. In this case, the emulator, at least the amount of RAM it's using, has dropped to the 700s, the high 600s, anywhere between 700 and 750 megabytes of RAM, which still is a joke when looking at how the PCSX2 emulator handled this game. Regarding temperatures, once again, we're seeing the same that we saw with the previous 3 games, 58, 60 degrees, depending on what's showing up on screen. But, having the resolution set at this, 1440p, resolution, we're seeing that the temperatures stay pretty much stable around 60 degrees. There is just one thing I noticed while trying the game. As you guys can see, the character moving around. I thought at first that it might be some glitching with the lighting, but it seems that this, like rectangle, this, rectangle shade is following him everywhere he goes around in this specific area. Since I didn't really test the game much more, I don't know if it's still there once you actually get deep into the game. But at least, once it's in first-person view, everything looks nice and crisp and sharp. The game is doing very well. The resolution, you can really tell. It is an old game, though, but still, this is, Silent Hill. At least we know that we can play Silent Hill Origins 2, 3, and 4 in a very, very enjoyable manner here on the Aether SX2 emulator on the M1 Mac. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. It's a nice way of just seeing in one simple video how these 4 games, are rendering on the Aether SX2 emulator for the M1 Mac. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay tuned for more content.
That gunfire. I'm counting on you to investigate, Chris.
You got it, Wesker.
Hi guys, Derek from MacGaming here with a new video. Thanks for stopping by, and for those of you who are new, welcome to the channel. Today I bring another request from one of our users, D4DOA, who asked me recently to test Virtua Fighter 5. I'm quite happy to say that performance for this game is just amazing. Everything runs fine except for two things, as you'll shortly see in the video. First, there's this one desert canyon style ring where the flooded ground is messed up. And second, a few elements of the UI aren't rendering properly. Other than that, the game is awesome. Regarding performance, in order to make sure everything ran okay, I played for over 45 minutes, and this is what I saw. At a resolution of 1080p, the game ran pretty well, at about 60 FPS on almost all scenarios, except for a few where the frame rate dropped to about 50. Temperatures raised to the high 80s, but didn't go over, so no thermal throttling was seen here. I also raised the resolution to 1440p, which, while still offering me the same performance, came at a cost of a higher temperature. I even tested 4K, but here the frame rate did drop to the mid-40s and temperatures spiked to about 95 degrees Celsius. CPU and RAM were not an issue here. To get lower temperatures and even a more stable 60 frames per second, resolution can be lowered to 720p, where temperatures drop to around 80 degrees, however, the game doesn't look as sharp. To conclude, the game emulates in a very enjoyable and playable manner. Obviously, if you own the M1 Pro or the M1 Max, you would be able to play the game 4K no prob. I'm happy to say that, once again, we've come across another excellent emulation on the M1 MacBook Air. Please enjoy the rest of the video. Feel free to leave any thoughts or feedback in the comment section and check my playlists for more content. Have a good one.
Fight 2. Yeah! Kill! KO! Fight 2. Ready? Go!
Hey everybody, Derek from MacGaming here. Today I bring a bunch of games that were tested with Crossover, which is Windows emulation on the M2 Mac. First up, we have The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. As you guys can see, the game's running at a resolution of 1920 by 1080p. It's using around 40 to 50% of the CPU, but it's the GPU that's interesting. You guys can see it's totally maxed out at about 100%. It's also using, like, the whole system is using about 30 watts, which is totally maxing out the M2 chip, and that translates into a very warm system. You guys can see right now that it's running at around 90 degrees Celsius with the fans already at 39,000 RPM. They will eventually go all the way up to 7,200, which will keep the CPU anywhere between, well, the SoC anywhere between 80 to 90 degrees Celsius. Now, when looking at performance, we're seeing that it's not able to hold up a smooth 60 frames per second, really depending on what's going on screen. We were just fighting here a few enemies. The frame rate dropped all the way down to 40. Before, in his room, the frame rate was stable 60, but there wasn't really much going on. When you're really loading scenery or moving around, like for instance right now on the horse, fairly quickly, you guys will see that the frame rate's going to jump up and down. It'll hit lows of 20, and somewhere it will go all the way up to 60. Now, the game is using around 6.3, 6.4 gigabytes of RAM, and as you guys can see as well, there are certain stutters here, a few hiccups here and there, and that's probably due to the system not being able to perform as the game is demanding. Now, also, the resolution is 1080p. We could probably drop it to 720p. Maybe we would profit from that. I don't know. I really wanted to set the bar at 1080p, see how the M2 performs at that resolution. And as you guys can see, this is The Witcher 3.
God provided. And they help.
Next up, we have Grand Theft Auto 5. Now, this game is the Steam version, the original Rockstar Launcher version, which is running right now through Heroic. And the thing is that I'm getting this really weird stuttering. I'm not sure why. I tried the DX VK updates. I tried it all. It took me a few hours to get this running. However, when there isn't stuttering, you guys can see that the frame rate does go all the way up to around 90 to 100 frames per second. Regarding performance, well, we're seeing here that the GPU, once again, is going all the way up to around 80 to 95%, which, you know, is also translating into a warm system. You guys can see here, it's at around 80 degrees Celsius with the fan spinning at around 4,500 RPMs. Just as before, we can see that the system's almost using around 30 watts of power. And when looking at RAM, well, you guys can see that it's using almost 5.5 gigabytes of RAM. As you guys can see right now, we are getting a few stutters every here and then, and I really haven't been able to find out why this is happening. I know other people have tested this game with no issues. Even on the M1 MacBook Air, it didn't have these issues. I'm not sure if it has to do with Crossover. I was using the latest version of Crossover, the latest versions of the DXVK drivers for Vulkan, and you know, everything was supposed to run right, everything was supposed to be okay, but you know, this is what we're getting. This is what I'm seeing on the M2 Mac, and when you're playing the game, it runs just the same with that really horrible stuttering, and I really don't know how to get around it. So guys, This is a GTA 5. Another game I like to try is Grand Theft Auto 4. This was a very demanding game back in the day, and it still is nowadays, actually. As you guys can see, the game's running at a resolution of 1920 by 1080p, just like the previous games. And just as before, we're seeing here that the GPU is going up to around 70-80%, which once again is translating into an extremely hot SoC. You guys can see that it's at around 92-93 degrees. This will eventually ramp up the fans to around 7200 RPMs. And in return, what do we get? Well, we're getting a game that's barely running at 30 frames per second. It gets somewhat worse once the whole system is heated up. It does throttle, and I believe that not even the fan can't keep it cool enough to, let's say, prevent or avoid thermal throttling. But just as I said earlier, if you drop the resolution maybe to 720p, you could profit from a more, let's say, fluid gameplay. At least in this case, as I said earlier, I want to set the bar at 1080p, see if we can get at least 1080p gaming. But I must also remind you that this is Windows emulation. All this is going through Crossover or Heroic, and of course there are multiple layers of translation going on and emulation, so it's not native performance, and as expected, things aren't going to run nice and smooth. So Grand Theft Auto 4 here, once again with the Rockstar launcher, which is a little bit of a pain when setting up, but yeah, this is it, Grand Theft Auto 4 on the M2 MacBook Pro. Next, I bring up Frostpunk. Now, this was one of the last games I tested with the Heroic launcher for Crossover on the M1 MacBook Air. You guys can check that video out on my channel. And this game really pushed the M1 MacBook Air when I tried it. I tried it at 720p, everything at low. And, well, obviously, it would make the system throttle. It would go all the way up to 90 degrees. And in this case, since in theory we're profiting from active cooling, we're kind of seeing the same results. We're seeing that the system does heat up a lot. The fans do go up, and the system is almost using 30 watts of power. Now, what do we get in return? Well, in return we get anywhere between let's say 40 to 50 frames per second, and that is with the actual your city is empty. There's nothing built. Once you actually get like 4 or 5 hours into the game, and your whole civilization here, your whole city is, let's say, further developed than it is now, the frame rate should drop even more since there are more things to load on screen. Just as before, this is a GPU-bound game, and as you guys can see, the GPU is maxed out at a 100%. So things will only go downhill from here once we actually advance in the game. Guys, this is Frostpunk on the M2 MacBook Pro. Here's another game I never get to run at a decent performance on the MacBooks. This is Call of Duty Black Ops. This game was released back on Xbox 360, PlayStation 3. And as you guys can see here, once again, well, it's running at 1080p, everything's set at low, and it's a disaster in my opinion. Once we get out the door here and the combat starts, you'll see that the frame rates are going to drop like crazy. There's going to be tons of stuttering, and also temperatures are going to go up like crazy. Fans are just going to blast. Right now it's at like 90 some degrees, and in return we're getting a really poor frame rate. Right now it's running at 40-50 frames per second. But as you guys are going to see in a minute here, once we walk out of this bar in Cuba, it's just going to go crazy. The frame rate's going to drop a lot, and you're going to get lots of stuttering. So the game's like unplayable. But like just as I said earlier, this is Windows emulation, and it uses many more resources than a native ARM game would. So this is expected, but it's always nice to see if, even given the same conditions, the systems perform better than previous. In this case, I would say that this is performing practically the same as the M1 MacBook Air did. Maybe it holds up a little better at this resolution, since we do have active cooling. And when I did all the testings for the MacBook Air, the resolution was set at 720p, since it was nearly impossible to get anything to run which wasn't native at 1080p. So guys, this is Call of Duty Black Ops on the M2 MacBook Pro.
Go, keep moving. Tango down. Behind us. This way, into the alley. Get to the car. Retiran! Reinforcements! Shit, too many of them. Hold it, cover our six. Contact down! I will see you at the airstrip. Suerte, my friends. Hit it, go! Get the fuck out of our way! ¡Necesitamos ayuda! Roadblock! See it. Flora, Mason! There's a compound. Carlos and his men should be hitting the airfield any minute. There's a signal. Now! Hook up. This is it. We ain't got time to waste. Nice front. La pista de aterrizaje está bajo ataque. Perfect. You're all focused on the airfield. Convoy ahead. Do not engage. Sit tight. Let him pass. You're out in the open! Medico! Tango, down! Got him!
Well, here we have another game that I usually test on Parallels. This time, I tried it with Steam through Crossover. This is Train Simulator. And, right off the bat here, resolution is at 1600 by 900. And the game, despite the fact of everything being set at low, which, makes the game look like crap. It's actually playable. We are getting anywhere between 25 to 35 frames per second. It doesn't seem to go below 25. And, also it's using a lot of power, 20, 25 watts. The temperatures go up like crazy. We're seeing 94, 95 degrees. So the fans are obviously going to ramp up. We're going to see that the system would lead to thermal throttling, but in this case it won't, since we have the active cooling. But all in all, in return, we're getting like really poor performance. I tested this game on the M1 MacBook Air on Parallels, and we had similar performance, and the resolution was set to 720p. So all in all, this is an improvement. However, it's still not something I would consider enjoyable. It's a simulator. Usually when you're playing a simulator, you like games to be fluid and nice graphics and everything looking, you want all the bells and whistles. So, despite the fact that the game is running, which is surprising, it's not doing so, at least in an enjoyable manner. So guys, this is Train Sim on Steam for the M2 MacBook Pro. So here we have Half-Life 2. I know this is an extremely old game from the beginning of the year 2000, but I really enjoyed it, and I like to test it since, it's kind of like a benchmark for me, at least in my personal opinion. Usually back in the day when I were to purchase a new PC or any new PC part, the first thing I would do was to load Half-Life and just, see how well it ran. So here we're seeing the game running at 1920 by 1080p. Everything is maxed out, and VSync is disabled. So in return, what we're getting is an extremely warm system. You guys can see that the fans have already ramped up to around 5,000 RPMs. It's using tons of power, 27, 28 watts of power. The GPU's maxed out at almost a 100%. And, one of the consequences of this is that when there's lots of stuff going on screen, lots of action, shooting, which we will see in a minute, the game stutters. It doesn't, it can't, let's say, hold up with the performance needed to have all of that going on. And all of this is probably avoidable just by locking the frame rate, just by enabling VSync to 60 frames per second, and the rest should be a piece of cake. Like, right now it's dedicating so many resources just trying to achieve the highest frame rate, and if you cap it at 60, usually the remaining resources can be utilized to, let's say, do everything else that right now cannot do, and is causing stuttering and the lag when there's lots of stuff going on screen. So guys, this is Half-Life 2 on the M2 MacBook Pro. as I mentioned earlier, one of the things I used to do once I purchased a new graphics card or added more RAM or even just upgraded my CPU was running this test. This test was a benchmark that they came out back in the day for Counter-Strike Source. However, Half-Life 2, Source, Counter-Strike Source, Day of Defeat Source, they all ran on the same engine. And, this was kind of like a benchmark back in the day for all types of systems. And, they kind of try to recreate lots of different scenarios that you would find throughout the game. And in this case, it's not doing that bad. Once again, 1920 by 1080p. Everything is maxed out. You guys can see we're getting the same performance that we did with the game, which is obvious since it's the same engine running. In the end, the frame rate, the average frame rate is at around 111 FPS. So yeah, same conclusion as before. Dropping it to 60, VSync enable shouldn't be a problem. Following up with the Source engine, we're testing out Counter-Strike Source. And as you guys can see here on screen, we're getting the exact same results as we did with the benchmark and Half-Life 2 itself. Since, it's the same engine, same settings, and all in all, same results. And last, we have Age of Empires 2 HD Edition. This is the Steam version, running through Crossover. Once again, here, all the games have been tested on Crossover. And the thing is that this game is running at an approximate resolution of 1920 by 1080p. You really can't set the resolution in the game, but the results are kind of mixed. We're seeing that the game's not using that much CPU or GPU, and in return, we're getting a really weird frame rate. It's moving between 30 to 45 frames per second. It is using lots of power though, 15 watts for a game like this, but that's probably due to the emulation and translation going on in the background. Now, I tested this game before on Parallels with the M1 MacBook Air, and that did a much better job at running the game. So yeah, this is Age of Empires 2 on the M2 MacBook Pro. Guys, thank you for watching this video. I hope this has been helpful for all of you. Stay tuned for more content. After testing native games and games on Crossover, I'm going to start with emulation. So guys, stay tuned as usual for more videos. Buddy, for this week's testing, we got lots of games in stock here today, and without further ado, let's get to it. Whoa, got some issues here. That was supposed to be ended. Just need to make sure transmission is doing okay. Quality. Surina, I guess. Or is it so? It's Sue, right? Let me just, excuse me if I'm not saying it properly. I myself have a weird last name too, and we always want to get people's names right, don't we? So anyway, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for joining. Let's move on to what's important here for us. This week's games that we've been testing. Now, I do want to say that we are on build 13204. I'm going to show, just for the sake of the video, how to get to the website. So on this web page here,
You see, actually, there's a new update here. There is a new update. This is build number. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. 13209. So, you know what? Let's give it a shot. This is fresh. This is live. So let's go for it. So you guys are going to see here live how I'm downloading and how we're going to update the emulator. Now, this is really awesome. You know, these daily updates by the hour. So, you know, some of the games that I have here today, maybe they'll even work better. So let's just get that out of the way. Let's get this, open up. Okay, want to make sure. I hope the connection is doing okay. Yeah, everything seems to be fine. Okay, dokey. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Now that we've updated the emulator, we're going to begin. Aren't you excited? I am, for sure. I've been testing these games all week long like crazy. And okay, we're having an issue here. The first game I wanted to try is not on the list. So these are things that happen, you know, when you're live, and I tried to, we'll just jump on to the next game. So the first game we're going to try today is Formula 1 2013. Now this game, well, lots of people have been asking for this game. Like, can you try this game? Wow, CPU is at 100%. Now that's brutal, isn't it? There's probably going to be some lag during the transmission. No doubt. It's going to crack up, I'm for sure. Like the M1 Mac, like you guys are going to be able to see if the M1 Mac can push all of this. Now here we go. We're getting into the game. Now I just need to make sure you guys can hear it. So if there's anybody in the chat, just let me know. We're using the PlayStation DualShock 4 controller, which is hardwired. I don't really use Bluetooth since, you know, it's still buggy and all. But yeah, here we go. Formula 1 2013. And you guys are going to see immediately how the game, like, in my opinion, it's not there yet. It's broken. Well, the sound is broken at least. And maybe it's the M1 just that doesn't have enough power. So we're going to hit the start button here. It's going to check for downloadable content, which we do not have. You have to be logged in, which we aren't. So yeah, the game is lagging already. Now this could be okay, I think it just crashed. It just crashed. Like this could be due to the new emulator version. So let's give it a shot again. Let's give it a shot. And if not, we're going to play with the settings, okay? Let's give it a shot. And if not, I'll just roll back to the previous Now I'm going to look for that game I was looking for earlier. Like, I hope I can find it. I was going to test out Alien versus Predator. But let's check it out here on my hard drive. My hard drive is packed with games. Like, it's crazy, right? So let's just double check here. Nope. Nope. It's not here. It's not here. No, it's not anywhere. Okay, so I don't know where it went. Let's try this again. So for anyone who's tuning in, we're trying out Formula 1. This is the first game we will be testing. It just crashed on this build. So I might roll back to the previous version. Because it's okay. Now it seems to be running okay. So as you can see already, the game crashed on the first start. So that's why this is one of those games that I still haven't uploaded to the channel. Because as you can see, it's somewhat unstable. It just crashed. So now we're actually going to get into the game. Let's see the frame rate. Let's see how well it renders. CPU is almost maxed out. Okay, so now the sound is breaking up. I'm not sure if you guys can hear that. I don't know about volume. I'm going to raise that volume a little bit there just in case you guys can't hear it. But okay, graphics look nice. As you guys can see on screen, it seems to be rendering, at least the graphics. It is 720p, do bear that in mind. If we were to have a more powerful computer, even if it was a PC with like your Intel or your Ryzen chip, you would probably be able to render this no problem. But we're testing out on the M1, right? The M1 MacBook Air. Let's see what this is made of. So frame rate right now, it's 12, 13, 14 frames per second. Let's check out the computer. Look at that, 94, 95%. Okay, so this thing is killing the Mac. Now the sound is just breaking. It's completely broken. The sound is completely broken for this game. It's no good. So now it's asking me to cycle through different cameras. Okay, that's good. So let's go. Yeah, it's totally broken. It's annoying just to be listening to this. If anybody can hear it, it's really, really annoying. So let's go. So that's what we're getting. Formula 1 2013. Look at that. 12, 11, 10 frames per second. We are seeing some issues with the shadows. There's some glitching going on. Overall image seems pretty cheap to me, pretty low quality. Shadows aren't rendering properly, and like the frame rate is just not good enough to play. The sound is completely broken, and I don't really think there's much we can do here. Like, I've already tested these games. I believe that the settings that are set right now are the best, and like there isn't much more to do with this game. So you know what? Let's get it out of the way. That was Formula 1, and no good. Formula 1, no good. So it's a fail. Boo. Fail for Formula 1. Now, I know many people are asking, like, how do previous games render with the new emulators? So I decided to give Gran Turismo 5 Prologue a shot, since many of you are always asking me, like, can you try the same games? So yeah, let's give it a shot. Let's see the current state of this game with this build. It would be nice to get the build on screen, eh? I think that would be nice. Let's try to get it on screen. So, well, actually, I'll just read it out loud. It's build 13209. Build 13209. So, let's move forward with this one. 60 frames per second in the menu. Like, at first, you believe the game is going to run, you know? But it doesn't, you know? So now the frame rate has dropped all the way down to 20. It usually does that all the time. Like, this is what it does. So let's just jump into a game here quickly. Daytona, make it simple, keep it simple. And you guys will see that performance in this game hasn't improved at all. It still has the same problems, I think, with shadows. The sound is broken. It does seem to load slightly faster. Hey, Felipe Bravo, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel, buddy. This guy here, Felipe Bravo, he's been helping me a lot on my Discord channel. He's also trying out some games and, you know, giving me top information when it comes to what's working. He's helping me a lot, to be honest. So thank you. So this is Gran Turismo 5 Prologue, and as you can already hear, it's broken. Like, the sound is broken, just as you can see in the video on my YouTube channel. It's taking ages to load. Just look at it. We haven't got past this black screen yet, and we might not get past. You know what, guys? I think I might roll back to the. Oh no, okay, yeah. It's just taking forever. This is lagging even more than it did on the previous version. I did my pre-test on the previous version. Felipe Bravo, just that you know, there was a recent update for the emulator. Build 13209 is out. So yeah, look at this. Just look at this. The game, it's exactly the same as we saw, or as you guys have seen on my channel with that video I uploaded like a few weeks ago. I don't even remember. Look at this now. It just went black. So there's problems with shadows here. Lighting issues, the sound is broken, and there's really no way to get this fixed. Like, frame rate, I'm not really sure if it's improved or not. It's still, look at that, it's totally unstable. 30, 26, 29, 29. Let's check how the Mac's doing. The Mac's doing okay. Like, look at that PC there. RAM is really crazy how the RAM's running right now. There's barely any RAM free. Temperatures are at 90 degrees, but please do bear in mind that I am streaming on this, so I just crashed like crazy here. Yeah, the game might crash. Like, it would be no surprise to me that the game would crash right now. This is like too much for the M1 Mac in the MacBook Air. Okay, so now it seems like the road's been fixed a bit. Now it's not. Sound is starting to improve a little. It also depends much on like how many cars you have in front of you. So, you know, once again, it depends on all the assets it has to render. But yeah, overall, I'd say this game is no good. Yeah, I know. We're gonna have to wait to see how emulation evolves, since, you know, the guys at Cyrus are updating the emulator like almost by the hour. We should see, maybe we could see improvements in the near future. We'll see. You know, I keep on testing this game day by day. So, you know what? This is Gran Turismo 5 Prologue. There isn't much more to it. You know what? We could try maybe another circuit, just to, you know, some maps or some scenarios, they have more stuff to load, so some run better than others. But overall, I believe this game is just not ready yet. So let's give it a shot, just, you know, just for the record, right? So let's try this one right here. Single race. But yeah, the sound is broken. It's lagging all over the place. Just look at the frame rate. 10, 60. Well, 60s now because we're in the menu, obviously. So let's push forward, start. Let's see what we get here. Okay, frame rate, all 8 frames, 5 frames, 9 frames. CPU's at 91%, temperature's 89. Okay, yeah, this reminds me of the map. Well, actually, the circuit that's on, I think it's Gran Turismo 4. Like, yeah, like, if you like to play games with, like, tons of lag, well, this is your game then. But, yeah, just look at the glitching here. The road goes black. Cars do render nicely, though. And this is running 720p, so... yeah, so just look at this. This isn't ready at all. So we still have to wait quite a bit. And it's just way too taxing on the M1. Like, the M1's suffering a lot right now. Let's look at that. CPU's at 98%. So let's get this out of the way. Let's give that M1 chip a break. We close it, and immediately the M1 gets a good rest. So that was Gran Turismo 5. That was no good. That was no good. Let's see what else we got around here. Oh, yes, Just Cause 2. Now, this game, I would really like it to run. I think I tested this game last week, and it was completely broken. Like, sound wasn't working, nothing was rendering on screen. But it has been improving with time. It has been improving, and you'll see in a second here what I mean. You'll see in a second. Let's go. So I got my list here, so I'm just gonna... Okay, so we did this, we did that. Now we're getting ready for Just Cause 2. It's taking some time to build the SPU cache. I did render this previously. I tried to get this out of the way, but hey, you know, you prep things and shit happens. So, while we're waiting here, I just want to thank everybody who's joined us for this live stream. I appreciate it a lot. It means a lot to me. I'm working as much as I can so that the community knows which games are like ready to play on the PlayStation 3 emulator. I know there's tons of games out there, and lots of you are asking me to test tons of them. I do test them, but many of them, they just don't work. So I never post videos on games that aren't working, because we do see improvement. Like Silent Hill last week didn't work, and I think it was build 13193. It was stable enough to actually play for about an hour and, you know, record some footage. So that's good. Now, here we go. Here we go. All music has been turned off because the last time I did my live stream, YouTube gave me such a hard time with the copyright infringement. So this time, no music. So this is, okay, so look at this. At first, it almost seems like the game is working. Now, there's some stuttering when it comes to sound, but depending on where you move, as you can see here on screen, the screen starts to flicker and it goes back. Now, it doesn't happen all the time. It is kind of annoying. The previous version was somewhat more stable. Okay. So I think it's like when it's loading the assets or whatever, it just starts to flicker. To be honest, on the previous version, the other build, I think the game ran slightly better. Like right now, I can't play at all. So the thing is that, look at that. If I look towards something that was already rendered, let's say like the GPU already rendered this, there's no flickering. But when I turn to areas that are still to be rendered, I think it's just that the system has to, look at it. It's like it's working on it. If I turn back, let's try to move forward here. Okay, yeah. So yeah, the game is unplayable. The frame rate is somewhat decent. Like, look, we're getting almost 30 frames per second. The sound is broken, but I'm sure that in a few updates, it could crash here. It could crash. Okay, the game. Okay, it could crash. It didn't crash, but it could. Like I was just saying that the game is somewhat more stable compared to what we tested last week. But yeah, we still have this black flickering issue. Frame rate isn't doing that bad. Like it is rendering at around 30 FPS. Temperatures, 90 degrees. It's just way too much for the M1 chip. But yeah, like overall here, what we're seeing is when you enter new areas that have to be rendered, I think it's just that the GPU it's just too slow. So the screen starts flickering until shadows and graphics are rendered. Now this is like a more closed area, as you can see. There are more walls. It doesn't have to draw as much as the previous location. So now it seems slightly much more stable. I guess it's when we move into those open areas where we get this flickering issue. So this is Just Cause 2, as you guys, and I'm not even going to bother getting into a fight because that would just be pure mayhem. That would be really, really, really crazy. And like, there's no point if it's already doing this without a single enemy on screen. Now, just imagine. Now, there is a turret here. Let's see if we can pick up this machine gun. Okay, so let's see what happens if I start destroying things. Let's see how we. Okay, here we go. Yeah, just as we imagined. Frame rate is dropping to around 19, 20 frames per second, 26. The sound is completely broken, but yeah, like the game is still unplayable. The previous build was slightly better, but right now, just with this build, it's no good. There's not really much we can do here. So yeah, this is Just Cause. Yeah, it could be like, it could be. We could check it out. Like, let's see here, the custom configuration. Let's check it out. This is what usually has been working for me lately. We have recompiler LLVM, and then the SPU decoder is also LLVM. Enable SPU loop detection, that works fine. This is set to relaxed, fastest. There's nothing here. Okay, no worries then. No worries, no worries. Yeah, like I do have to be honest with you. I think the previous version of the emulator, it did run slightly better. But that's not the case here today. So we're just gonna hold on to that game until next week, see what, see how it evolves, see if it improves. Since there's tons of builds coming out day by day, we'll just hold on to that. Now, the next game is going to be, yeah, you have, okay, so let me just enable that. I'm going to give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, let's give it a shot, It's good to hear from the community. Let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. It's always interesting to see what you guys have to share. Like, I am setting up a web page with all my configurations, the configurations that worked at the time I actually recorded the footage for these videos, which is interesting. But just do bear in mind that the emulator, there's builds coming out by the hour, so let's check it out. It has to rebuild the. Well, hi Matthews. Configuring the emulator is actually quite simple. There's this YouTuber called Andrew Sai. He made a video actually explaining how to configure it. But the thing is that I guess Felipe can also tell you the same, that it really depends on each game. Configuration varies from game to game. So there is like a generic setting that you can set for all games, but you really have to play with the settings in order to see what works best. And some settings change from build to build. I can make a short tutorial on how to download the emulator, how to set it up, just get started and stuff like that. But it all boils down to each game. And as I said earlier, depending on the build, you will get different results. Like, remember the video I just uploaded yesterday? I think it was in Silent Hill. It was working on one build. It was fixed on build 193. Then it broke again on build 199. I'm not sure if I have it. I think I deleted it. It could be broken again. So, you know what? I might as well upload a video, but I would be doing something that's already on YouTube, and Andrew Sai has done it already. So you should check out his channel. He does a pretty good job at explaining what to do. That guy's a legend. So actually, I believe today he actually got the God of War PC version. Yeah, well, you know what? There's tons of games for the M1 Mac. There's tons of games. Okay, look at this. I think the game is no. I was going to say it's somewhat more... Well, we are looking towards the mountainside here, and it is somewhat more stable. Yeah, of course. Just give me a second here, and I'll link you the channel. Yeah, this guy, he's very good at explaining how to get things ready. I'll just give you the link in a second here. Don't worry. Whoops-a-daisy. Got that wrong. Messed up here. Okay, there you go. So back to the game. Same issues, but there seems to be a little less when it comes to that black flickering. But yeah, all in all, I think performance is the same. There ain't much to do here. Yeah, this game is broken right now. Maybe the previous version. Maybe if I roll back. You know what? Depending on the next game, depending on the performance of the next game, I will roll back the driver. Oh, sorry, the build. So let's get this out of the way. This is no good anymore. And let's move on to the next one, which is Persona 5. Yeah, here we go. Now, this is another game that many of you have asked me to revisit. And I do have to say that performance has been improved. You're welcome, my friend. Anytime. And, you don't have to play Civ 6 or Civ 7 and Darkest Dungeon all the time. There's tons of games for Mac. Apart from all the emulators, you have PlayStation emulator, you have the GameCube emulator. You can check that out on the channel. The GameCube is awesome. You just download Dolphin, and there's tons of games, tons of classics, right? Games that back in the day. But there's tons of games on Steam also. I think I've done a few games from Steam, and then you also got Parallels and you got Crossover. But it's a bit more of a hassle. Like if you just want a game right off the bat, just check out Steam. You shouldn't have that much of an issue. Now, as I was saying earlier, Persona 5. This is one of those games that many people ask me to revisit to keep testing. When I did the video back in the day, yeah, the guy's great at reviews. Now, as you guys can see here, the sound is already broken. You know what? I might roll back to the previous version. You know what? We're going to do that. Yeah. I'm not feeling confident. I don't feel like this version is good enough for us. So let's roll back. Let's just roll back. It's going to take a minute here. It doesn't take long. And let's see. Where is it? 204. I think it's this one. Yeah. It doesn't feel, I tested these games earlier today and they were running somewhat better. So let's just go back. Yeah, it's really easy, bro. Like, just look at this. Look how easy it is. Look at this. This is RetroArch. And here you have OpenEMU as for Open Emulator. Well, I can't talk about cracked games or piracy at all here. So I can't help you with that. But yeah, just look at this. Like, as I said earlier, this is the PlayStation 2 emulator. This is really easy. You just drop in here the ROM or the image, and it runs right off the bat. Same thing goes with this other emulator here. This one's really nice too. It runs PlayStation games. Look at all these games I have here. This is where I did my Silent Hill, my Grand Theft Auto. I could test Grand Theft Auto 2. That was an interesting game too. And the other one is even nicer. Like, just look at this. This one here, it even has all the nice and tiny images here of all these old school consoles. It got Nintendo 64, the Nintendo Entertainment System. No, don't worry. It's okay. It's just, this is YouTube, right? We don't want to get into problems. Yeah, so we're heading back here. Let's just load this again. Gonna make sure that RAM is still slightly too high. Now, I hope optimization improves for the M1 Mac, because 8 gigabytes of RAM isn't that much. I'm sorry to say that I'm starting to hit the limit here with my 8 gigabytes of RAM. Luckily, page file is very fast, since you guys know that the M1 SoC, the RAM and the SSD, they're all literally like all stuck together. They're cramped together. So the thing is that when the system runs out of physical RAM memory, it starts using page file, which is just writing to disk, right? And it's pretty fast. So you're playing Pokemon Fire. Awesome. Really nice. And Pokemon Red. That's the thing. Like, there's your options are almost infinite this day for playing on the M1 Mac. Emulation is really bomb. There's tons of games on Steam. Like, I remember I had the MacBook Pro 2019 with the 8th generation i5 chip. It had 8 gigabytes of RAM and 128 gigabytes of storage. And it even had the really, really crappy butterfly keyboard. I don't know if any of you guys remember about the butterfly keyboard. That was horrible. I even had the issue where you hit the key once and it started like displaying 2 or 3 times. It would type, like, it was the double stroke issue. Remember that? It was the butterfly gate thing. Luckily, the M1 came out and I was able to trade it in at the store. They gave me like $700 for it. Like, I did pay $1,300 for it, but about a year after I got 700. So right off the bat here, you guys can see that these videos here, these movies, they're lagging like crazy. So we're just gonna skip this. We're gonna head on into the subway station. And I did see an improvement. Like, this is running much better than it did when I tested the game last week. I think here it was running at around 10 frames per second. You know what? We can double check. We can double check. We can double check. And we will double check. Let's just head here 1 second into my channel. Let's get into, where is it here? PlayStation 3 emulation. Let's go all the way down to Persona 5. And let's mute this. No, let's go further back. Yeah, here we go. Look at this. So here, look at this. It was running at 11 frames per second. And now it's running at 21. Let's just get this message out of the way. And right here, it's running at 18, 19, 20 frames per second. And here it was running at, I'm not sure you guys can see that on screen, but it was running at around 11, 10. It was lagging. And now we're getting, well, look at that. We're getting 18, 19. And this place is packed with people. Like, look at this. Like, the guy can run around with, it's much more smooth than before. But it's not there yet. Like, in my opinion, it's not worth at least updating it. Yeah, like 8 to 9 frames per second on top of 10, it's almost like 100% more, right? It's almost as if performance has doubled. And it is looking good. Like, look at this. Well, 10 frames per second is a lot when we're talking that your base level is already 10 frames per second. Like, going from 10 to 20, it's a big difference. Like, before, just walking down the street here, it lagged like crazy, but still 20 frames per second isn't good enough. But this was very laggy when I tested it. Not in the alleys though, but yeah, look at that. Look, it just lagged. Turning around quickly here, 13, 20, there was some glitching there. It dropped to 16, but it is looking much better than what I recorded last week. It is, for sure. The game is slightly better. There is that improvement, but it's not ready yet. But we're getting there. Like, we're almost there. And, you know, I did roll back the build, so maybe at the end of the video we'll try Just Cause 2. So that's Persona 5. Improvements, there have been improvements, but it's not there just yet. So now I want to try Nier. Now, what happens with Nier is something really funny. You guys gonna see it in a second. Really weird. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see. I've never played like almost all the games that I'm testing. I never played them. I'm more of a Call of Duty guy, Minecraft guy, Fortnite, you know. So I'm testing out all these games, and I don't even know how to play half of them. So, you know, just guys, forgive me if my playing is if my gameplay is really bad. So we're just gonna type in here my name, which is M1. Yes, my name is M1. Let's just skip through the intro. Let's get. So look at this. Just look what happens. The graphics are inverted. Just look at it. It's funny, isn't it? It's like the game's nice. It's running at 30 frames per second. It's not that bad, but the graphics are just upside down, inside out. It's, I don't know. I have no idea why. And I toggled everything. Like, I tried changing all the yeah, isn't it crazy? And the game is, it's running 30 frames per second. You guys can see it right here. I'm not sure if you guys can see it on the screen. 30 FPS, temperatures 80 some degrees. Yeah, Nier's on LSD. Exactly. Let's skip this. Maybe. Yeah, you see, it renders the graphics how they're supposed to be rendered, and then all of, like, for an instance there, you can see that the game's doing fine, but then all of a sudden, press R2. Okay. And the game, it's not crashing. Like, 30 frames per second. Like, this game should be playable. Like, what's going on here? So this is another one of those games that I never actually bothered in making a video, because it's not ready, right? Okay, just get out of the way. You can now press 1 for Dark Hand. Okay, we're outside. I don't even know what I'm doing. And I tried Metal Gear Solid 4, it doesn't work. And Infamous 2, I haven't tested it yet. I started my testing with PlayStation exclusives. So, you know, maybe this next week, you know what? I'm going to write that game down. Famous 2. So yeah, it's a pity. The game renders, well, the graphics aren't rendering properly, but the game is working perfectly fine. So, you know what? It's so sad. Let's move on. Let's move on to the next one. Yeah, let's just get out of here. Okay, so, oh yeah, the next one's one of my, I'm really excited about this game. Kane and Lynch. I've never played this game. I don't know, it seems really cool. Like, it has this like camcorder style camera view over shoulder thing, and it's just a lot of shooting. I never played this game, but I don't know, it works to a certain extent. You'll see in a minute here. There are some glitching. There's glitching going on with some graphics. As I'm gonna load a save file, and you guys are gonna see immediately what I'm talking about. There's lots of lag too. Now we'll try a few things here. Let's see. Kane and Lynch 2 Dark Days is a work of fiction, blah blah blah. So yeah, I tried Metal Gear Solid. None of the Metal Gear Solids are working right now. There's not much to do. There is a web page. It's the RPCS3 community web page, the official web page. They have a log with all the games that are fully working for PC and Linux. So that's actually where I get my information from, because I'm not really going to try a game that doesn't work on the PC in the first place. If it's not working for the PC version of the emulator, there's no point in trying it out on the Mac version, right? But yeah, so this is the game right now. So you're going to see here, when he fires his gun, the screen goes black. You see, look at the road. The road just goes black. I got to be careful here, because this game, you know. See, look at that. While I'm holding the trigger. Yeah, while we're holding the trigger here, the game just goes completely black. Other than that, the game, well, actually, I played for about half an hour. How am I supposed to cover here? Oh, here we go. Yeah, and this could be considered one of the, or a very, very populated part of the game. There's lots going on the screen. Got lots of enemies here. I need ammo. I need ammo. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Come on. Move forward, buddy. Let's check it out. Well, yeah, I did play this for 30 minutes, and, you know, uh-oh, the game just crashed. So this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is what happens. That's why I'm not, let's check out the configuration here. Splinter Cell? No, I haven't. I haven't tried Splinter Cell. You know what? I'll write that one down too. Splinter Cell Blacklist. Wow, I remember that game. I think I have it on the no, Red Dead Redemption, I tried it, it didn't work. Mass Effect. Okay, I'll show you guys here in a second what I'm talking about. You guys can check it out for yourselves too if you want in the future. You head over to this webpage, rpcs3.net, and you guys can see here on screen immediately this compatibility. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption doesn't work. They have this compatibility tab, and you just drop into this. Uh-oh. Oh, the website. Okay, it's working now. You guys can see here, they have all the games playable, And when it's categorized as in-game, that means that you can get into the game, but it'll eventually crash, stutter, or it's just unplayable. So you can either search the game. So let's try, for example, Red Dead. And as you guys can see here, Red Dead Redemption, it's not playable. So if it's not playable on the PC, and you guys can even click further, it'll open up via forum, and you'll see people with really beefy computers that they just can't get it to run. You see, this guy says here, black screen, made some progress, but still it crashes. So yeah, those don't work. So we can even check, let's check Splinter Cell. Splinter Cell. Okay, so Splinter Cell HD is working, Splinter Cell Chaos Theory is working, Pandora Tomorrow, but Blacklist isn't. Yeah, this is the official RPCS3 emulator website. This is the official one. These are the guys that have been working. Yeah, it is a heavy game. So what else did you guys ask me for? Metal Gear Solid, you guys. Metal Gear. The only blah 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 blah. Peace Walker, which is the PSP version, which I believe is already a remake of the first one. I think it is. Correct me if I'm wrong. And the rest aren't working. See, Metal Gear Solid 4 isn't working. Guns of the Patriots, and the rest aren't working at all. So yeah, there's no point in testing games that aren't working already on the PC, on the official PC and Linux version. So we're gonna try one more thing here. This game also has a multiplayer quick match thing. There's music in the background. I hope YouTube doesn't give me a hard time. Oh, on Parallels. Not bad. Through what? Through Steam? Not bad. Is the game on Steam or? Oh, okay. Okay, so this is the game. Look at that. You guys can see that. Oh, well. It happened once and it's not happening again. So let's just move forward. Frame rate is somewhat unstable. Oh, okay. Thank you for the information. So this game over here, it seems to be working somewhat better. Look at the lines. You guys can see the lines on all. Look at the column there at the back. I've seen that issue in other games. But overall, this game, maybe these arcade, quick matches are working, but the story mode isn't working at all. Story mode is broken. So yeah, because these are like really, really fast arcade matches where you just complete the heist and that's about it. There's some shooting involved. You're actually robbing whatever it is, the bank. But I did try this other map, which was a train on a bridge. Okay, we just lost sound. Did we lose sound? Did we lose the sound? Yeah, we did. So that's what's going on here with this game. You guys can see it crashes, the sound breaks. It's a pity because the game is somewhat playable. Like, just look at this. We're actually getting a decent frame rate, but not good enough, I guess. So that's Kane and Lynch 2 Dog Days. And just to recap here, we've tested Formula 1 2013. We tested Gran Turismo 5. We tested Just Cause 2, which we'll visit at the end of the video once again since we rolled back the emulator. We also tried Nier, Persona 5, and now Kane and Lynch. So, now we're going to move on to Unreal Tournament 3. Now, I really hope for this game to run, but it doesn't. I'm not sure what's going on here with Unreal. With the Unreal Engine, some games are running no, because I'm starting to think that some engines have the problem, because lots of the EA games they're just not running. Lots of you are asking me to try NHL, NCAA, and all these EA games, and they're just not running at all. And at first I thought it had to do with, just general emulation, but then I started to see a pattern. I started to see that EA games, they're just not rendering properly. So I'm not sure if that has to do with the emulator or with the engine, with the game engine. So this is Unreal Tournament, which is obviously using the Unreal Engine. And it's a pity because this game, the frame rate isn't that bad, but the sound is broken. The sound is just broken. It doesn't work. So let's get into it. Yeah, there are a lot of games. Like I still want to test and try tons of games for parallels, for crossover, even native games that are native to the Mac OS environment. I do have, like, today I uploaded that video on Grand Theft Auto, and I did test the iPad version, so that's also pretty nice. So we just see the sound's already stirring. It's starting to crack up already. Let's head here to Team Deathmatch. I don't know. Let's try this map here. And you guys are going to see immediately that it's just not working. It's a pity because these games, I had lots of fun with them back in the day. But I guess, look at that. Look, it's just started. Look at all the popping here. The graphics are slowly rendering onto the screen. Frame rate is at a steady 30 frames per second. Like, we can roam all over the map. Look at that. It's not that bad. Like, it would be much better to see 60 FPS. I think there is a patch. I think you can patch this to 60 FPS, but we would be asking too much for the M1 Mac. Like, I try to keep things at an optimal level because I try to avoid thermal throttling. The mouse is working here. So let's just hit fire to get into the game. And the sound is cracking up. Okay, so yeah. Gameplay isn't that bad. 30 frames per second, like, okay, it is dropping. There's dips in performance, which is expected. But the sound, no good. Okay, not bad. The game is... The Last of Us doesn't work. And Resistance, I'm still to try it. I haven't had time to try it. Actually, the first shooter that actually worked today was this really bad game. Black... I don't remember what it was called. Blacklist? Area 51 or something like that? I don't even remember. It was... Hey, buddy. D4DOA, welcome to the channel. We're testing so many games here today. These are all the games that I've been testing all week long. I haven't had a chance to upload a video. Yeah, Resistance, Killzone. I remember back on the PlayStation 3. My God. So yeah, I wonder if the stream is breaking because, like, computer is. Okay, I killed him. Not bad. So yeah, this is Unreal Tournament on the RPCS3 emulator. The game, it's struggling here. Come on. It's struggling a bit. Yeah, like the kill zones aren't working yet. Yeah, I know. We all want to try those the PS3 exclusives. Everybody wants The Last of Us. Everybody wants Killzone. But they're just not working yet. We're going to have to wait, Emulation is evolving. For me, it's already really amazing to have, like, all these titles running on the Mac. Oh, that's a friend guy. Yeah, like, my God. Unreal Tournament. I played the old school version. I think it was like Unreal Tournament 2000 or something like that. Back in the day when I had the AMD Athlon processor with the GeForce, I think it was the GeForce 440 MX, which had like 64 megabytes of RAM. Really crazy back in the day, you know. We're talking about like Windows 98, Windows XP. Oh my god. Time flies, eh? And I'm sure those games run no problem. But anyway, this is Unreal Tournament, so you guys have seen enough. We're going to move on to the next game. Yeah, really fun that. These games, like, was guaranteed to have a good time. Now, another game that has many people have asked me to try is Sonic Unleashed. This game, well, what can I say? I think the M1, or it's either not optimized enough, or we have to wait. Yeah, I know, but actually, you know what? The thing is that the first PlayStation 3, it did have the real PlayStation 2 chip in it. Remember the one that it had that plastic thing that would open up? You would be able to pop in the memory cards and the USB, and then they got rid of those. It was, I think it was the 60 gigabyte model. They got rid of them, and they got rid of that PlayStation 2 chip. So then they went to emulation, and it was a mess. But the first batch of PlayStation 3 consoles, they did have that native PlayStation 2 chip. But the PlayStation 3 was just way too expensive for production, so they got rid of it. And I have the PlayStation 3 Fat model. You know, it's lying around somewhere in the house. I got the Yellow Light of Death. It died. Just like my my Xbox One over here. My Xbox One X, it died the other day. Can you guys believe that? Poor thing. And you can't even get a new Xbox, like... Oh my god. Yeah, I live in Europe too. Cheers, boy. They did. They had to remaster them. Yeah. That's true. Because they got rid of that original chip. I remember because one of my friends had it, and we were able just to pop in PlayStation 1, PlayStation... I think it was able to run PlayStation 1 games. Or PlayStation 1 ran through emulation. I don't remember, because once my PlayStation 3 died on me, I got that Yellow Light of Death. I switched to Xbox. That's when I bought my first Xbox 360, and then I stayed with Xbox ever since. So I do have the Play 3 and the PlayStation 4, but I game more on my Xbox. Well, until today. Well, until last week actually. It died. Poor thing. So this is Sonic Unleashed. The game's just lagging. It doesn't seem to crash, but it's lagging. Performance is usually a little better. Just remember that I'm streaming, I'm running the game, I'm doing so many things at the same time. I got the microphone, I got the camera. So performance, FPS would be around maybe 20, 25 frames per second. We're making it there. We're not there yet, but you know, it shouldn't take us long. Yeah, the game's not doing that bad. It's almost playable. Not quite, but almost. Now, this isn't my type of game. What am I supposed to do here, guys? I gotta go back. Okay, this is how bad I am. Okay, this is really embarrassing. Like, I can't get... Okay, there we go. Jesus, I thought I was never gonna make it. I thought I was just gonna have to quit the game. Okay, give the homing attack one more go. Okay, so in some areas it's rendering better, in others it's lagging. This is Sonic Unleashed. There isn't much more to it, as you guys can see. I think it's just lagging too much. I think there's some input lag also. However, there shouldn't be any input. Oh, I'm supposed to jump onto that? Okay, I'm tired of this game. That's it. Enough. Enough. This is way too embarrassing. So, that was Sonic Unleashed. Let's just get that out of the way. What else do we have here? Oh, yeah. Skate 3. Skate 3. Many of you have been asking me to test this game, and I have to say that So, as I was saying earlier, this is one of those games that I've already read like 3 or 4 comments throughout the channel. People asking me to try Skate 3. Now, there is a video, Andrew Sai has done a video where he has actually gotten this game to run, but I think he was testing it on the M1 Pro. I think it was the M1 Pro or the M1 Max, I'm not sure. And the M1 Pro, well, it does have like 12 cores, I think it is, 12 GPU cores or 16 GPU cores. I'm not sure. I think it doubles down, but I'm not sure. But obviously, you know, the more cores, the better. The more RAM, the better, obviously. So the game's running. I had to limit the game to 30 FPS to get it at least to run a bit, because the sound is broken, but oh, come on. It's not that bad. Like, without the whole rendering and, sorry, without streaming and having all these devices connected at the same time onto the computer, this part of the game runs pretty well. I did have to limit the game to 30 FPS. The game does run at 60, but 60, it's if the frame rate is uncapped or it's set at 60, the M1 Mac is always trying to, it aims at 60 frames per second, so the CPU just goes through the roof, temperatures go through the roof, it starts thermal throttling, and it becomes a mess. But yeah, this game, it's almost there, you know. I know it runs on the M1 Mac, on the M1 Pro, so, you know, it's a matter of time, it's a matter of optimization, and, you know, in the end, it could be a matter of resources. The M1 Pro and the M1 Mac are more powerful. Of course, like the M2, they did say, Apple did say that their product cycle is going to be 18 months when it comes to the M1 chip. So we're going to have to wait and see what comes out. But yeah, like I think this year they're going to bring out a new MacBook Air, like a new model. But we'll see. The M2 chip, we're still going to have to wait for that. It's 18 months. So yeah, Skate. This is Skate 3. Let's go somewhere else. Let's go somewhere else. Let's go here, for instance. I know, like, I'd like to try other horror games. Like, is Resident Evil 5 for PlayStation 3, or is Resident Evil 5 for PlayStation 4? I think Resident Evil 5 is out for PlayStation 3, right? I should try that game. Now here it's lagging even more. Like, look at it. It doesn't make sense. It's running at 27, 28 frames per second, but the character is walking as if we were at 3 frames per second. So yeah, this game is a mess. It's almost there, but not quite yet. Yeah, PlayStation 3. Resident 5 is on PlayStation 3, right? We should test that. Because I already tried Resident Evil 5. I tried it on Parallels. Didn't work. I tried it on Crossover. It didn't work. And I'm not talking about cracked versions. I tried legit versions, which I purchased on Steam. And they didn't work. They didn't work. So, we tested Formula 1. We tested Gran Turismo 5 Prologue, Just Cause 2, Nier, Persona 5. Where's the game? I'm missing games here. That's really odd. I swear I had more games. We can try another game. Let's try Wipeout HD. Yeah, like, I hope you're right. Like, these M1 chips are very powerful. Now, guys, just think of this one thing. I have the M1 Mac right now. It's connected to my 4K monitor, and at the same time, it's connected to my Logitech StreamCam, this microphone here to my left. It's streaming. It's also connected to a USB hub with Ethernet and, you know, the 500 gigabyte SSD. It's all connected to the same machine that doesn't have a fan. Okay, this is brutal, you know, like if you've been with computers for some time, and I guess all of you have, we're all gamers here, and we've evolved with computers. We all know that, you know, I remember my Intel i5, my 2019 MacBook Pro Intel i5. That computer, I had to download this software to disable Turbo Boost, because Turbo Boost was so bad that you would open a tab on Safari and it would just start, the fans would start. Oh, it's not playable on PC? What do you mean it's not? Is it not playable on PC? Well, anyways, like I was saying, the fans would just ramp up to the max, and it was no good. Like the game, look at this. It's not working. It's not working on this build. No good. We still have this one to test. This is one of the last games we're going to be testing, Tomb Raider Trilogy. Let's give it a shot. But yeah, guys. Uh-oh. It crashed. Oh my god, like, yeah, like emulation back in the day, like the M1. Oh, sorry, yeah, RPCS3 is not playable. Oh, you checked it on the website. Thank you very much. Awesome. Like, I tried it on Steam. And it wasn't working either. There was no way to get it running through Parallels. We were trying here, Unreal Tournament. No, Tomb Raider. Here we go. This is the Tomb Raider trilogy. It has 3 games. I only tested the first one. I hope I don't get copyright infringement for the music. YouTube is really picky when it comes to copyright. So, we got the 3 games here. And I think this collection, maybe in a month's time, is going to be really playable. Right now, it runs pretty fine, but there's still some glitching. We still have some issues with the graphics and the shadows. But it's promising. I think it's promising. Did I get rid of the music? No, it doesn't save. Like, what's going on here? Gotta get rid of the music for trying to avoid copyright infringement. So let's just resume here. Emulation is awesome. Like, I know there's tons of games on the Mac, but I'm so excited with emulation. I don't know. Maybe it's because, you know, nostalgia or something. Just going back to old school games. So this is Tomb Raider. Now, do bear in mind that... Really? Cool. That is so cool. Yeah, things have changed so much. So yeah, just the game isn't, it's not that bad. Like if I weren't did you guys just see that flicker? It flicked for a second there. If I weren't streaming, that frame rate would probably profit from 5 to 10 frames per second, and we would get somewhat better quality. But just look at the player, the character, the graphics are glitching. She turns white every now and then. So, you know, that's why I'm still considering that this game isn't quite ready to be played yet. Okay, now I gotta jump up this. Yeah. Not yet. Yeah, I could play the PSP version, and maybe we would be able to ramp up the graphics and the internal resolution.
The video is going to make me sick if you keep on swinging, Lara.
Look away from the screen then.
Now look how inside here, the cave, the frame rate. Okay, now it's lagging a lot. So yeah, this is the first Tomb Raider, and it's lagging like crazy. Like, that's why I still haven't built a video on this. You know, I haven't made a video. But the game is somewhat playable.
Deep breath, Sip. This will be a long trip otherwise.
I forgot you were such an optimist.
Hey Angus, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the live stream. Let's move, let's move. Yeah, I'm almost going to be playing this game. So. Okay, so let's try the second one. Let's get this out of the way, and let's test the second game. Okay, now it's loading. Where is the mansion? I know it's in the UK as far as you've said, but where is it? Okay, we're getting into the game. Let's try this one. Oh, isn't that cool? We can visit real locations. That's awesome. Okay, let's get rid of the music once again, just in case YouTube gives me a hard time. Let's go for it. It's really cool, guys, to see how everybody's gathered together here on the channel just to see the progress I've been making this week with these games. I'm testing games like crazy, guys. And sometimes I feel like I'm running out. I'm just running out of games. Wouldn't that just be awesome? Head all the way to the mansion. Now you guys can see there's lots of flickering going on. Like, we're getting 30 frames per second here. Like, not bad for this game. It's a matter of the those minor glitches. It's a matter of time they actually fix this game. I don't really know what to do. You guys have to excuse me for my horrible ability at these games. I'm no good. I love gaming, but I'm not that good of a player, so. Anyhow, this game is working, so let's try the last one. Well, at least the first 30 seconds were working. Hatfield House is the real mansion from the later. Cool. It's really awesome. Here we go with the last one. The Tomb Raider Underworld. Hatfield. Come on, let's go. Oh, Oh, don't crash on me. Don't crash. Okay, it's not crashing. Good. As I said earlier, guys, I'm setting up a web page. Even though you guys seem experts at this, I'm sure you won't need any of the configurations I'm already using. But I'm just for the record, I set up a really fast web page on WordPress, just where I'm just copying all the configurations, all the settings that I use to run the games, just as they're recorded, with the specific build, of course. So while this is loading, what can we do? What can we do? We can talk about how hard it is to get a graphics card these days, eh? So, you know, actually the Mac as an alternative to, you know, laptop gaming. Like, what do you guys think about laptop gaming? These people who buy really beefy, big laptops. I don't think they're any cool. They overheat like crazy, eh? I wonder how much delay I have here. Come on, come on. It's taking forever, eh? Let's see the CPU. Look at those 4 cores there. Those ought to be the I'm not sure if they're the efficiency cores or the high performance cores. I'm guessing they're the high performance cores. They're maxed out. You guys can look at the temperatures for the past hour. This is the average die. It's been, yeah, all games are hitting the high 80s, high 90s. So I think it's just that the M1 chip starts to throttle and it drops down to those 88, 89 degrees. The GPU as well. These are the efficiency cores, performance cores. Let's take a look at that. Look at that, 96, 95 degrees. I'm putting a lot of stress on my M1. Even the SSD has gone up. Yeah, from 27 degrees to 54 degrees. So yeah, today there was a subscriber that mentioned the you guys know about the thermal pad fix, right? You guys can open up the back panel of your MacBook Air. You can apply some thermal pads, and in theory, it dissipates more heat along the aluminum back panel, and you get extra performance. I've seen videos on YouTube where they claim that performance goes up from, I don't know, anywhere from 10 to 15%. But I wonder on how much stress is put upon the rest of the laptop. I would be wary of that. Okay, so this game, there's some stuttering in the sound at first. Okay. Tomb Raider Underworld. Previously on Tomb Raider. Gotta give it a shot. I'm sure that 2 or 3 updates from now, maybe, or maybe a week from now. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, even the M1 Pro, I believe, you are so right. Rishi394, I mentioned earlier, I had, before buying the M1 MacBook Air, I had the 2019 MacBook Pro, the i5, the 13-inch. My God, that thing was better than my 500-watt heater in the winter. Did you guys just see that? The graphics were like, the player was completely orange, and now she's doing okay. Well, now they're orange again. So I guess this has to do maybe with, I don't know, D4DOA. You're the 3D designer here. What could this be due to? Graphic rendering, or Well, CPU is at 90% here. This is very demanding. Yeah, this game is broken, guys. This reminds me of back in the Half-Life 2 days when I started playing around with Source Engine and there were missing textures. Oh, I'm sorry, you're a graphic artist. That's very cool. Okay, so not much to do here. Oh. To fire the grapple. Okay, we got a grapple here. Yeah, this is nonsense. The game is broken. So, just to recap here, because we've been here for some time now. We've been here for about an hour, 20 minutes. We tested at the beginning Formula 1 2013. We also tested Gran Turismo 5 Prologue, which is the same. We're going to try now Just Cause 2, because I said earlier that we were going to roll back the emulator version, so we're going to try this game again. I also tried Nier. The graphics were inside out. I tried Persona 5. There were improvements. We're getting there. Like on my previous video, where there used to be around 10 frames per second, now you get around 20, but it's still not playable. Kane and Lynch 2 is a mess, but we're getting there too. Unreal Tournament, well, you guys, you saw it. It's the sound is broken. The game is nice, but the sound is broken. Sonic Unleashed, it's lagging. It needs to be optimized. The Tomb Raider, we're getting there, not there yet. And there are 2 games that I wanted to try today, but they're not on the list. I might have deleted them. One is Alien versus Predator, and the other one was Mortal Kombat versus DC. I wanted to try both of those games today, but I do not know why. They're not on my hard disk anymore. So we will be testing those next week, unless, you know, with the new build that was out today. There was a build today. It was, let's check it out here for a second. Yeah, build 13209. No, don't worry, buddy. Like, I know you're asking for fighting games, and I'm trying Mortal Kombat because I really enjoyed Mortal Kombat back on the PlayStation 2 days. And Mortal Kombat versus DC, I tried it earlier today, and it was working. Like, 720p, it was working. And I know it's on the list here, but it's not on my hard drive anymore. I may have deleted it. We're going to go back into this game. I know. But I'm really eager to test out the latest builds. Just because. But there isn't any public release yet, is it? It's not. Is there? I thought the game wasn't officially supported by the RPCS3 community. Yeah, this game is broken too. We got the same issues on screen here. We got the flickering. There's nothing to do here. Oh, wait. Oh, bah. It crashed. So yeah, that's what we got for today. I'm going to show you quickly my webpage here. I'm building a webpage really quick. It's nothing big. It's just I'm just here. I built a quick wiki here. You guys can see on screen, like for example, Black Site Area 51. You got the game, you got the YouTube video, and this is the most important part. You have the setup that I've been using with the current build. And that's about it, you guys. I'm populating this with all the information I have because I don't know where to put all this information. So I'm just going to keep it here for the record. And other than that, If you guys want me to try any games for next week, we can check them out. Just, I know many of you already know about the RPCS3 website. It's my like official guide to know if I should test a game or not. Like for example, you guys are talking about Killzone. Well, Killzone 1 seems to work. So you know what? We're gonna try that game for next week. Even though I believe Felipe tried the game and he said it wasn't working. What else can we try? Killzone 2 isn't working. Killzone 3 isn't working. Let's see what else. These aren't working either. Metal Gear Solid isn't working. There are many games. So you guys have asked for Splinter Cell Blacklist, Infamous 2. Is Infamous 2 working? Infamous 2? No, it's not working. It's still an in-game. So... what are we going to try next week? I don't know. I have no idea. You guys just give me your ideas and I'll start testing. There's tons of games here. Like, oh, wait. Yeah. There's one more game I want to try. Let's see if I can get it up and running. Let's see if it runs. Tick-tock, tick-tock. No, it's not that. Oh, it is this one. Yeah, it is this one. Yes, the fighting game. I knew I had an ace up my sleeve. I think this game, it's the Mac, the M1 just needs more performance. Like everything seemed to be rendering pretty fine, but you'll see. So yeah, guys, just let me know what you want me to test for next week, and whatever doesn't work, next Thursday we'll have another live stream and I'll share with you all that I've been testing. I have to try Alien versus Predator. I have to try... Yeah. I know. Do you want to create save that? Yeah, sure, go ahead. Come on. Please no music, please no music. Please do not try this at home. Oh no, there's music. I'm gonna get... No. YouTube is gonna give me a hard time for this. Is there no way to get rid of the music? Okay, here we go. In-game options, difficulty, no. You sure you want to keep the settings? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Come on. Sound options, here we go. Music volume, ugh. There we go. They're gonna give me a hard time for this. Anyways, who cares? I'll just mute it later on. So let's get to the game here. I really wanted to try the Mortal Kombat, but for some reason it's not on my hard drive anymore. Oh, it is. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, I know. And the day that comes out, you guys be ready. I'm going to be uploading videos like crazy. It's going to be really crazy. I know, but still, just look at how amazing the M1 chip. Like I keep telling my friends and family, like, look at what we're doing through translation. Just, it's mind-blowing, really, what Apple has done here. Like, I don't even want to see an Intel chip on, a netbook again. I was so glad to get rid of my i5. My God, that thing was horrible. I remember I had to, I said it earlier, I had to download this software just to disable Turbo Boost. That was their technology, because that processor came at a base clock of 1.4 gigahertz. And then it went all the way up to like 4 gigahertz. I think it was. But it was crazy. Yeah, I'm using Ethernet cable, gigabit LAN. Why am I lagging? Yep. Yeah. Because, you know, since I'm downloading and I'm uploading really, really big files, I'm not even bothering with Wi-Fi. Like, Wi-Fi is good, but... And I do use 5G Wi-Fi, or, you know, whatever you want to call it. Where we are. Here we go. But no, this isn't working. We're going to... Let's see if we can change here. Let's see what we can do. Bro, I got rid of the i5. Like, I remember when the M1 came out, I felt really bad with myself because I purchased the 2019 13-inch MacBook Pro. I was so happy. I gave my 2012 MacBook Pro to my girlfriend. She was super happy. But then the M1 came out, and I was like, oh my gosh. You guys are telling me I'm getting much more performance per watt. Doubles in battery, half the weight. It was mind-blowing for me. Now, I am pushing the M1 a lot. Like, it's a good thing I'm doing this while it's on warranty, just in case I burn it. Actually, the thing is that I got rid of my i5 MacBook Pro because it died. I had that, what was it called? Oh yeah, I had the USB hub issue. I wasn't using the official USB hub, the Apple one. I was using one of these that I bought off Amazon. And I think I had a power surge, and it fried the logic board. Yep. I know. Really bad. Yeah, the 2019, I think it was the 2016, 17, 18, and 19 MacBooks. They had the butterfly keyboard. And oh my God, like, it had the 128 gigabyte hard drive. It was like, Apple, why are you doing this? Why are you still putting 128 gigabyte SSD storage on freaking 1,300 euro laptops? It's like, ugh. Because, you know, once you're in the Mac environment, you're in the environment. There's no way out of here. And I love it. You know, don't get me wrong. I love Apple environment. But it's like, please, come on. 128 gigabytes. It was crazy. Just so then I saw the M1 MacBook Air come out. They had the scissor keyboard, fixed and improved. No fan. It was like, oh my God, no fan. 256 gigabytes. The only downfall was yeah, exactly. It was horrible. You can't get 2 monitors out of the M1 Mac. That's the only thing that bothered me. Oh my God, like the butterfly. They even had to develop that extended warranty program where they had they gave you 4 extra years just in case. That's how bad the keyboard was. They offered you 4 years of extended warranty on the butterfly keyboard. Shame on you, Apple. Shame on you. And then they finally listened to consumers. They finally came back with the scissor keyboard. And when they brought out the new MacBook Pros, you know, they brought back the SD card and everything. It's like, oh my God, it took you guys 5 years to finally understand what we wanted, you know? Don't have to bother around with dongles. This game isn't running. You know what? We're going to do one more thing. I'm going to update to the latest build. The game isn't running, my friend. I feel really bad because it did run. Maybe on the you know what? We're going to try it on a previous version. Remember that thing that happened with Silent Hill? Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Here we go. 193. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, this build has proven to be somewhat more stable. Let's see. Let's boot it up. So, I know, like, and I'm an Apple fan, don't get me wrong. I believe these machines are beasts. But do bear in mind one thing. I believe we are going to see prices surge in the near future with Macs and iPhones and everything. Okay, it just crashed, didn't it? Just crashed. Look at that, it crashed. Sorry guys, give me a second here. Oh, I think I deleted it. Is that how dumb I am? Oh, I love... Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to test this week. I downloaded the... You know what? We might even test it live. What the heck? Let's test it live. The Silent Hill HD collection. Let's see if we can make it in time. Okay, let's see. Silent Hill HD collection. I love Silent Hill. So we were trying out this one. Just look at that go. Look how that is uncompressing. Oh my God, it's so fast. Just look at how many things are going on at the same time. It's brutal. This machine is brutal. And it doesn't have a fan. Oh my God. Nice. Silent Hill 3 rabbit statue from Japan. Really, really cool. Really cool. Anyhow, let's see if I can get this Smackdown. Actually, to be honest, this isn't this is running on an external SSD, Samsung Evo. So yeah. Not bad either. But yeah, the Apple SSD is really fast. I don't know, everybody hates Apple. It's like, my God, performance is like, this is a $999 laptop. Look at it. Possibilities are almost endless. Come on, let's move. Let's see if we can get this running. I know. I have. It's like you never have enough SSD storage. It's never enough. And with the recent, with the pandemic, China, with all the chips crisis going on, prices are going up like crazy. Inflation. God knows where we're heading. But yeah, you never have enough storage. I can't even look at a mechanical hard drive anymore. It's like, please, just walk away. And I know I think they're more reliable than an SSD. What do you guys think about mechanical hard drives? I do have like a 3 terabyte mechanical hard drive lying around, and I would use it, but like, listen up. When I'm creating these videos, like my recent video, the one where I compared Grand Theft Auto, for the iOS version, and the PlayStation 3 version, the Final Cut Pro project took up over 250 gigabytes of storage. Yeah, exactly. So you know what we're talking about, right? It's like, you need so much storage. So just imagine moving around 250 gigabytes on a 7200 RPM hard drive. Like, I could go out for a walk and come back. And here it's like, okay, I'm moving 40 gigabytes from my internal storage to the external Samsung SSD, the Evo. It's like 1 minute, 40 gigabytes. Black. It's so fast. Yeah, it's not working. I'm sorry, buddy. We're going to have to try that another day, maybe next week. So I want to see if I can get this to run. Silent Hill. I don't know. I would have to, I might have to check the settings for it. I don't know why it's not running. Wow, this booted up really fast. Yeah, that's the thing. They're too slow for what we want. And, if you guys use Apple computers, I guess you guys have your photo album, right? So once your photo album, like my photo album is around 300 gigabytes, and I have it on a mechanical hard drive. I actually have it. It should be around here somewhere. It's here on this one. You guys remember these? I'm sure you guys remember these. These are the Western Digital Caviar Black. The ones I think these spin at around 10,000 RPM. I'm not sure, but these were this was pretty fast. You know, like back in the day, I consider it pretty good storage compared to. Oh no, sorry. These ran at 7,200, whereas regular 2.5-inch hard drives would go at 5,400. So yeah, but this is still way too slow compared to any SSD. So yeah, let's give it a shot here. Silent Hill. What do we have here? Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3. Okay, we'll test Silent Hill 3. That is true. That is true. These hard drives, they run forever. I do have many hard drives lying around the house. I can still boot them up and they still run. I do have some really cheap SSDs. Do not buy cheap SSDs. Like this SSD over here, this is a piece of crap, okay? This is really bad. This one over here, I bought these on Amazon really cheap for really old computers. This one over here, this is another piece of garbage here. Like, look at these brands. Yukon, King Dion. Like, these are no good. Don't ever buy. Don't cut corners when it comes to SSDs. Yeah, it's like these are like $20 SSDs. These are worthless. These are no good at all. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. These are like, I don't know, really cheap SSDs you can buy on Amazon or Alibaba. You know, they literally they worked for a month and they just died. So tough luck. So the game's loading. I'm surprised, eh? You know, I remember Silent Hill HD collection. There were lots of complaints when they remastered this because yeah, Yukon, not Yukon. Oh my god, this video, YouTube is gonna give me a really hard time. But yeah, I read somewhere that they had lost the original files for this game, and that the remaster, or this is a remaster, right? The HD collection was incomplete. Do you know anything about that, D4DOA? Okay, let's check it out. Let's check it out. This is running. Wow, you know, I'm excited. Okay, the sound it's stuttering a bit here. It's stuttering. Can I get rid of the music? I don't know. I think it is. Yes, I think it is. And they didn't even have the original assets for the game. Like, they lost the script. Yeah, exactly. This game was a complete disaster back in the day. Everybody complained. It had nothing to do with the original ones. But hey, the game's running. My God, the memories from playing these games back in the day. Not that bad, guys. Not that bad. I think I have... Yeah, exactly. Comic Sans. This is unforgivable. It's unforgivable. I did... I think I did a video on this, right? For...
Where am I?
PlayStation. Let's check it out here for in a second. YouTube. Let's head on to my channel. Videos, no playlists actually. Let's head down to here we go, Silent Hill. No, that's the first one. Then maybe it's on the PSP? Oh, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 2. Here we go. Silent Hill 3, that's right. Let's check it out. Let's compare it real time. Look at that. It's better on the PlayStation 2. It's better on the PlayStation 2, guys. Like, the PlayStation 2 was running at 2048 by 1792. We won't be able to push this further. Like, there's no way I can push this game at 1080p. Not on the RPCS3 emulator. So it's running better on the... But yeah, look at the PlayStation 2 version. There are some glitches when it comes to graphics. Now, I do have to try what you mentioned earlier about forcing progressive mode so that it upscales better. I haven't had time to test any of that. You know, I'm still trying to test Dreamcast, but I haven't had time to do that. But yeah, it looks much better on the on the PlayStation 2 version. I think graphics it isn't glitching here. Okay, let's see if we can push 1080p. Let's see what happens. It is running at 60 frames per second though. That is actually quite surprising. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Oh wait, it doesn't even have... Okay, good. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is good. Okay, so let's push it. Yeah, that would be really awesome to fix. Like, thank you very much for helping me out with that. And thank everybody who just keeps on commenting. Feedback is much appreciated. I keep on looking to my left because that's where you guys are chatting. But yeah, like, as I said earlier, feedback is much appreciated. Everybody's helping me. This is the community, I guess. Let's see if it runs at 1080p. We're pushing 1080p now. Temperature's 84 degrees. RAM is okay. Processor not bad. Oh, what about Silent Hill, the which one was it? The one with the door. I did a review on that one. Hey, it actually looks much better at 1080p. Look at that. Look at that. Not bad, eh? Not bad at all. Temperatures will go over 89 degrees. Yeah, like, you know, you're welcome, buddy. Like, Loopback, really awesome app. I'm glad you can use it. I had the same issue when I started recording footage for the M1 Mac, and I'm like, how am I supposed to get sound through to QuickTime? And I came across that app, and you know, it is quite amazing. Yeah, look at the temperatures, 90 degrees. It's gonna start to throttle in no time. Yeah, look at the frame rate is already dropping. 50, 39. Yeah, it's throttling. It's throttling for sure. But yeah, that's Silent Hill. We could try the other ones. What are the creepiest? What creeps me out the most? The whole freaking game creeped me out. Like, instead of going to bed, I would sneak out of my house and go to a friend's place. He had the PlayStation 2 back in the day. And we would stay up all night playing Silent Hill, Resident Evil, all these really cool games all night long. Monitor program? What do you mean by monitor program? Which one? Say again, my friend. Which one? Which one? This? OBS? Oh, to monitor my hardware. It's I think it's called iStats. Let me check it out here. Yeah, it's iStats. iStats, yeah, iStats menu. Yep. It's really nifty, actually. I did have to pay for this, obviously. It's not that expensive, but it's... Yeah, I already own it. Yeah, you can add the weather. You go down here to CPU, you can add this and it changes. You can, I don't know, there's lots of things. Yeah, it's pretty cool, but it is a paid application, so just keep that in mind. It's not, well, it has a trial version as everything does, but yeah, same thing here. I don't mind paying if it's good. Like, I appreciate people's work. That's why I don't mind paying at all. This is one thing that really bothers me about Macs. Look at the battery health here. It's at 88%. It's only gone through 40 charge cycles and it's already at 88%. I barely use the battery. It was built roughly 6 months ago and it's already down 12%. These things really annoy me. Like, luckily the M1 chip is very efficient and we can get away with it. Like, usually when I'm on the go, 50% brightness, and I'm working on stuff, when I'm out of the house, obviously, I still get anywhere between 10 to 15 hours of battery life. But, I know, eh? Like, I guess we all appreciate people when they pay. Don't you love this? Riddle level, action level. It's so cool. Yeah. Yay. Yeah, we have a Discord channel. It isn't much, but it's honest work. So thank you, Felipe, for reminding us. Hey, this game, 1080p, doesn't look that bad. I'm super amazed at how these games hold up through time. We used to play back in the day on a 480p monitor or a 480i monitor TV, not even a monitor. We used to play this back on the CRT TV. Remember that, guys? With the 4:3 screen ratio. And look at it. It looks nice and polished to me. Textures are pretty nice. Anyhow.
My restless dreams. I see that town.
I even enjoyed the movie. Remember the game I posted yesterday, Silent Hill Downpour? I haven't played that game, and I'm looking forward to playing it, actually. Yeah, this isn't that bad. Looks pretty good, guys. So anyway, you know what? We're going to wrap it up. We've been here for a while now, and let's just recap. Let's just go over everything we saw. We saw Formula 1. We also saw Gran Turismo 5 Prologue, Just Cause 2, Kane and Lynch, Nier. We revisited Persona 5, Silent Hill HD Collection, Skate 3, Sonic Unleashed, Tomb Raider Trilogy, Unreal Tournament. And that's about it. That's what we've been testing today, guys. Yeah, I really appreciate everybody being here. I would say that this has been a really good live stream. I see that you're very active. I didn't even imagine that I would have all of you guys here talking live on the channel. It's really fun actually to be here. Like, it's a pity these games aren't like fully functional. I would actually, I would just play them while commenting them. It would be nicer. But hey, I really appreciate you guys being around here. For those of you who are in Europe, such as myself, I know it's a little late. It's almost 12:30. So I appreciate the effort of being up. Many of you guys probably have to work. Those of you who are overseas, it's probably 4, 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the afternoon. So you're getting ready for dinner if you haven't had it by now. And if there's anything else you guys want to say, just, go ahead, write it down in the chat. I'm really surprised by how everybody's been here, just partaking in this live event. So guys, next week, I hope to test many more games, see what I come up with next week. so that I can stream again once more games. Thank you very much. Your support, like really guys, support, feedback, every time I get a comment, every time I see a like, that motivates me a lot. Like I owe this all to you guys. Like you guys are the ones who are there. Like sometimes it gets really frustrating when I'm testing game after game and this game doesn't work, the other game doesn't work, and it's like, oh my god, I won't be able to deliver today. Like there's no content. And I know lots of you are eager just to see what's new. And sometimes when I upload videos and I see like, okay, like awesome, I see really positive comments out there, and it's just that motivation that I need to keep on pushing, to keep on grinding. So thank you guys. Your stay here today is much appreciated. Thank you everybody. Thank you D4DOA. Thank you Felipe Bravo. Thank you Rishi394. Thank you. Let's see who else is around here. Serena Sarab. Thank you. Who else? I'm sure I'm missing out on someone. Who else is around here? Who else? I know there was someone else. Matthews, thank you too. You're the guy who mentioned about the I think you mentioned something about the mansion. I'm not sure. And if I'm missing out on someone, well, thank you very much. Yes, testing is part of the fun. But yeah, that's about it. So guys, we're gonna call it a day for now. I hope by next Thursday I have more content so that I can show you progress. Hopefully by next Thursday too, we will have better builds. The emulator will have evolved, so we get better results. We will be revisiting games that haven't worked. We still have to try Alien versus Predator. We still have to try Mortal Kombat, all these fighting games. I even tried football games, baseball games, hockey, NHL. I tried all those games, but I had to delete them off my SSD because projects, Final Cut Pro projects are just taking up too much space, and I'm running out of space all over the place. So guys, I hope to see you next week. Once again, thank you very much for joining, and that's about it. We're gonna call it a day, and have a good one. See you around, guys. Oh no, this live stream isn't starting shortly. It just ended. Hi guys, Derek from MacGaming here with a new video. Thanks for stopping by, and for those of you who are new, welcome to the channel. Today I bring Dragon Ball Xenoverse, an action, role-playing fighting game based on the Dragon Ball franchise, released in 2015 for PS3, PS4, Xbox 360 and One, and Microsoft Windows. Regarding performance and emulation, the game is running at a resolution of 1080p, which does raise the temperature to the high 90s, but this is just to show that the game can easily run at this resolution. However, if you were to play this game for an extended period of time, I recommend 720p, since the temperatures drop, we avoid thermal throttling, and overall it's better for the M1 chip. The CPU runs smooth at about 45%, and it does seem to hog a bit of RAM, consuming about 3.5 gigabytes. That said, the game crashed once, but that was due to my settings, which after being adjusted, worked with no apparent issues. Just keep in mind that I only test games for about 40 to 60 minutes. If you intend on playing more, you could encounter other potential issues throughout the game. All in all, the game runs fine. Another one of those titles which emulates very well and will do better as emulation improves for the Mac. Please enjoy the rest of the video. Feel free to leave any thoughts or feedback in the comment section and check my playlist for more content. Have a good one.
Vegeta? Looks like the little warm-up is complete. Now, it's about time you showed me your full strength.
Sup?
Yo! Yo! Yo!
Welcome.
嗯。